Harper Audio presents Positive, a novel by David Wellington, performed by Nick Podell. Part 1. The Beginning of the World. Chapter 1. New York City is still in pretty good shape. Manhattan, I mean. Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx have all been left to rot. There just weren't enough people to hold them. So they can be pretty dangerous, not so much because of the occasional zombie you find around the peripheries, but because the buildings are falling down and the water out there is very toxic. Staten Island? Well, nobody wants to go to Staten Island. Parts of it are still on fire. But in Manhattan, we have electricity, sometimes, and the skyscrapers in Midtown were built to hold up. The elevators don't work, but the lowest couple of floors are still livable. On top of the smaller buildings, we've planted gardens to catch the sun and the rain to supplement the daily minimum caloric ration the government provides. That's where most of us work every day. Even some of the first generation, the ones who weren't too traumatized during the crisis, work in the gardens. It's not like they're much use for anything else. They're always scared to go down to street level, even though nobody's seen a zombie in Manhattan in 15 years. The second generation, my generation, pretty much have the run of the place. There are still caches of canned food to find, old civil defense bunkers and fallout shelters, and supplies set aside for hurricanes or floods or earthquakes that never came. You can't catch fish off the piers because the Hudson and the harbor aren't clean yet, but you can trap eels and crabs in the old subway stations. That's what I was doing the day I got my tattoo. Subway fishing. My friend Ike and I headed down early to the West 28th Street station. It was still mostly dark, with just a little blue light frosting the concrete fronts of all the buildings. The Empire State hovered over us in the dawn mist, its dark spire like a line cutting the sky in half. A couple of birds that had a nest on a streetlight were making the only sound, fluttering their wings and screaming at us, warning us away from their territory. We ignored them and headed down a long street full of boarded-up shops. There was nothing in those stores anybody could want, just crates of perfume and cell phones and women's dresses in faded patterns. Every one of those stores had been picked over a dozen times and stripped of anything of real value. Ike was younger than me, 14 maybe, with long sandy hair and eyes the color of the mud in Central Park. He was a good guy, if a little morbid. He and I used to scout together, working our way up skyscrapers floor by floor, breaking into old apartments, hoping to find food. We never found anything but skeletons, of course. When the crisis started, a lot of people had been so scared they locked themselves inside their apartments and starved to death, rather than risk going down to the street to look for food. By the time we found them, there was nothing left but bones and empty cabinets. Even the rats had moved on. Ike would take out his frustration by arranging the skeletons in rude poses. That never had much attraction for me. Maybe I was just more mature, owing to my age. Who knows? By the time I was a teenager, it was obvious we weren't going to find any amazing caches of food in the high-rises, just mortal remains, and climbing all those stairs was a pain in the ass. Now, when we went looking for food, we went down instead of up. At the entrance to the station, Brian was waiting for us. Brian was first generation, about 40 years old, but still pretty tough. One of the few who wasn't just sitting around waiting to die. He'd seen it all, lived through it, and managed to survive. Now he carried a shotgun around with him everywhere he went, to the public assemblies in Madison Square Garden, to the rare wedding and the much more frequent funerals, even when he went to the bathroom. He wore an old leather biker jacket that he claimed was bite-proof. When I was younger, I imagined him testing it out at night, chewing on his own sleeve just to make sure. "Ike," Brian said, nodding at us. "Finn, let's get this over with." As if we had something better to do than checking our traps. He kept looking up one street, then another. "See anybody you recognize?" Ike asked. Brian's eyes shot around to stare at us. There was nobody in sight, of course, not a living human soul. Most people lived farther up, near Times Square, crowded into a couple of dozen safe blocks. That I never understood. People had so much room to spread out in, thousands of blocks in Manhattan. With only about 50,000 of us to share the island, everybody could have had their own mansion. Instead, the first generation chose to cram together in a tiny little corner of the city. "Just get down there and check your traps," Brian said. "I'll stand guard." I shrugged and turned to head down the steps, but Ike was still having fun. "You mean, in case a zombie shows up, looking for eel sushi?" He laughed. "What if one of them is down there in the station? Maybe we should have guns too." Brian glanced at the dark stairway. He looked like he wouldn't go down there if you made him mayor of this city. "Nothing down there," he said. "It's flooded." "One of them could have come over from New Jersey," Ike pointed out. "Floated across on a raft of garbage, then got sucked in through an intake somewhere. He could be swimming around in the tunnels right now, waiting to grab our tender young ankles." Ike wasn't going to let up. I'd seen him play this game before. The first generation are all so touchy. They're all so confused about why they didn't die when 99% of everyone else did. None of my generation understand it. Things are good. Things are safe now. But still, you can push their buttons so easily. For some of us, like Ike, it was an endless source of fascination. I found it mostly annoying. Like I said, I was older than Ike. Maybe more mature. I started down the stairs, but then Ike said something and I stopped because I half saw Brian rush him and grab his arm. I turned around, one hand on the cold silver stair railing. "Listen," Brian said. "You've never seen a zombie in your whole fucking life. You've got no idea." He had Ike in a pretty good grip, but Ike just laughed. "When it came, there was plenty of warning, but it didn't make a difference. The TV told us all about it, but not what to do. People were going crazy every day, shoving other people in houses and then setting fire to them. There were piles of bodies in the street, and men with bullhorns and uniforms telling us the same useless information over and over. Nobody was safe. There was nowhere— Brian!" I shouted. My voice cracked and echoed around the stone facades of the buildings around us. "Let him go." Brian stared down at me. I could see he was back there, trapped in something that happened 20 years ago. The first generation did that a lot. "We've heard it all before. A bunch of times," I told him. Ike pulled himself out of Brian's grip and clattered down the stairs, passing me by. He was still laughing. "Everybody I knew back then is dead," Brian told me. "I know," I said, trying to sound soothing. Sometimes it takes them a while to come back when they get like that. "I didn't know anybody in the shelter. I didn't recognize anybody. The people I knew all changed. I couldn't go back home. My old place, I had a car. An old Nissan piece of shit, but it was mine. I'd made all the payments, and I just had— Nobody has cars anymore, Brian. Just the one ambulance." Which was just an old taxi put together out of spare parts. The government didn't send us enough fuel for anything else. "We're in this together." He nodded. His mouth was a tight, trembling line. One of his hands was clutching the barrel of his shotgun. "We'll be back in a little while," I told him, and headed down into the station. "Just wait for us, okay?" "I've got your back," he told me, slapping the stock of his gun. "That's fine. Good. Thanks." I said it over my shoulder. I'd run out of patience with him. It was hard to listen to their stories, the same stories they'd been telling for 20 years. You could tell it meant so much to them, that They just needed somebody to listen. But I had work to do, you know? Chapter 2. I walked down into the dark, into the sound of water dripping onto a still surface. A little light showed ahead. Ike had brought a torch made of an old chair leg. Its light licked at the white tiles all around us, stained with long, spear-shaped growths of black and green mold. It glared off the glass front of a booth with a sign that read, "No service at this station, at all." It fell in flat planes across the stairs leading down to the platforms, buried now under tons of water. The subways weren't my favorite places, but they weren't unbearable. Mostly it was just the futility of them. Tunnels that snaked all across the city, up and down the avenues. Hundreds of stations exactly like this one. I knew, in an abstract way, what they'd been for. I'd heard about the silver trains that used to zip uptown and downtown so fast you could get from the Battery to the Bronx in an hour. That was like telling me people used to be able to regrow lost teeth or fly by flapping their arms. I mean, I believed logically that the trains used to run down there, but they didn't now, and they never would again, so it never felt quite real. I'd never known a time when the tunnels weren't flooded, when they weren't full of black water, rivers of it under the sidewalks. That I could imagine just fine, maybe too well. It takes a long time to check the traps, time enough to let your mind wander, to think about what's down there. What you can see is this: stairs going down to the surface of a black canal. You can see 1 or 2 steps going down under the water, their risers covered now in swaying carpets of brown moss. That's all. The traps are strung out on ropes that disappear into the dark tunnels. To check them, you haul on the slimy ropes that bite into your fingers and palms, bringing up little lines of blood on your skin. You haul and pull and stretch for another handful of rope. You do this until something catches, and then you wiggle the rope, sometimes for hours, until the traps come free. That's when you start wondering what they're caught on. In my mind's eye, I would see silver train cars down there, my ropes tangled in their broken windows. I would see fish darting out from under the orange and yellow seats. I would see barnacles encrusting the line maps like new stations just opened, like whole subway lines newly imagined. I would see octopuses pushing themselves through blizzards of old newspapers and magazines, their arms sorting through discarded drink cups and styrofoam hamburger cartons, looking for leftovers from the world before. I shook my head and glanced over at Ike. He was staring down at the water, grunting as he tugged at his line. Was he seeing the same things I did? Probably not. Knowing him, he was probably thinking about all the dead bodies down there. Of course, there were dead bodies. There were dead bodies all over Manhattan. Way too many of them for us to ever clear away. The building where I lived with my family was 20 stories high, of which we used the bottom 4. Nobody ever went to the 16 floors above us. Statistically speaking, there had to be at least a couple dead people living upstairs from us. I tried not to think about that. So much lost. They tell me when the end came and the power went out, the whole subway system flooded after only 2 days. Millions of people used to use those trains every hour of every day, and in just 2 days, it was all gone, with nothing to show for all that engineering and hard work. My rope caught, and I sat down, sighing. I gave it some tentative tugs this way, then that. Sometimes a rope shook free the first time. Usually not. I settled in to work at it. Ike was having more luck. His line hadn't snagged at all, and he was nearly at its end. A couple more tugs and his trap came bumping up the stairs, a big brown box made of recycled wood. A funnel made of chicken wire was mounted at one end, narrower where it opened to the water, and wider where it met the trap so crabs could climb in but had a hard time climbing back out. I kept tugging at my line, twitching it this way and that. Maybe some playful octopus was tugging back at it, undoing all my progress. My brain started to wander again, until Ike dropped his trap and jumped back. "Holy shit!" he said. "What is that?" I dropped my line and jumped up the steps with him, having no idea what he'd found. He looked like he might run away. Below us, half in the water, something long and brownish green was thrashing inside the trap. I glanced at Ike. He wasn't going near the thing. He was great with dead stuff, but live things creeped him out. I took a step down the stairs, toward the trap, intending to get a better look. Inside the trap was a creature I'd never seen before. It had claws like a crab, but a lot bigger. It was maybe 2 feet long, whereas the crabs we caught were never bigger than our hands. This thing looked more like a cockroach than anything I'd caught before. Its long, segmented body ended in an armored fish-like tail. Its 2 globular black eyes stared at me in the flickering torchlight. Behind us, Brian came clattering down the stairs, shotgun raised and pointed at the water. "What is it?" he demanded. "What the hell did you see?" Ike pointed mutely at the thing in the trap. Brian lowered his gun. "Fucking no way," he said. "You caught a lobster?" "Kick it back in the water," I said. "Just let it go, and maybe it'll leave us alone." "What's a lobster doing this far south?" Brian asked. He reached down, utterly fearless now, and grabbed it, his fingers weaving through its flailing legs. Its claws swung around and tried to grab for him, but couldn't quite reach. Brian held it up in the air, and we saw its underside, what looked like dozens of legs pawing at the air. Water dripped from its shell onto the subway steps. "Just throw it back," I suggested. "Hell no," Brian said. "If you don't want it, I'll take it." "You can eat those things?" Ike asked with a shiver. "I will never in a million years eat anything that looks that much like a roach." "What about you, Finn?" Brian asked. "You can have some, since you kind of helped catch it," I told him. I couldn't afford to let food out of my hands. I had a family to take care of. Even if eating the thing seemed about as attractive as trying to make a meal out of a drawer full of steak knives. Chapter 3. Everyone wanted to see the lobster. As we headed up Broadway, the sun made yellow rectangles on the high buildings, glinting where the windows hadn't been broken by the wind and the rain. Brian looked excited and kept up with our fast pace, barely even scanning the side streets as we passed them. By the time we reached 33rd Street, we began to see other second-generation people out and about, at work on one project or another, shifting old cars off the weed-cracked roads, cleaning up the debris where a sign or a window had fallen into the street in the night. My generation likes to keep busy, even if there's no point to it. "Come look!" Brian kept shouting. "You won't believe this!" One by one, the others came racing over, hungry for any new excitement. The couple of first-generation people there, those few who would actually come this far downtown, stared into my bucket with naked greed on their faces. They shook their heads and smiled with half their mouths and told us how lucky we were. "Do you think there will be more?" they asked. And I knew that starting the next day, the subway stations would be crowded with fishers. We ate just fine in Manhattan, don't get me wrong. Between what the government gave us and our rooftop gardens and the crabs and eels we pulled up, we made sure nobody went to bed hungry. But because we ate the same things week after week, year after year, the promise of some new dish was enough to get people salivating. "What kind of bait did you use?" "Just some old fish guts," I told them, and they nodded sagely, like everybody knew that was how you attracted lobsters. On 38th Street, a bunch of kids, younger than Ike, some of them barely old enough to be set free in the streets, came up and looked in the bucket and screamed, laughing, and danced away as the lobster waved its green claws at them. We knew all about crabs. Claws were nothing new, but these were huge and fat, and they looked like they could take your fingers off. By this point, the lobster was getting sluggish and only waved one claw at the kids half-heartedly, but it was enough to make them jump back. We skirted around the edge of Times Square, staying well clear of the roped-off areas. There used to be 1 million light bulbs in those couple of blocks, my dad had told me. He said when they were all lit up, the night sky glowed with a kind of haze of light. Like most things he tells me about the time before the crisis, it was just words to me. Nights in Manhattan get really dark, since the skyscrapers block the moon and the stars. Those 1 million light bulbs hadn't been turned on in 20 years, and most of them were down in the street now, torn down by wind and rain and lightning strikes. Broken glass made an ankle-deep carpet in Times Square, a field of glittering gem-bright snow nobody had ever bothered to clean up. The buildings we lived in were well to the west, closer to the river, though still protected from the wind and the rain by the shoulders of high buildings on every side. There was no one at the guard post when we arrived, which wasn't too surprising. It was springtime, and everyone was working in the gardens, weeding and planting and scaring off birds. Only about 100 people were down in the street. A gang of them were breaking up the concrete of the road with picks and claw hammers, pulling up the debris and carting it off in wheelbarrows. That ground would be better used for plants that didn't need much light. Someone must have run ahead and told everybody we were coming. There was a throng of people waiting outside my building, just standing around talking quietly, their eyes darting in our direction as we approached. Sticking close by the door in case they had to run back inside. As we came up to the front door, the crowd parted and the mayor stepped out of the lobby, his 2 bodyguards keeping their traditional places right behind his shoulders. Jimmy Foster had been in charge of New York City as long as I could remember. Elections were held every so often, but nobody ever ran against him. My dad said nobody else wanted the job, but my mom wasn't so sure. She thought maybe if someone else did try to run for mayor, that person would get a friendly warning in the night, and then a not-so-friendly visit from the bodyguards if the potential candidate didn't withdraw his or her name. Foster was a big guy. He'd been big through the shoulders when I was younger, but his age was starting to melt the muscles off him. During the crisis 20 years ago, supposedly he'd been in charge of one of the refugee shelters where people hid from the zombies, and he had a bad scar on one palm where they said he'd been shot by a looter, the bullet passing right through his hand. It always felt weird and rough when he shook your hand, which he did every time he talked to you. He took mine now and pumped it a couple of times, and then he turned and waved at the crowd. Maybe he was expecting them to cheer. Instead, they just all looked impatient and like they wanted to see the lobster. "If we had any butter, I'd buy that thing off you, kid," Foster said. A couple people in the crowd laughed at that. I didn't understand what he meant. "I guess you and your folks are eating good tonight. Any chance of an invite to dinner?" I just shrugged and tried to press through the mass of bodies, intending to get inside before the lobster died in my bucket. You're not supposed to eat dead crabs, and I figured the same rule applied to lobsters. "This is a big day," Mayor Foster announced, and his bodyguards nodded vigorously. "It goes to show how things are turning around. Our lives are back on track, people. Haven't I been saying that for a while now? Huh?" Some of the crowd agreed with a half-hearted yes. They were pushing their way toward me, struggling a little with one another. Just behind me, I could hear Brian gasping for breath. He was watching the crowd very carefully, like he expected them to rush us and take the lobster for themselves. It was a big monster, but it couldn't feed more than a couple of them, so I didn't see why they would bother. Brian rubbed the stock of his shotgun. The wood there was shiny and had lost its grain from all the times he'd done that. "We work hard," Mayor Foster announced. "We work hard and we live good, right? Am I right?" He seemed not to be paying attention to me anymore. I ducked under his upraised arms and shoved my way through the crowd. Most of them were first generation and didn't offer any resistance. They just moved back, swaying in that kind of boneless way they get. like they're afraid of anybody touching them. I stepped into the cool darkness of the lobby, and a second later, Ike and Brian joined me.
"That could have gone bad," Brian said. "You kids don't know what a crowd can do. A real crowd."
"There aren't any more real crowds," Ike pointed out. As I started up the stairs, he was still following me. "What do you want?" I asked him. "You already said you would never eat this thing." "Yeah," he told me. "But I want to see how you kill it." I sighed in disgust and headed up the stairs, Brian needlessly guarding my back. What was he so afraid of? What were they all afraid of all the time? Life was good. In Manhattan, life was really good. Chapter 4. We lived on the 4th floor, which was a pain only because the stairwell got so dark, even during the day. All the doors were propped open, and a little light came through from windows on the various floors, but still it was way too easy to trip and fall on those steps. The light on the 3rd floor was blocked, and when I got up there, I saw why. Old Mrs. Hengshot was standing in the doorway, half her body hidden by the doorframe. She almost never came out of her place anymore, relying on her cousins to bring her what she needed. She was wearing an old patched bathrobe, and her white hair was all twisted to one side, but her eyes were bright when I showed her the lobster. "They're bottom feeders," she said, tapping one of its claws. The lobster tried to scuttle backward in its plastic bucket and curl up on itself. 500 years ago, in Boston, they used to pull up lobsters 6 feet long. They fished out all the big ones, though, and only these little fry were left. You boil them alive, and they scream when the water gets hot enough. Then they turn bright red, and you can eat them. This was getting weirder by the second, but my mom had taught me to respect my elders, so I just nodded politely and let her go on and on. My mom had told me Mrs. Hengshot was big in computers back before, which is a skill set there's not much call for anymore. She said Mrs. Hengshot was a geek, but she could never quite explain what that meant, except she knew lots of stuff nobody cared about. By my estimate, there are a whole lot of geeks in Manhattan now. "Must have come down from up north," she went on. "Swum down the Long Island Sound. The water must be getting colder. Now we fix global warming." She laughed, which wasn't the cackling kind of sound you'd expect, but sounded more like a little girl laughing. "I took care of that little problem. Might be interesting to set up a temperature monitoring station in the Hudson, track what's going on." "Sure," I said, though it sounded like the stupidest idea ever. The river was too polluted to swim in, and the fish were all toxic, so who cared how cold the water was? "Well, thanks for the info, Mrs. Hengshot. Probably decreased levels of mercury, too, though the runoff from the industrial cities up north is a concern." "Uh-huh. Thanks again," I said, walking backward up the stairs. Ike made a face at her, and she disappeared in a blink, slamming the door behind her, making the stairwell even darker. At my floor, a candle was burning by the door, waiting for me. I guess my mom and dad had heard I was coming home early. I led Brian and Ike to my door and pushed it open with my shoulder. Inside, the apartment was pretty bright compared to the hall, and I had to let my eyes adjust for a second. My dad was in the front room working on the wall where the plaster had been damaged by water leaking down from above. He'd been working on that wall for over a year now. Had to teach himself how to work with plaster, which wasn't easy when he never really left the apartment. He put down his trowel when he saw me, and he was all smiles. "Is it true?" he asked. I held up my bucket, and the lobster obliged by tapping one antenna against the side, a dry, nasty little sound. "It was really Ike who got it," I said, gesturing at my friend. "He doesn't want it, though." "You're crazy if you actually eat that thing. How are you going to break the shell? It's huge. You need a sledgehammer or something," Ike said.
"More for the rest of us,"
my dad said.
"Brian, hi. Good to see you."
Brian gave him a stiff nod. My dad led us all back to the kitchen. Let me see," my mom said, rushing over. She was wearing her overalls, and her hands were still dirty from working in the garden on the roof. She always said she needed to get out in the sunshine or she would go crazy, but, of course, going down to street level was a bit much. She kissed me on the top of the head before she even looked in the bucket. When she did, there were tears in her eyes. "I used to have a lobster every year for my birthday," she said, just standing there staring at it. "Your dad and I used to go up to Maine, to Acadia for vacations before you were born. You could get a lobster everywhere. I chipped a tooth one year sucking the meat out of a leg." "I'm going to be sick," Ike said. The oven in our kitchen was electric, and we never got enough juice to make it work. It was good for food storage, though, since rats couldn't gnaw through its metal walls. We did our cooking in a little firebox with a plastic chimney that ran out the window. My dad had nearly asphyxiated us a couple of times while building that, but it worked pretty well now. Mom had a pot of water already boiling over the coals. She grabbed the lobster, not even trying to be careful with its claws, and dumped it inside the pot. She put a lid on it and told me to set the table. Ike helped. Meanwhile, Brian stood near the door with his shotgun, standing guard, as if Mrs. Hengshot or the mayor might come bursting in with guns to take our lobster away. I smiled and rolled my eyes, and my dad laughed and punched me in the arm. "Be nice," he whispered. "You have no idea what it was like during the crisis. We all had to learn to be paranoid. It takes longer for some of us to unlearn things, you know?" "Sure," I said, though I really didn't understand at all. I mean, the world is what it is, right? They tell me it was different before. I don't know. It must have been just as dangerous, especially with all those cars shooting up and down the streets. How could you even walk anywhere? The lobster made some pretty freaky sounds as it boiled, though I didn't think it really screamed. I felt pretty good. I was home with my family and some friends. We had food to eat, even a special treat if what they all said was true and lobster was better than crab meat. We had a place to live that was warm and dry, and an hour of electricity every night when the government sent us fuel for the big generators. Now, looking back, I realized just how perfect it all was. Back before all this, before I got my tattoo. It was like paradise. Hard to hold on to that kind of perfection, but we did it. We kept it going. While the lobster cooked, Ike and I made a salad with lettuce from the roof and herbs from the window gardens. My mom and dad moved around the kitchen almost as if they were dancing, smiling and clutching each other's hands. It was great to see them like that. Like most first-generation people, they rarely seemed actually happy. Even Brian seemed more there than he usually was. He turned the crank on the radio and we pulled in the emergency broadcast service. In between tips on boiling all your water and how to make a tourniquet, they played some old music. Music from before always sounded to me like it was coming from a much louder world, like it had to compete with all the other sounds. Now it felt like the musicians were right in the room with us, crowding us. But my parents loved it when they played music, so I didn't mind too much. When the time came, my mom opened up the pot and grabbed the lobster out with a pair of tongs. It had turned bright red, just like Mrs. Hengshot predicted. It was like a magic trick, I guess. My dad hushed everyone while he prepared to crack it open. "A claw for Brian, and one for Finn. You and me, honey? We'll share the tail, all right?" My mom closed her eyes, as if she was already imagining what the lobster would taste like. Then my dad picked up the lobster carefully, wincing a little because it was still boiling hot. He held its body in one hand and the tail in the other, and, with a kind of flourishing motion, snapped the tail section off the rest. Black, sludgy liquid poured out and splattered on the kitchen counter. The smell was horrible. Not like sewage, like the worst kind of chemical smell you get from bad water. The meat inside was veined with black and green and fell apart in wet chunks. Everyone just stared. "Is it supposed to look like that?" I asked, just to fill the silence. "No," my dad said, very quietly. I could tell he was trying very hard not to lose it. "No.
It must have been eating bad chemicals from the Hudson. We can't eat this.
My mom still had her eyes closed, her face screwed up like she'd just been shot or something. Dad put down the lobster and wiped his hands on a towel.
It's okay, he said. It's nothing. We got our hopes up, and you know what that always leads to. But it's all right. We have other things to eat, and
it's not okay, my mom said. Her eyes were still closed.
Honey, it's not okay,
she said. She opened her eyes and looked down at the mess on the counter. The stink was making my eyes water, and she was a lot closer to it. But she grabbed the 2 pieces of the lobster in her hands.
Just throw it out, my dad tried to say, but she was shaking her head wildly. Tears were gushing from her eyes.
It's not fucking okay! It's not okay, it's not okay, it's not.
Spit flecked the sides of her mouth, and her hands squeezed the lobster until the black-veined meat slid out of the shell. She said, her mouth twisting around the words. It looked like she was trying to say something else, but the words wouldn't come. She stared at my dad, and he looked like he was going to panic. She said, one last time. It was the last word she ever said. She slammed the lobster shell down on the counter, shattering it into pieces. She punched and smacked the shell fragments until bits of red shell flew everywhere. The spit around her mouth had turned to foam. Her eyes were staring at nothing, staring right through us. As we all watched in utter horror, a vein popped inside her left eye, and the white slowly filled with blood until her eye was as red as the lobster shell in her hands. Her lips pulled back from her teeth, which suddenly looked very sharp. "Dad," I said. "Dad!" But he pushed past me and raced for the door. He shoved Brian out of the way and didn't even look back as he ran into the hall. Brian couldn't seem to move. My mom lifted the diseased lobster to her mouth and started cramming it inside, shell and all. She looked hungry enough to eat anything she could grab. Everybody in the world knew what that meant, even those of us who'd never seen a zombie before. Chapter 5. I could hear myself talking, but it felt like it was somebody else. I don't know where I was, just I wasn't there. Not in my own body. It was too unreal. Too impossible. "Mom, just sit down. Sit down and it'll be okay," I guess I said. I could see Ike edging around the kitchen, always keeping the counter between himself and my mom. I couldn't see Brian. I didn't know what he was doing. I saw Ike very carefully reaching for a kitchen knife. Behind me, where I couldn't see him, I was certain that Brian was raising his shotgun, ready to shoot my mom. My brain was certain that was the correct thing to do. There was no question about it. Nothing to debate. There was a zombie in the kitchen. When you saw zombies, you had to shoot them. Or stab them, though we'd been told since birth that was an inferior option and one to be chosen only in emergencies. Ike picked the knife up off the counter. Light from the window glinted on the blade, and I was certain everyone for miles could see it. "Mom, you have to calm down," my mouth said. I don't remember thinking those words, just hearing them. I wasn't thinking very clearly at all. "Sit down." Any second now, Brian's shotgun would go off. I tensed my muscles in anticipation of the noise and the blast. Ike's hand moved in slow motion. The knife was moving through the air. Then my mom spun around and smacked it out of Ike's hand as if she were swatting a fly. The blade cut deep into the flesh of her index finger, and blood splattered the countertop, flecked the fragments of the lobster shell. Ike screamed, and I wondered, idly, if she'd scratched him with her fingernails. They tell us zombies don't feel any pain, that the virus that causes this burns out the thinking parts of their brains.
that they don't feel anything except hunger and thirst. They tell us a lot of things. I guess that one was true. "Brian, please," I guess I said. I'm not sure if I was asking him to shoot her or asking him not to. I was the only one talking, the only one making noise. That was a mistake. It got her attention. She came for me. Her hands reached for me like she was going to give me a hug. Her mouth opened wide like she was going to give me a big kiss. This was my mom. This used to be my mom. My body, it turned out, could act independently from my brain. I lifted one foot and kicked her back across the room toward the windows. She knocked over half of the herb planters and a stack of plates, which clattered and broke on the floor. "Brian," I said, and turned around, and suddenly it was like the air in the room had changed. Like everything snapped into place and locked down, and I was thinking and acting in the same body again. "Brian!" He was standing by the door, pressed up against the wall, his shoulders pulled up around his neck. He had dropped the shotgun on the floor, and his mouth hung open as if he'd forgotten how to close it.
"Not now," he whispered. "Not after all this time. We were so careful."
My mom was back on her feet. Zombies are slow and weak, they tell us, dangerous only in numbers. One zombie alone is no great threat. Some of the things they tell us are probably lies. "Finn!" Ike shouted, because she was going for him now. He dove around the side of the counter, but she grabbed his ankle, grabbed him and started reeling him in like a fish. I went for the shotgun. Sometimes, if you stop and think about things, if you really try to work out what they mean, you are utterly damned. I grabbed the weapon and tried to point it, tried to figure out if there was a safety or not. I'd been trained how to handle firearms, of course, but that had been pistols and rifles, not shotguns. In the end, I swung it like a club, brought it down like a hammer on my mom's wrists. She didn't scream in pain, but she let go of Ike and drew back, hands pulled back like an injured animal. I turned the shotgun around in my hands, looking for the trigger, which suddenly I couldn't find. My hands were sweaty, and I nearly dropped the thing. Was it even loaded? Did Brian keep it loaded? I think, well, in hindsight, I just don't know. I don't know what I might have done. I wonder sometimes, late at night especially, I wonder if I could have shot my own mom. I didn't have to. Ike stood up next to me and snatched the gun out of my hands. I was shocked at how rough the motion was, how my finger nearly got caught in the trigger guard. He could have broken my finger. I was supposed to be the mature one. I guess not. "Get the fuck out of here!" he said, because I wasn't moving fast enough. I grabbed Brian and ran out of the apartment into the darkness of the hall. Up and down the way, every door was open. People were leaning out of their doors, looking for what was making so much noise. I let go of Brian and dropped to my knees on the hallway carpeting. I couldn't stand up anymore. All those people watching me. There was the sound, which I was expecting, but it still made me jump. I'm sure you've heard a shotgun fired before. One by one, the people in the hallway nodded to themselves, bit their lips and nodded, because they knew the right thing had been done. And then they went back inside, closing their doors behind them, leaving me there in the dark of the corridor. I don't remember if I cried. Chapter 6. I guess it was Brian who led me downstairs and sent me to the hospital. It was funny. You got used to the first generation never doing much of anything, wasting all the time they had left. But when somebody zombied out, they moved like lightning. They took Ike and me down in the ambulance, the first time either of us had ever ridden in a car. We were fine, and I couldn't figure out why they were making such a fuss. The ambulance had to go slow, crawling over debris and potholes for the 3-block ride. The sirens ran the whole time, which made it impossible for us to talk. Ike was covered in blood. My mom's blood. It had ruined his clothes, smeared on his face. He looked calm and okay. I don't know what I looked like. The hospital was just another building. A 5-story building with a shop front that still had its plate glass. Inside, you could see people lying on beds, staring at one another, at the walls. Most of the people in the front room were first generation. Vegetable types. The kind who just never recovered after the crisis. Sometimes they can work. If you put a hoe or a trowel in their hands, they'll garden away all day until you tell them to stop. Sometimes they just lie down in their beds and don't get up again. Nobody looked at us as we were hurried through, into back rooms. The people in charge of us, I don't remember who they were, split us up pretty fast. I didn't have a chance to say anything to Ike. What would I have said? Thank you? I hate you because you killed my mom? I understand you did what you had to do, so thank you, but I still hate you? I didn't even look at him. The room they put me in was empty except for 2 chairs. It was probably a closet of some kind originally. It wasn't big. The walls were painted a pristine white. Everything in the hospital is clean. An electric light was burning in the ceiling, even in the middle of the day, which felt wrong to me. There were no windows, so without the light, it would have been pitch black in there. My dad came by a while later. He looked into the room where I was waiting and smiled at me, but it was the worst smile I'd ever seen. Totally fake, and we both knew it, and still there was nothing to say. Someone came and took his arm and led him away, and I continued to wait. Eventually, a doctor came and sat in the chair across from me. I knew why he was there. I wasn't bitten, I told him. I held out my arms and my hands. He glanced at them, but like he was just being polite. She foamed up a lot, but I didn't get any of the saliva on me. I did touch her once, but just with my shoe. He nodded and looked at a piece of paper he was holding. I know how to be careful, I told him. He hadn't said a word. I've heard it all, on the radio, from my parents, from everybody. I know how it spreads. You can't get it from casual contact. You have to exchange body fluids. This was my mom we're talking about. That would be gross. He nodded in agreement, but still said nothing. What else? I said. I was talking to myself. Blood transfusions, but we never had to do that. She kissed me plenty of times, but only on the head or on the cheek. There was a lot of blood at the end there. She cut herself on a knife, but I didn't touch it. I never touched the blood, and I wasn't there when she was shot. I wasn't in the room. I'm telling you, there's no way I could have got the virus. He sighed and looked down at his paper again. I was starting to wonder if he was even a doctor. He was dressed like anybody else, like me. I'd never met him before, which was unusual but not weird. It's a big city, New York. I couldn't know everybody. I'm clean, I told him. I knew why I'd been isolated, of course. I knew how important it was to stay clean. Maybe I'd never seen a zombie before, but that didn't mean I was an idiot. If there's even a chance that somebody's infected, that's a reason for everybody to worry. This disease takes a long time to incubate. You can have it for 20 years and never show a sign, and then one day, it just happens. Out of nowhere. My mom was probably infected during the crisis. Maybe she got a bite or she accidentally got some blood in her mouth. To listen to people like Brian talk, that kind of thing happened all the time. You could be infected and not know it. The only symptom is a bad headache a couple of days before you finally go, and sometimes people don't even get that. I'm willing to bet my dad had no idea. That he didn't know that for 20 years he'd been married to a woman who was a time bomb, ticking down her humanity, ticking down her time left. The only reason New York was so safe, so perfect, was because people had learned never, ever to trust someone who might have the virus. They'd learned what to do, how to fight back against this thing that nearly wiped out the human race. Proper hygiene and quarantine was the only weapon we had. So if there was even a chance I was infected, that was going to be a major problem.
I thought I knew what would happen to Ike. The amount of blood on him, when I saw him in the ambulance, there was no way he hadn't been exposed. I remember feeling so sorry for him. He'd done this thing, this horrible, fucked up thing that was the very definition of nobility and sacrifice. And they were probably going to have to... Well, they could... I didn't want to think about what they were going to do to him. Or my dad. My dad had been sleeping with my mom for 20 years. Sexual contact is one of the best ways to get this thing. It's even more likely than a bite. I could feel it all piling up. I could feel my whole life being taken from me piece by piece. My family, my best friend. But I was okay. I was clean. I knew it. I'm clean, I said again. I mean, maybe she had it when she was pregnant with me. Maybe she had it even then, but it can't cross the placenta, right? You can't give it to your baby. They say that all the time on the radio. There were all those women who had abortions, and they wanted to stop that, so they ran a whole series of announcements about it. You can't give it to your unborn baby. The doctor, or whoever it was, nodded. That was true. Everyone knew it was true. I didn't get it in the womb. I didn't get it from her blood, or a bite, or anything else. I was clean. I would be fine. And even with all the fucked up things that had happened that day, at least I was safe. I had no idea how I would pick up the pieces of my life and move on, but I would. I was sure of it. I was going to walk out of that room. We're good, right? I asked. I haven't forgotten anything, have I? There's no way I could have it. No way I could be infected. He looked me right in the eye, and there was something so sad in his expression, so piteous, that I wanted to scream. No, I was right. I was certain of it. I'd gone through the checklist 100 times in my head, and I was clean. Breast milk, he said. Chapter 7. I'm not sure why I didn't fight them. Not that it would have done any good. They'd had 20 years to figure this out. If the first generation knew anything, it was how to deal with physical violence. They moved me to an even smaller room with a locked door, nobody touching me more than they absolutely needed to. They handcuffed me and strapped me to a rolling chair and just shoved me through the door and slammed it behind me. I could do nothing but shout that I was clean, that this was unnecessary. I was about 80% certain that the next time the door opened, someone would point a gun through it and shoot me in the back of the head. There's no wiggle room, you see. There can't be. The crisis taught them that. The year when 99% of the human race died because they didn't know how to do this. They had wasted far too much effort on mercy and compassion and other niceties. Things they couldn't afford then. They still couldn't. Zombies aren't human. They are wild animals, and they have to be put down. And if someone is a positive, if there's even a chance he or she has the virus, the person is no better than the zombies. Maybe a little better. The next time the door opened, it wasn't so they could kill me. It was so the mayor could come in. He was carrying a folding chair, which he set up in front of me so we could talk. Someone else came in behind him, but I couldn't see who it was. That person stayed behind me the whole time. A buzzing sound started up, a weird electrical noise, and then something sharp and hot touched the back of my left hand. I tried to jerk my hand away, but it was restrained perfectly, tied down just so. Like I said, they'd done this before. "We feel just terrible about this," the mayor told me. He was smiling, that warm uncle smile he has. The first generation all trust that smile for some reason. I always expected it to open up on rows of shark teeth. "You know we wouldn't want it this way. Not if we had a choice, right, Finn?" Behind me, a needle dug again and again into the flesh of my hand. It hurt. A lot.
I gritted my teeth and refused to scream. It wasn't just defiance that kept me from making a noise. I wanted to convince the mayor I was still human. That this had all been a terrible mistake. I still thought at that moment that this could all be reversed. That if I could just explain things, I could be let go, allowed to go back home and rejoin society. Yeah. Maybe I thought they could give me my mom back, too. "You know we can't take any chances now," the mayor went on when I didn't say anything. "There are no tests we can run, no way to check for it, at least not without cutting open my brain. You know, you're a good kid, Finn. You've always made yourself useful, so you know the rules. You're a positive now. I'm not saying you've got it. I want to assure you I will be praying every day you don't. But you might." The hot needle buzzed and dug into my skin over and over. Every time it hit a nerve or a vein, I wanted to jump out of my bonds, out of my body if I had to. The pain only got worse the longer it went on. "It can take 20 years for this thing to show up," the mayor said, telling me nothing new. "It incubates, see?" Yeah. It grows in the dark part of your head like a fungus, all the while eating holes in your brain until it's a sponge full of virus, as toxic and polluted as the lobster was. That was what had happened to my mom. For 20 years, ever since the crisis, she'd been dying inside. A little more every day. And maybe it had been happening to me, too. "You're 19 now, Finn," the mayor said. "Is that right? 19? I nodded. It was all I could give him. If I opened my mouth, my voice would have squeaked from the pain in my hand. "She breastfed you for, what, maybe 6 months after you were born? So 20 years? Add it up. Let's say when you're 21, we'll know you're safe. If you don't change by then, you'll be clear. Negative." 2 years. It would be 2 years before they would treat me like a human being again. "Until then, somebody's going to have to watch you all the time. Make sure you don't turn on us." The mayor grimaced, like he found the whole idea ludicrous. "You know, it's not my decision to make." My hand was on fire. Trails of agony stretched across the skin like a series of match heads had been pressed there and then set on fire one by one. "There's a place, a camp, a medical camp in Ohio. The government runs it, so it should be okay." He patted his hands together for emphasis. "Safe, Finn. Safe." I couldn't stay silent any longer. "Ohio? That must be 20 miles from here." For a second, his face changed. His eyes went wide, as if I'd just said the sky was purple and rain fell from up the streets. "A bit farther than that," he said. "But of course, you've never been outside Manhattan. Never mind. It's not like you'll have to walk there. We've already notified the medical authorities, and they're sending someone to pick you up. It's going to be okay, Finn. It'll be just a little while, and this will all be over." He almost patted my knee. At the last second, he pulled his hand back and stared at it, as if there was a nasty stain on it. Then he smiled at me and left. Later on, they unstrapped me. They were careful about it, like they were worried that I was going to bite them, that I might have turned while they weren't looking, or maybe they thought I would try to bite them to infect them just out of spite. My hand still hurt. There was a cloth bandage on it, held down with white tape. I tore it free and saw what they'd done to me. On the back of my left hand was a tattoo, a huge black plus sign, running from one side of my hand to the other and as far back as my wrist, so anybody could see it, even from a distance. A plus sign. Positive. That's what it meant. I was a positive. Chapter 8. I got to ride in the ambulance again. Just me and the driver, with a thick piece of glass between us. We picked our way uptown, way past the inhabited section of town. We passed by Central Park, overgrown with huge trees. We drove through endless streets of shops and brownstones no one had been inside in a decade. The canyon light of New York followed us, and every once in a while, I got a glimpse at New Jersey far away over the water. That was where I was going first. Way uptown, a little party of friends and neighbors were waiting to say goodbye. They must have hiked all that way on foot. All of them were armed. When I stepped out of the ambulance, my hands still cuffed tightly behind me, none of them said a word, though some of them at least looked sorry. Everything was wrong with the scene. These were people I'd known my whole life, standing against a backdrop of empty concrete, the only world I'd ever known, and none of them were smiling. None of them were working. Just standing there, watching me like I was about to grow a second head. Even the ground felt wrong under my feet. It was tilted at an angle, rising up before me, and I felt as if a strong wind could come along and send us all tumbling down, blow us along like those plastic bags you see scuttling down the street. Everything was floating. Kind of literally. We were in fact on a ramp, a ribbon of cracked concrete lifted high in the air at the entrance to the George Washington Bridge. Since the tunnels had flooded, it was the only way to get to the mainland from New York. Its suspension cables hung over me like ropes let down from the sky, and its empty road surface stretched forward ahead of me, my whole future laid out in a... No, it was nothing so poetic. It was a grayish-brown strip of concrete like any other. It was a road, and one I had to walk. The bridge was falling apart because nobody felt the need to keep it intact. Cars couldn't drive over it anymore, not safely. When the government needed to send us something, they came in helicopters. The only traffic that might come across that bridge into New York was zombies on foot, and they weren't welcome. So I was supposed to walk across. The government car that would take me to the medical camp would be waiting on the other side, in New Jersey, a place I had seen probably every day in my life, but that had always before been as far away as the other side of the moon. They took off my handcuffs. Nobody felt the need to make a speech. A big barbed wire gate stood across the entrance to the bridge to keep the zombies out, not that any had tried to come in for a very long time. The gate stood open now, for me. I started walking because if I didn't get started then, I never would. I would just stand there and wait for them to shoot me. I tried not to look back. In that, I failed. They were all still watching me. Brian had his shotgun in the crook of his arm. Maybe it would be easier for him to shoot a human being than it had been for him to shoot a zombie, if I turned around and ran back. But of course, I didn't. I find it as hard to tell about that walk as I did to make it, honestly. Everything was simultaneously real and unreal. I could hear my shoes slapping against the road surface. I could feel the air whistling all around me as I came up to the top of the bridge, the place exactly between my world and the rest of it. The cables holding the whole thing up thrummed in the wind like giant violin strings. They were slick with dew. At one point, I walked over to the edge and looked down. I saw the river far below me, hundreds of feet down. It surged on like it always had, a poisonous green. Occasionally junk floated past. Old tires, a half-submerged plank of wood, things I couldn't identify. I kept walking. Sky on either side. Endless cables cutting into segments. The road beneath me, and beneath that, nothing. It was early afternoon, and I had 6 more hours of daylight. Plenty of time to get across. I wasn't tired or hungry or anything. I mostly just felt numb. My feet shuffled forward. My hands swung at my sides. I kept getting a shock as my left hand appeared in front of me, and I saw the tattoo again, as if I'd never seen it before. My mind blanked, and for a while, I felt like I was flying, like I was hovering in midair, where nobody could touch me, where I could never get back down again. I passed the second tower, and its shadow flickered over me like a great bird's wing, and then I was going down again, carefully placing each foot so I didn't slip on the broken road surface. Ahead of me I saw buildings and a couple of trees. New Jersey didn't look all that different from the world I'd known. Maybe a little more run down than the city. Nobody lived there, I knew. Nobody had been there since the crisis, unless there had been others like me before. Had there been? I hadn't asked. If there was a medical camp, that meant there had to be others like me. Other people with tattoos on their hands. People who might or might not be infected. There would be people at the camp who would understand what I was feeling, or maybe just people who could tell me what I was feeling because I couldn't put a name on it myself. There would be food there. Maybe I was getting a little hungry by then, and a roof over my head. It would be safe. Maybe this was going to be okay. Chapter 9. I didn't see the car that was supposed to be waiting for me, but I figured it was just waiting around a corner, the driver bored and checking his watch, impatient to get started. I stepped down off the bridge. There was no clear line marking where it ended and New Jersey began, but I could feel it somehow. An elevated road passed over my head, and then the New Jersey Turnpike opened up before me, a tangle of road and toll booths. There were great reefs of old rusted cars that had been shoved over to one side of the road, their metal broken and twisted, all their glass broken, left to rot. A drift of trash had washed across the road surface nearby, suitcases, torn open, bits of cloth still stuck in their hinges, plastic bags full of who knew what, their handles flapping angrily in the wind, boxes and crates and piles of mildew that had probably once been paper bags. My guess was that this was what was left behind when residents tried to evacuate the city, back during the crisis. All the luggage those people had tried to carry with them. Why they'd left it here, I'd never know. There was still no sign of the government car that was waiting for me. I tried to be still and listen for its idling motor, but the wind was empty. I couldn't hear anything. I was getting pretty thirsty. The people behind me, the people of New York, hadn't given me any food or water. I had nothing in my pockets, nothing at all. I went over to the drift of luggage thinking, I don't know, maybe thinking I'd find some bottled water cached there. Maybe not. I kicked over one plastic bag and a bunch of photographs spilled out. Endless little cardboard squares, white around the edges. The people in the pictures were greenish and blue, their images bleached and changed by sun and time. I felt like I'd kicked over a grave or something, and I hurried away. No sign of the car. No sound. But eventually, I started to smell smoke. Had the government driver made a campfire while he waited for me? Was he cooking up some dinner for us? He would definitely have water. I had to find him. I hurried along the turnpike, sheltered from the buildings around me by a high concrete berm. The road felt safe enough, empty and sacred in its way. I guess I was getting a little disoriented. I was definitely scared. It wasn't wood smoke I smelled. I told myself it had to be charcoal or something, even though it had a weird chemical tang to it. I started running. There was a place up ahead where the berm had been shattered by some huge impact. A hole had been torn through the side of the turnpike, forming a wide crater that spread debris through the streets and lots beyond. A twist of torn-up chain-link fence spiraled through the gap. Down at the bottom, I could see the source of the smoke. I didn't shout or say anything. I could feel the muscles in my chest tense up as I approached, but maybe that was just so I wouldn't inhale the smoke. I was trying desperately to make things different, by sheer willpower alone, to change what had happened here. The smoke was curling up from the interior of a car with the seal of the United States government on its door.
The cushions and seat coverings inside were smoldering, most of them already burned to ash. There was a body in the driver's seat, partially burned. He hadn't burned to death, though. I could see, even from 20 feet away, that his throat had been slashed. The car's trunk had popped open, and I could see that the contents had been dragged out and spread over the ground. I got just close enough to see there was no water or food, just a spare tire and a cardboard box that had been cut open. Pamphlets were spilling out of its side. Just pamphlets about government programs you could apply for, recruitment leaflets for the army, official complaint forms. Nothing else. The box had been cut open. So had the driver's throat. It didn't look to me like either of those cuts had happened during a car crash. Somebody had killed the driver intentionally. Whoever had done this might still be nearby. If they'd been willing to kill a government official, they would have no trouble killing me. I ran away. Chapter 10. It hadn't been zombies. I was sure of that. Whoever had killed the driver and searched the car had been human. Zombies are violent and wild and vicious, but they don't use knives. They didn't slit that man's throat. They certainly don't tear open car trunks looking for supplies. I knew there were people out here, living in the zombie-haunted wastelands between the cities. The government just called them looters, and we would hear all the time on the radio how the army had killed 6 or 10 of them in some distant, all-but-imagined place like Kansas or Florida. I had no idea what they were like, though, or what they were capable of. I ran back the way I came, I guess thinking I might run all the way to New York. Except if I tried to get back into Manhattan, the people back there, my people, would just shoot me on sight. I was panicking, though, and I don't know how well I'd thought anything through. Eventually, I must have come to my senses because before I knew it, I had jumped over the berm, moving off the turnpike and into a vacant lot on the other side. The fence there was full of holes. I struggled through one and then threw myself under an old dead car on the far side. For a long time, I just lay there, while old, stale oil dripped from the bottom of the car, pooling in the small of my back. I didn't dare shift to the side to get away from it. My whole body tensed, waiting for what came next. Except, nothing happened. Nothing moved. I didn't hear gunshots, or people shouting, or any of the things I'd expected. Maybe 20 minutes passed. Maybe it was only 5, or 1. I had no way of knowing. The light didn't change. I started to think I'd been foolish, that whoever had killed the government driver was already long gone. I started thinking about my next move, about crawling out from under the car, and what I would do then. Then I heard glass pop, as if someone nearby had stepped on a glass bottle and shattered it. Someone else. The sound came from a different direction, hissed angrily. And then nothing. I held my breath. I tried not even to blink. Very slowly, I moved my eyes from side to side, trying to see something. Anything. From my vantage point under the car, I couldn't see a whole lot, except there, a pair of shoes off to my left. I thought they'd just been abandoned, left over from the mass exodus from the city 20 years ago. They looked old and decrepit enough for that. But then one of them moved, shifting position just a few inches. I was absolutely certain that whoever those shoes belonged to would hear my heart jumping in my chest, that any second now, the person would come over and do to me what he or she had done to the government driver. "Anything?" someone said in a whisper. The voice was way closer than I would have expected. They must have been right on top of me. "No," someone said back louder. "My guess? He started running, and he won't stop till he hits Pennsylvania."
What the fuck was this Fed doing out here anyway?
There was no answer. The car I was hidden under sagged a few inches, as if someone had climbed up on its trunk. Maybe they were trying to get a better view.
Fuck him! Just fuck him, scrawny little bastard! No use to anyone. We need to get back before dark.
This came from the owner of the shoes, I thought. Again, there was no reply. But eventually the car bounced on its creaking shock absorbers again, as if someone had jumped off it, and then the shoes started moving away. I watched them go, obscured now and then by some obstacle. I held absolutely still until I was sure they were well out of sight. Then I waited even longer. I waited for what felt like an hour. By then my legs were starting to cramp from being held so still, and my stomach felt wet where the dripping oil had pooled underneath me. My lips were burning with thirst, and I was afraid my stomach would start growling soon. Slowly, careful not to snag myself, I inched myself backward, out from under the car. I was anxious to make sure no part of myself would be visible from the turnpike. I grunted a little from the soreness of my muscles, but I did everything I could to try to stay quiet. I had no real idea what I was doing. I'd never in my life been in a situation like this before, but I guess there are some instincts, some reflexes we're all born with. At least since the crisis. We all know how to hide and how to run away. Those who didn't have those instincts didn't make it. I got to a point where I was mostly out from under the car. I was still watching through the gap between the bottom of the car and the road surface for any sign of movement. Another car was behind me, and I decided I would crawl under that one as well, just to be extra careful. I started scooting underneath it and had to turn around to get my hips under its chassis. That left me facing upward, through the space between the two cars, looking up at a sky that was already turning orange. And suddenly, silhouetted against that sky, something dark appeared. A face, grinning down at me.
Hi,
the looter said. Chapter 11. Hearing about them on the radio, I'd always expected the looters to be big, bearded men in leather jackets and chains. This one was a woman, about 30 years old, dressed in a fur coat. She did have a wicked-looking hunting knife in her hand. She showed it to me, and I saw an eagle engraved in the blade. Once I saw that eagle, I couldn't look anywhere else.
"You're smarter than you look, aren't you?" she asked. "You waited a long time. That's good. But you can't wait forever. You're too young and too soft from living in the city. I bet you're pretty hungry."
She turned the knife a little, and the orange light of the sky made it glow. It was like I was hypnotized. She had a big watch on her wrist, and that sparkled too. The face of it was cracked, and it was missing one hand, but it gleamed silver.
"Listen, I know we got off on a bad foot here, and you're worried I'm going to hurt you. I could. There's no use pretending, either of us, that I'm not a dangerous person. But I can also be pretty friendly. People who are nice to me get to see my friendly side. Now, I'm going to take you someplace where you can get a little food. Maybe not the good stuff you're used to, but it'll fill you up. And I'm afraid it'll be a little dirty and unsanitary by your standards, this place. But you'll get to meet lots of people there. Lots of people just like me who are undeniably dangerous, but who like it when people try to be their friends. People who do what they're told and don't talk back. They can make a lot of friends in this world. Are we going to be friends, little boy?"
The gleam of her knife and her wristwatch was almost blinding. Maybe that's why I did what I did next. It was clear she wanted me to climb out from under the cars on my own. She didn't want to have to come in after me. The whole business with turning the knife from side to side was meant to scare me. It also meant she wasn't holding it very securely. I jabbed my arms upward and grabbed her watch as if I would pull it off her wrist. She yanked her arm back, moving very fast, so instead I grabbed the collar of her coat, getting 2 good handfuls of soft, greasy fur, and then pulled downward as hard as I could, dragging her face toward mine, pulling her upper body into the space between the two cars. She shrieked in rage and surprise, but I was already moving, sliding myself under the second car, my heels digging into the broken asphalt to pull me along. The knife spun in the air as she dropped it. It landed on my chest.
the eye of the engraved eagle staring me in the face. She reached down one hand like a claw to grab the knife. At the time, I just wanted to keep the knife away from her, to make sure she couldn't grab it and stab me with it. I had no intention of hurting her, but as I grabbed the knife before she could reach it, the blade slid along her wrist, cutting a deep gouge in her skin and making her shout with pain. She yanked her arm back and stared at the blood dripping from her wrist. Then she turned to look at me again. Her face was still only inches from mine, and I half expected her to start biting at me, so I shoved the knife down into my belt and then slid entirely under the second car. I got out from under that car in half a second, and then I twisted around and got to my feet. Behind me, she was still struggling to climb out of the gap between the cars. I took one glance around and saw a line of buildings before me, low stores and offices facing the turnpike. It was the best cover I could hope for, so I dashed for it, expecting at any moment to hear a shot ring out, expecting to be gunned down. The attack could come from any direction. I knew she had at least one partner out there somewhere. I was certain she would try to kill me. Instead, I heard her laugh behind me. She thought this was funny.
You fucking cut me! Pretty good, kid! Run away, little boy!
She called after me.
Run and go play with the zombies! They get real playful at night.
Chapter 12. I didn't believe she wouldn't follow me. I knew almost nothing of the world outside New York City, and so I ran, my breath sawing in and out of my chest, desperate to just get away, to escape whatever she had planned for me. The buildings flashed by on either side, stores and restaurants giving way to parking lots and lawns choked with overgrown trees. It was already starting to get dark, and I thought I should try to get inside one of the buildings. But every doorway I passed was either boarded up or padlocked. I didn't have time to break into a building. I was convinced that the looters were still after me. I wanted to put as much distance and as many walls between them and me as possible. I ran across another street, jumping over potholes and broken pavement, and on the far side was a wide patch of grass that hadn't completely been overtaken by trees. At its edge stood a 2-story building with intact windows and a door that wasn't boarded up. It would have to do. As I got closer, I saw it was the Fort Lee Public Library. That at least seemed like the kind of place looters wouldn't bother with. The door creaked a little as I yanked it open, but it shut behind me automatically as I dashed inside into the dark. The last of the daylight was streaming in through the windows, and I could just make out a big desk and then row after row of shelves full of books. Dust covered the top of the desk and made me think nobody had been inside this building since the crisis. That was good, but I was more interested in the sign that pointed me to the restrooms. Inside the men's room, and then the women's room, I tried every one of the sink taps because I was desperate for water and didn't care if it was toxic or not. One of the taps made a low groaning sound when I yanked on its handle, but that was all. Desperate, I turned toward the toilets. One look at them, and I knew it was pointless. The bowls were dry and cracked, and the tanks were full of nothing but a furry brown growth of fungus. I dropped down to the tile floor of the bathroom and put my head in my hands. I had no idea what I was going to do. I still thought the looters were after me, though that seemed less and less important as my lips grew drier and burned even more. If I died of thirst, it didn't matter if they found me. The thought even occurred to me that they would have had water, and that it might be better to give myself up than die of dehydration. I was starving, too, though the hunger was just a distraction from how dry I felt. The one consolation of this physical distress was that I had no time to think about anything else. Not what had happened to the government driver who was supposed to pick me up, or how I would get to Ohio now. Not that my whole world had turned on me and spat me out like a seed from between its teeth. Not what had happened to my family. Not even how scared or lonely or desperate I felt. I had to have water. By the time I came out of the restroom, it was almost full dark outside. A little blue light came through the plate glass windows at the front of the library. Not enough to do anything by. I went behind the desk and pulled open drawers because there had to be water here. I was certain of it. I wanted it so badly it had to be true. The drawers were full of old papers and office supplies, which I rifled through with desperate fingers. The bottom drawer held a woman's leather purse, and I grabbed it up, tore open its clasps, and dumped its contents on the desk. 1,000 tiny bugs scampered everywhere across the wood veneer, and I jumped back. I had imagined a sealed bottle of water inside the purse. Imagined it so clearly, I felt betrayed when it wasn't there. I did find one thing that should have excited me more than it did. There was a crumpled pack of cigarettes that I ignored, but tucked inside was a bright orange plastic lighter. The fuel inside hadn't all evaporated. I flicked its wheel, and it lit up the room, scaring the bugs further. It was dark enough that I had to use the lighter just to find the makings of a torch. An old sweater full of moth holes hung on the back of a chair behind the desk. The chair was made of wood. I broke off one leg and wrapped the sweater around it. Without oil or anything to get it going, it took a long time to light the sweater, but eventually I had light, flickering, guttering orange light that made me feel a little better. If I could have stood outside the library and watched myself do all this, I would have seen what I'd just done, though. Those broad plate glass windows had contained only darkness for 20 years. When I lit my torch, the light beamed out into the streets of Fort Lee like a beacon, like a signal to any eye that might see. Something is alive in here. Come and get it. Chapter 13. There was plenty of the library yet to explore in my search for water. Torch in hand, I climbed the stairs to the second floor, which was filled with more bookshelves and lined with small reading rooms. Behind a locked door, easily forced, I found an office full of papers and old, dead computer equipment. Not a drop of water, though. I was getting desperate, and it was affecting my judgment. I was moving fast, waving my torch around and leaving black smoke stains on the ceiling tiles. I'm surprised, looking back, that I didn't set the place on fire. I went back down to the main floor and sat in a chair and just cried for a while, even though I knew that would only dehydrate me further. I don't know how long it took me to realize that the building might have a basement. I'd spent my whole life in a city that was flooded at its foundations, and this simple fact had failed to occur to me the whole time I spent running around that library, desperate for a drink. When I did finally think of it, my eyes went wide, and I considered slapping myself. The basement door was locked, but I kicked it open easily. The door bounced in its hinges, revealing nothing but darkness and the sound of dripping water. I hurried down the stairs by torchlight and found what I'd been looking for. The basement of the library was flooded, the waters lapping at the bottom step. I hurried forward, my feet splashing in the water. I could see the whole basement from there, an expanse of black water, more than I could ever drink. I stooped and made a cup of my hand, and then I stopped. My whole life, I'd been terrified of poisoned water. The first generation had told me many times why the rivers of New York City were toxic. Upstate from the city were countless little industrial towns, places that had once housed factories and thriving communities. They were abandoned now, evacuated or overrun, and belonging to no one but the zombies. Their crumbling buildings were full of old machines and stockpiles of chemicals, though, and without anyone to stop it, a century's worth of pollutants had leached into the water that flowed ceaselessly down past New York. I was still close enough to the Hudson that I needed to worry, no matter how desperately thirsty I was. I stood there for quite a while, staring at the water in my hand. In the end, I was saved by a rat. I heard it squeaking and looked up. A book floated on the water out there, open so that its covers formed a miniature raft, its dangling pages floating in the water like the tentacles of a jellyfish. Crawling along its spine was a brown rat, its nose flashing back and forth as it looked for a way off the book. It eventually gave up looking for a dry escape route and just dove into the water, swimming for a shadowy hole in one wall. Rats are smart creatures. I'd learned that living in New York City, exploring abandoned apartments in the skyscrapers. I figured the rat probably had some way of telling if the water was poisonous, and that if it was clean enough for him, it would be okay for me. I didn't even use my hand after that. I just dropped down on the step and sucked up water with my mouth. I was so thirsty. One need taken care of, I started to think about how hungry I was. But the only thing I could do about that was suck on some old mints I'd found in the librarian's purse. They were sugar-free, so I was getting no nutrition out of them, but they took my mind off how little I'd eaten in the last 24 hours. Sugar-free. It wasn't the first time I had to wonder about what people were thinking before the crisis. Sugar-free. Why make food that contained no food? Why make something that was a perfect simulacrum of food, but gave no nourishment, that couldn't help you when you were hungry? Sometimes I think the pre-crisis people were all insane. And sometimes I think that without zombies to worry about, or how to find food, or how to make a place safe, they must have done perverse things just to stave off boredom. Thoughts like that occupied my mind as I lay across the basement steps of the library, filling my belly with water to help keep from feeling like I was dying of hunger. There was no room in my head for anything else, for any thoughts that didn't involve food or safety. In the morning, I knew I would have a lot of work to do. I would have to find my way to Ohio on my own, a safe route that kept me away from the looters. I would have to find something to eat, or I would never live long enough to make that journey. To accomplish that, I had only a few scant tools. I had a disposable lighter. I had the knife I'd taken from the looter woman. I studied it then, testing how sharp the blade was, feeling how the grip felt in my hand, studying by torchlight the eagle engraved on the blade. Tiny flakes of what looked like rust were lodged in the little lines, flakes that came free when I scraped at them with my thumbnail and left only shiny metal underneath. No, not rust. That had to be dried blood. I nearly threw the knife away from me into the water. I didn't want to touch it after that. But I was born into this world, not the one before the crisis. I knew better than to throw away a tool. I tucked it in the back of my belt, where I didn't have to look at it. I fell asleep then, one of my feet dangling in the water. I didn't dream at all. Nor did I wake up when my torch went out and the darkness closed in around me. So when I did wake, it was to blindness and panic, because I could clearly hear someone moving around in the library above me. I was sure it was the looters, come back for me. I was certain they would try to capture me again. I lay perfectly still in the dark, conscious of how loud my breathing was. Above me, inside the library, something heavy crashed to the floor. Maybe a bookshelf. I bit my lip. The door at the top of the stairs opened. I could hear it creaking, though no light came through. Could the looters see in the dark? Brian had told me once that government soldiers carried special goggles that let them see at night, so they could watch out for attacks even in the dark. Was it possible the looters had taken a pair of those goggles from a soldier they'd killed? I could hear someone take a step down the stairs. Another step. They were no more than 6 feet away from me. They stopped there. Just stopped. I could feel them. Feel their presence so close, though my heart was beating so loud I couldn't hear a sound. What were they doing? Why were they just stopped there, waiting? Maybe they were watching me with a nasty grin, taking pleasure in my terror as they prepared to kill me in some gruesome way. I reached behind me and drew the knife from my belt. Not that it would do much good just slashing around in the dark. I had to take a chance. If they could see me, I had to see them. With my left hand, I took the lighter out of my pocket and flicked its wheel. The flame jumped up much higher and brighter than I'd expected, and for a moment, I could see everything.
I could see the man standing on the stairs above me, his clothes in tatters, his hair long and wild and matted to one side of his head. His eyes were bright red with blood. It wasn't a looter. It was a zombie. Chapter 14. I panicked and screamed and lashed out with the knife, and my thumb slipped on the lighter and it went out, and it was dark again, and suddenly I could smell him. Smell nothing but the zombie, filth and excrement and the rotting bits of meat trapped between his broken teeth. He lunged forward, grabbing my arm. He was stronger than I expected. We'd always been told they were weak and easily overpowered, and he started pulling me toward him, reeling me in toward his mouth, toward his clacking teeth. For a moment we struggled like that, each of us pulling, canceling out each other's strength. I grunted and heaved, but he just pulled harder, matching me. I was weak with hunger and fear and exhaustion, and he was bigger than me, gaunt and emaciated, but taller with longer arms. Inch by inch I was getting closer to his mouth, all in total darkness. My arms started to hurt from the strain of pulling against him, and eventually it started to twitch and spasm. "No!" I squeaked, my voice echoing off the basement's concrete walls. "No!" I said, and then I had to stop pulling. Had to give in. The zombie didn't. They don't feel pain, we're told. That means they can push their muscles far beyond what a healthy human can, even to the point where they injure themselves. The zombie kept pulling. But as I crumpled underneath him, giving in, giving up, he was suddenly overbalanced on the stairs. He came toppling toward me. I could feel his weight coming down over me, and then he tripped on a riser and went stumbling, crashing down into the water below with a great splash. I didn't waste time thinking about what had happened. I wasn't thinking at all. I bolted up the stairs into the main floor of the library, knowing in a moment he would get back up and come after me, knowing I had to run. A thin trickle of moonlight came in through the plate glass windows upstairs, just enough that I could see the bookshelf that had toppled onto the floor, spilling books everywhere. Just enough I could see gray shapes moving around the desk, around the shelves, around the stairs leading to the upper floor. There were zombies everywhere. I tried not to scream as I turned for the door, wanting to get out, not caring what I had to do to get out. A zombie loomed up in front of me before the door. I could smell it even more than I could see it, and I lashed out with the knife, cutting deep into its face. The pain of the wound did nothing to it, of course, but the force of the blow was enough to knock it sideways, to make it stumble. I leapt past it and out the door. Outside, the lawn was a vast, placid surface of grass, silvered by the moonlight. Beyond lay concrete and asphalt, all painted the same color. Overhead, 1,000 stars watched like spectators. I looked left. I looked right. I looked straight ahead. Everywhere I saw shadows moving, lurching upward from where they'd been sitting or lying on the ground. Shadows with long straw-like hair and red eyes. I could see the red of their eyes, even in the darkness. I dashed out toward the street, thinking I should keep out in the open as much as possible. The buildings around me offered the promise of shelter, but also of shadows, and while the zombies couldn't seem to see in the dark any better than I could, the one on the basement stairs had barely been aware of me until I flicked my lighter. I knew I could stumble into one of them before I knew it was there. Out in the street, the red-eyed shadows started looming closer, but I dodged around them, running as fast as my legs would carry me. I had no idea where I was going, no idea what I would do next. No place was safe. There was nowhere to run to where this would be over. The zombies owned this town. They owned all the world outside the cities and the government zones. I just ran. Chapter 15. The looter whose knife I'd taken had said the zombies got playful at night. I would later learn what that really meant. It had nothing to do with how the zombies thought or felt. They don't do those things. Their viruses eat holes in their brains until they can feel nothing at all.
They don't care about night or day. Zombies don't care about anything but how hungry they are. They do have some primitive kinds of instincts, though. They are hunters, and they know or they learn that it's easier to catch prey when the prey can't see you coming. Maybe they even have some rudimentary sense of self-preservation, and they know that humans are dangerous in the daylight. At night, they have the advantage, and they don't hesitate to take it. I was surrounded by them on all sides. I'd never imagined there were so many of them, that there could be so many. On the radio, the government always claimed that they were dying off, that every year the zombie population was dropping at a precipitous rate. Winter killed far more of them than government patrols, but it was estimated that within 50 more years, they would be all but extinct. I think maybe the radio lied. Or maybe there were just so many of them back during the crisis that nobody could even imagine the vast numbers, the untold millions of them out there in the wilderness. There must have been 1,000 of them in Fort Lee, New Jersey alone. There could have been many more. As I ran, they lurched and grabbed at me, stumbled toward me, drawn by the sound of my feet pounding on the pavement, drawn by my simple vitality, my speed they couldn't match. Somehow, they knew I wasn't one of them. They reached for me with outstretched hands, gnashed their teeth at the air in my direction. Their red eyes didn't blink as they stared at me with naked hunger. They made no sound. They don't make any sound at all. Up ahead of me, the street opened into an intersection, a broad square of moonlight that looked mostly clear. I careened to a stop there, trying to catch my breath, trying to think of something, anything, to do next. I couldn't see any good options, except to keep running. Even in the few seconds that I stopped to think, they came closer, a noose tightening around me on every side. They stumbled into one another and pushed others away, competing for the chance to be the one that got me first. One of them walked into the side of an abandoned car and got spun around by the wing mirror on its door. For a moment, it could do nothing but swing its arms, trying to keep its balance. It failed and fell down with a crack on the pavement, the first sound I'd heard from them. I started to take a little comfort from that. I was grasping at straws, but a second later, it started to rise again, its nose tilted over at a new angle, but its eyes just as red, its teeth just as bare. I picked a direction at random and ran on. My body protested at the strain. I'd had nothing to eat for a full day. Nothing but those damned sugar-free mints. I'd caught maybe an hour of sleep. My muscles were flagging, and I knew if I didn't stop soon, I would just collapse, fall down in the street like that zombie, except I wouldn't be getting back up again. I found the strength to keep going, but I was barely trotting along, only a little faster than the zombies chasing me, and always I saw new ones ahead of me, waiting for me, hobbling straight at me. When any of them got too close, I ducked to the side, or I slashed out with my knife, or did whatever I could to get past. Eventually, I came back to where I'd started. The turnpike lay before me, crossed overhead by an on-ramp. It was a huge shadow that cut off half the world in front of me. At least if I got onto the road surface, I would be able to see what was coming for me in two directions. I vaulted over the berm and climbed up on top of a rusting car. Behind me, a crowd of zombies looked up, hundreds and hundreds of red eyes staring right at me. They started forward, lumbering and shambling, not as a body of people would, but as animals might, crawling over one another to get at me. I looked around, and then up. Overhead was a giant road sign, its green paint faded almost bone white. It was mounted on a construction of steel girders that had sagged but not completely collapsed over 20 years. I rushed over and leapt onto the girders, which bounced a little but held my weight. The corroded steel crossbeams bit painfully into my fingers, but I forced myself upward, ever higher, pulling myself up one handhold at a time until I was perched on the back of the sign, my legs dangling 10 feet above the surface of the turnpike. The girders groaned and squeaked alarmingly, and the whole construction swayed a little, but it held. The zombies gathered around the base of the girders. They stared up at me, reached for my trailing feet. One or two of them tried to climb up after me, but they just didn't have the coordination. I couldn't go down. They couldn't come up. I remember very little of the next 18 or so hours. Chapter 16. No water, no food, no sleep, no energy, no ability to even think. I was too terrified. I clung to my perch like a bird in a hurricane, while all around me the zombies hungered for me, raged for me, but could not come an inch closer. In my mind's eye, all I see is a single image, though that picture is seared permanently into my memory. I can see every detail of them, not just their red eyes and their lank hair, but every piece of torn clothing they wore, every sore and scrape and gouge on their faces, the jagged shapes of their fingernails. Time passed. The stars wheeled overhead. Eventually the sun came back up, and most of them drifted away. Most, but not all. 5 of them remained, clawing at the girders that supported me, occasionally smacking or slapping the steel beams so I couldn't even doze. Not that I would have, since it might have meant falling from my safety directly into their arms. Dew collected on the steel support beams around me, and I licked at it in my extremity. There was no food, but my brain kept convincing me that there had to be, that there must at least be some more of those mints, useless as they were. My free hand kept rummaging through my pockets, looking for mints that weren't there. My other hand had cramped into a solid claw by that point, still holding the knife in a death grip. I couldn't unbend those fingers. Not that I would want to. The time passed somehow. It always does. Nothing lasts forever. Not even the horrors in this life. To tell the truth, I don't like thinking about the time I spent up on that metal scaffolding behind the road sign. When I do, my shoulders tense up and I start to sweat. It was a long time ago, but my body remembers. Eventually, I saw something moving far up the turnpike, coming from the south, moving toward me, slowly growing bigger. I thought it must be another army of zombies come to fight over my body when I finally succumbed and dropped to the asphalt, curled and dry. I didn't pay it much attention at first. Slowly, details began to coalesce. It was actually a vehicle of some kind. I knew next to nothing of cars, but it seemed to be a big one. What I now know is called an SUV. I was so parched, so mentally strung out by that point, there was no emotional weight attached to seeing that vehicle. I didn't suddenly sit up and wave at it. I didn't take heart from its appearance. It was a vaguely interesting detail of the landscape. It wouldn't change anything, couldn't change anything, because the universe had frozen into a certain shape, a shape where I waited to die, and the zombies waited for me to die. And there could be no other way for things to shake out. The car kept coming closer, though. It got bigger, and its image shimmered a little in the heat haze on the concrete. I could make out more details. It was dark green in color and had tinted windows. One of its headlights was broken. Coils of razor wire were attached around its doors and on its top. When it got close enough that I could see the streaks of dust on its hood, it slowed down and I realized it was going to stop, that it wasn't just going to roar by underneath me, bent on its own business. No, it was going to become part of my life. The zombies noticed it about then, too. They started to turn to face it. They couldn't know what they were looking at. They could hardly imagine what the future held in store for them, but it was a moving object in their field, something else to focus on besides the piece of meat up on the girders that refused to fall down. The SUV rolled to a stop 20 feet away. So close. I'd begun to think I could just jump down onto its roof and ride it away. I didn't care I would probably get tangled in the barbed wire on it. Just going somewhere else, moving on, seemed worthwhile. The zombies started shuffling toward it. The driver's side window rolled down. Things seemed to happen out of order, or
Perhaps I just had no sense of time, as sleep-deprived as I was. A man's torso and arms and head craned up out of the window, his body twisting until he was sitting on the sill. He gestured at the zombies, spoke to them.
That's good. Line up for me, he told them.
He didn't seem afraid at all. When they were close enough, he reached inside the SUV and then brought out a gun, a short rifle that I would later learn was called a carbine. It made a sound like a power tool, and bits of bone and hair sprang up from the zombies' heads. One by one, they slumped to their knees, then fell on their faces or backs on the road surface. Then, they were all gone. The man looked up at me then. He cleared his throat as if he was waiting for something. When he didn't get it, he sighed.
You're supposed to say something,
he told me.
I am?
I said, except all that came out was a painful creak. I cleared my throat as best I could and repeated.
I am?
The man shook his head.
Yeah, you dumb fuck. When you see somebody with a gun, he said,
hoisting the carbine over his head,
say something. Anything. Zombies don't talk. People do. You want them to think you're people. So you say something.
Oh, I said. Well, hi.
Hi yourself. You been up there long? Yeah, I can tell you have. All right.
He seemed to consider something. Maybe whether it would be worth his time to wait for me to climb down from my perch now that it was safe.
Show me your left hand.
I lifted it as far as I could, showed him the tattoo on the back of it. This, at least, I understood. He wanted to know if I was a positive or not. This kind of taxonomic quizzing is common in the wilderness. Are you a zombie? Are you a positive? Are you a fed? And is carried out in any number of rituals. No one out there can ever trust another, not at least until they're sure they belong to the same tribe.
Oh, what the hell,
he said. He started squirming back down inside his vehicle.
I'm going to eat something,
he told me before he disappeared.
Then I'm going to move on. If you're in this car and that happens, that's fine. If you're not, that's your business.
He disappeared inside the car and rolled his window back up. I still had the presence of mind to start climbing down from my perch as fast as I could. Chapter 17. For a long time, I couldn't speak except in monosyllables. I was just too weak. My benefactor made up for it by talking a great deal.
You've got some stones, I'll give you that, he told me. You must, being out here on foot. Didn't nobody ever tell you how stupid that was? Stones, but stupid. I'm a dare. You were up there a while, huh? Too stupid to come down? Too stupid to give up? I gotta say, I kinda like that. Here.
He handed me a bottle of water. I nearly cried, I was so grateful. When I clambered down from my perch and then joined him in his car, I'd assumed he was alone in there. He wasn't, but he might as well have been. Besides the two of us, the car was full of girls, all younger than me. They were drab, mousy people, and they never said a word unless they were spoken to, which was very rare. Mostly, they just stared out the windows, no expression at all on their faces. Some of them had tattoos like mine, plus signs inscribed on the backs of their left hands. If they caught me looking at their tattoos, they quickly pulled their sleeves down to cover them. I was to get to know them individually later on, but for the time being, they were simply other human bodies, other non-zombies, and their presence alone was encouraging. It seemed it was possible to survive out here, if you had someone like a dare looking after you.
What's your name?
He asked me. Finnegan, I told him, because Finn, the name I usually used, was what my parents had called me. It felt like a child's name. I had some absurd notion I could treat this man as an equal. Absurd because he was twice my size, maybe 40, maybe younger. It can be hard to judge ages out in the wilderness. People wrinkle fast out there.
He had a beard and a flannel shirt and 6 earrings in one ear, silver hoops that looked like they had some special significance I couldn't guess. He was not fat at all, just big. Big through the shoulders, big through the arms. His seat was pushed back as far as it would go, and still his knees brushed the steering wheel.
"Dumb name. I'm calling you Stones from now on," Adair said,
and then he laughed at his own joke. He had been eating a piece of stale bread when I got in the car. He wiped the crumbs off himself now. I would gladly have swept up those crumbs and made a feast of them, but I didn't dare, and got the car moving. I knew nothing about how to drive, and it seemed like he was constantly adjusting levers, twiddling knobs, and almost dancing with his feet as he accelerated and braked and clutched around potholes and debris and abandoned cars. It was neither warm nor cold in the SUV. Adair could adjust the temperature. A radio was mounted in the dashboard. He kept the volume low so we could talk, but underneath it all was the old nerve-jangling music they played on EBS between the service announcements. There was plenty of water stowed away in a compartment on my side of the dashboard, and it was clean and sweet. The transition from my perch above the zombies to this rolling extension of the comforts of home was so jarring I couldn't even get it through my head. Within a few minutes, it seemed like I'd always been in the car, just as a few minutes before it might have seemed I was always on the road sign. Maybe that had something to do with the way the road just flowed beneath us, a stream of concrete, unending and boundless. Maybe I was just so hungry I was hallucinating. I considered begging Adair for some food, but it seemed impossible. I think I was more frightened of the man than I had been of the zombies, which was strange. Because if he was a little uncouth, he was certainly friendly. He told me how glad he was to have me aboard and how I was going to change everything for him.
"Another man on the team. That's key. That's mission critical. Yes, sir, things are going to be better from now on."
He was not a positive, he assured me, nor was he with the government.
"I'm a king of the road, like in the old song."
I didn't know the song he meant. That didn't matter at all to Adair.
"I go where I like, Stones. Do what I feel. I work my way up and down the pike, collecting a few luxury goods from this town or that, and I sell what I find to the military for food and water and fuel. It's a good life."
"A looter," I said. Except the military shot looters. The radio had always told us that. How could he trade with them if they knew what he was?
"That's the technical term, I guess. It can mean a lot of different things, those Stones. Don't forget that. Not all looters are created equal. I'm one of the good ones."
I had to admit, there seemed a world of difference between Adair and the predatory woman who had chased me into Fort Lee, the fur-draped looter whose knife I still had at my belt. Adair hadn't tried to kill me or enslave me yet, for one thing.
"You must have come from a city, huh?" "Yeah, from New York. That's the closest one. The closest one still going. I'm guessing you don't know the lay of the land yet. Let me tell you a little something for free, Stones. You play nice, you get along, and nobody fucks you. Take me, for instance. The feds, they could shoot me any time they wanted, sure. They've got standing orders for that, martial law. Now that's just the rules, and some people, they can't live with rules. So they run around scared like rabbits, trying to stay under the feds' radar, robbing and killing and doing whatever desperate shit they must just to keep breathing. Now other folks, yours truly being a perfect example, understand the importance of rules, the desperate need for a civil society. Maybe they have to kiss a little brown now and again. Maybe they've got to doff their hats and call people sir. In the Navy, I learned all about that. You fucked around, you got the shit jobs. Or maybe you ended up in the brig. You saluted when you were supposed to, and you shined the right shoes, you did just fine. Nothing's changed where that's concerned. I perform a valuable service as far as the government is concerned, so they turn a blind eye to my movements. I provide the things they need to stay sane, right? And I help keep this road clear, moving debris when I have to, blowing away some red eyes when they pop their heads up. Every Fed on this road knows Adair, and they all know to let him pass. They know to even give him a friendly wave when he drives by. Because I play nice with others. It's the most important thing in the world.
In the back of the SUV, one of the girls started to cry. Not noisily or obtrusively, just a soft, liquid sound. I could see her in the rearview mirror, but she didn't meet my look.
Stones, you know how to go along to get along? Do you? Because that's what we need in this company.
Sure, I said, because it was clearly what he wanted to hear. One of the other girls grabbed the crying girl's arm and twisted it cruelly. Her mouth was set in a hard line. The crying stopped soon afterward. Chapter 18. Adair asked me nothing of my past, and I didn't volunteer any information. Even when I was feeling well enough to talk, though still ravenously hungry, I let him carry most of the conversation. It seemed crazy to think I could ask him to just drive me to Ohio and the medical camp, which meant I was going to have to find some other way to get there. That meant I would be spending more time in the wilderness, and it was clear Adair knew how things worked there. I had spent much of my life listening to first-generation survivors go on and on about the way things were before the crisis, about all the things we'd lost, and I'd found that if I paid attention, I could learn a great deal about the few things that remained. I figured the same strategy would work with Adair. We spent the greater part of that day just driving. I have no idea what roads we took, or even what direction we were headed. Adair seemed to have some destination in mind, and I figured that was better than being lost and standing still. While he drove, he provided me with a wealth of information about the government, most of which proved to be false, though it was closer to the truth than what I'd heard over the radio. He told me about the looter communities in New Jersey, like Linden and Cape May, that were safe havens for those who could pay for the privilege. And he told me the ones to avoid, like the desperate secret camps in the Pine Barrens that were rumored to be full of cannibals. If I thought that rumor had any truth to it, I would have been chilled to my core. I knew that early in the crisis, when it looked like humanity was facing its extinction, people had been forced to desperate ends. But the idea that 20 years later, anyone was still eating human flesh was a nightmare, and it was so horrible I refused to give it any credit. Hearing about it did make me a little less hungry, I guess, though not as much as you might think. It had been nearly 2 days since I'd had any food at all. Adair had plenty of supplies. Between the seats of the SUV, under the legs of the girls in the back, in every possible space inside the vehicle, were boxes and bags of gear and preserved foods. Adair had no real home. The SUV was where he kept everything he owned. Yet somehow, I never managed to ask if I could have so much as a strip of beef jerky or a moldy half of a bread roll. I guess I was waiting for him to offer it. So when he asked me if I was hungry after 3 or 4 hours of driving on an increasingly empty stomach, I nodded vigorously and burbled over with gratitude.
"One thing,"
he said.
"Nobody eats for free. You have to work for it."
"I'll do anything," I said. He grinned wickedly, and I realized I should probably have asked first what would be required of me. He didn't beat around the bush. For a while, we had been driving through increasingly narrow suburban streets, over roads that were little more than fields of rubble. On either side of us were row after row of 2-story houses, jammed up against each other, even tighter than the skyscrapers in Manhattan. Now, Adair brought the SUV to a stop in the middle of one such road, and my eyes went wide with the realization we'd reached our destination.
"This is how I make my living," Adair told me. "You see these houses? They've been sealed up tight since the crisis. Probably nothing but bones and old keepsakes inside, but sometimes I get lucky."
"What are you looking for?" I asked. I understood what he meant. He was going to go through those houses looking for gear or canned food, just as I had done in the skyscrapers back in New York. Ike and I had spent much of our youth doing that, and I'd never thought of it as looting. I figured I could do this.
"Liquor mostly,"
Adair said, rolling his head along the muscles of his neck, working out kinks and stiffness.
"Pornography is always good. Medication, any kind of medication. You think you can recognize that stuff if you see it?"
I nodded. He popped open his door and slid out onto the road. I opened my own door and got out of the SUV. I had a bad moment when I put my feet down on the road surface. I had felt safe in the vehicle, but being back on solid ground just brought back my ordeal on the road sign. But I forced myself to walk around the pinging hood of the SUV to stand next to him. Behind me, one of the girls slipped out as well and joined us. She had long hair, the color of rain-slicked concrete, and a bad, poorly healed cut across the bridge of her nose. She smiled at me when she saw me looking, and I tried to smile back. She had a tattoo of a plus sign on the back of her left hand.
"This is Kylie,"
Adair told me.
"She's got a nose for this shit."
He glanced at her and chuckled.
"Half a nose for it anyway. She'll show you the ropes. Why don't you start over there?"
He pointed at a house at the end of the street.
"Work your way along this side, then do the other."
Then he climbed back into the SUV and started its engine again.
"Wait," I said. "Wait! You aren't going to drive off without us, are you?"
Adair shook his head.
"I'll be around. I'm going to take the rest of the girls a block or two over."
"But what if zombies come?"
I asked.
"Fight 'em off,"
he told me, and threw his vehicle into gear and drove away. I started to run after the SUV, terrified of being left alone, but Kylie called out to me and told me to stop.
"You can't let him see you're scared," she said. "He likes it too much."
I turned and looked at her.
"What?"
She didn't elaborate. Instead, she started walking toward the first house we were supposed to search. The door was sealed shut, with thick planks hastily nailed across its width. Over 20 years, the wood had nearly rotted away.
"Come on,"
she said.
"Help me get these boards down."
Chapter 19. The interior of the house was dark and still, so quiet it worried me. When Ike and I had looted the skyscrapers of Manhattan, it had never been so quiet. There had always been noise from people moving around in the streets below, or the sounds of the buildings themselves swaying in the wind, creaking as they slowly fell apart. Here, the air inside the house was as solid and motionless as if the whole structure had been encased in glass. 2 or 3 shafts of gray sunlight cut across the front room, leaking in from places where the boards across the windows had fallen away. The house had been sealed during the crisis in a way I'd seen before. People back then had really believed that the crisis was a temporary problem, that they would be coming back to their homes in a few days or weeks. They had closed up their buildings with wood across the windows and doors, just enough to keep zombies out. Based on what I'd seen in New York, I had some idea what I would find inside. Sheets and clothes folded neatly and put away, furniture covered in plastic wrap to preserve it from dust and mildew. A stairway led up to the second floor at the far end of the room, and a kitchen lay beyond that. All of it felt empty and not even dead. Sterile. Like nothing had ever lived there. I didn't even see any signs of rats or bugs. "Come on," Kylie said, walking past a piano covered in old photographs. I glanced at the pictures, but they were old and faded, like images of ghosts. Some had spots of mold on them, while others had slipped down in their frames, cutting off a face here, obscuring what someone was holding or doing. I followed Kylie into the kitchen, and together we pulled open all the cabinets. They were stuck tight by damp, so we made a lot of noise in the process. I kept glancing at the windows that looked out on a tiny backyard. "What if there are zombies here?" I asked in a whisper. Kylie shrugged.
"There will be. That's how this always goes. They can't get into sealed houses, though. They mostly stay in the yards and under porches, places out of the sun, unless they're hunting." They probably already know we're here, so whispering isn't going to fool them. They'll be out in the street by the time we're done.
And we just, what, run past them? She turned to look at me. Her eyes were like two balls of cut glass, totally blank of emotion.
Unless you want them to eat you,
she said. The cabinets were full of old cans, but Kylie ignored these, passing over soups and preserved vegetables and all the things I would have grabbed if this had been a skyscraper in New York. I was so hungry I couldn't help myself. I grabbed a can of cream of mushroom soup, but quickly found I couldn't open it. I grunted in frustration and turned to the sink, intending to bash it open. I was so desperate. Kylie put a hand on my arm and pinched me hard. I yelped, but she ignored the sound and went to a drawer next to the sink. Opening it, as if she'd lived here all her life, as if she knew exactly where everything would be, she reached inside and took out a can opener and handed it to me. "How did you know that was there?" I asked.
I've been in a lot of old houses. There were a lot of people before the crisis. Maybe hundreds of thousands, if you count everybody around the world, she said. They all lived the same way. All the knives and forks and spoons in the same place. All the cans in the upper cupboards, pots and pans in the lower cupboards. She shrugged. Sometimes you see that somebody did it different, but it doesn't matter. They're still dead. Being different didn't save them.
While I opened the can, she found me a spoon. I ate the soup inside, thick and gelatinous and cold. I choked it down, not because it tasted foul, but because I was so hungry I wasn't tasting it at all, just shoving big spoonfuls in my mouth and swallowing them as fast as I could. In a cabinet next to the dead refrigerator, Kylie found a bottle of bourbon that was still half full. She found a plastic bag in a closet and put the bottle inside.
Drugs will be upstairs in the bathroom. Come meet me up there when you're done eating.
We probably should have stuck together, but there was so much food in those cupboards, I couldn't drag myself away. I ate a can of string beans, gray with time, but they still smelled okay. I ate half of a can of pork shoulder before my stomach started protesting. I was full to bursting, but still I wanted more. As long as I had food in my mouth, I didn't feel so scared. I forced myself to stop and went upstairs, looking for the bathroom. The second floor was a series of rooms attached to a single long hallway. Pictures of other houses hung on the wall, houses lit up in pink and blue light. Some of the pictures showed houses by the ocean. The wallpaper was coming down, curling in great tongues that licked at the old, moldy carpet. The bathroom was at the end of the hall. The door stood open, and I could hear Kylie inside, so I went to the door and looked in. She was sitting on the toilet, her pants down around the ankles. She looked up at me with the same blank expression she always had, and I heard her urinating into the bowl. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry," I said, and danced backward away from the door, pressing my back against the wall outside the bathroom so she couldn't see me.
"Why?"
she asked.
"Come in here. You can check the medicine cabinet while I do this."
What? I asked. She didn't say anything else. I decided there had to be different notions of privacy out in the wilderness. I didn't want to seem like a prude, so I stepped inside and, careful not to look at her, went to stand before the sink. In the mirror, I saw her looking up at me, her eyes still made of glass. When she was finished, she stood up, making no attempt to cover herself, and reached for a piece of toilet paper. I opened the cabinet, swinging the mirror away from me so it blocked my face, so I couldn't see her. Inside the cabinet were a number of cardboard boxes and little bottles. There were 3 pill bottles, bright orange with white tops. I took them and studied them, not wanting to say a word, but eventually I had to ask. "The labels on these have all faded so much I can't read them," I told her.
"Just take them all."
I heard her zip up her fly.
"A lot of them will have gone bad over time, but the soldiers don't care. They buy them anyway. There might be some porno in the bedroom. It's usually hidden, so we'll have to search for it."
She went to the bathroom door, but then she stopped, just standing in the doorframe. She was still and silent for a long time.
Then she turned around and looked me right in the eye.
"Did it gross you out, seeing me pee?"
she asked. No, I protested, though it kind of had. No.
"I forget sometimes. I forget other people are real," she said. "I think they're all zombies. Sometimes. I don't care if a zombie sees me pee."
"I'm not a zombie."
"I'm not a zombie either,"
she told me. I was beginning to think she was, in her own way. "Really, I know, well, this," I said, holding up my tattooed hand. "I know what it means, but I don't have the virus. I am definitely not a zombie." She turned around and walked down the hall toward the bedroom. Chapter 20. No pornography was hidden in the bedroom, so we moved on. Kylie had a can of spray paint that was almost empty. I stood guard on the front step while she shook it over and over again, a little ball inside rattling back and forth like a signal custom designed to attract zombies. I kept the knife in my hand, my eyes patrolling up and down the street, but nothing showed itself. When Kylie finally had the paint can working, she painted a broad red stripe across the house's door to indicate it had already been looted.
"Different gangs have different marks. You get to recognize them after a while. This is ours,"
she told me, pointing to the paint dripping on the door. "Sure, whatever," I said. I didn't want to be out in the open any longer than I had to. "Let's just do the next house."
"You need to learn these things,"
she told me. She peered directly into my eyes until I flinched and looked away.
"I didn't know anything when I left Stamford, Connecticut. If I had, it would have been better. If somebody had told me the rules."
"Is that where you're from?" I asked, mostly just to be polite.
"It's where I was born. I lived there until I was 12, and then my sister and I found a zombie in an old abandoned factory. We thought it could be our pet."
I shivered in horror at the thought. "What happened?" She blinked at me in incomprehension.
"I'm here. My sister isn't."
We moved to the next house and tore the boards off the door. The wood crumbled in our hands, and only one nail proved stubborn enough that we needed to pry it away with the knife. Once we were inside, I felt better, safer, though of course a zombie could just walk in while we were upstairs. In the kitchen, Kylie sorted through empty liquor bottles in a blue bin. Then she suddenly straightened up and looked out the window.
"I was raped,"
she said.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry," I told her.
She shrugged. Her voice was as flat as a board. There was no expression in her face at all. I'd seen other people like her before. People who couldn't live in the present, who couldn't get out of a bad past. It had always been first-generation people before, though. People who had lived through the crisis. Almost every first-generation person I knew got like that sometimes, and some of them never came back. Kylie was different, though. She was second generation, like me. She wasn't supposed to be so lost. I wanted to say something, do something to comfort her, but I had no idea where to even begin.
"It didn't happen in Stamford. Stamford is good people."
It sounded like the town's motto or something, like she was repeating something she'd memorized.
"After I became positive, my father hired a group of men to take me to a medical camp somewhere out west," she said after another long silence. I had the impression she was struggling to put the words together, stringing together memories she'd tucked away a long time ago and tried to forget about. "The men were big and strong, but they never even looked at me. They were just doing a job. A bunch of looters caught them on the highway and killed them all. Everybody, just one after the other. The men guarding me tried to surrender, which just made it easier. The looters cut their throats with a big sword thing. Machete, I think it's called. One of them was going to kill me too, but I screamed and wouldn't sit still, so instead of cutting my throat, he cut my nose by accident. Then another one of them came over and said, "What the fuck are you doing? She's a little girl."
They spared you because you were a girl? That didn't sound like the looters I'd heard about on the radio.
"Yes,"
she said.
"They spared me because I could be raped. Eventually they got bored with me, and they sold me to a dare."
Sold you? Like a slave? I asked. I'd had no idea that went on in the wilderness. The idea was almost as horrifying as cannibalism.
"Adair doesn't call it that. The looters don't ever use that word," she said. "Come on. We need to check the bathroom upstairs. That's where the drugs will be."
Chapter 21. Kylie and I worked half of the street before the zombies came. We had 2 bags full by then, mostly with clanking liquor bottles that were all but empty. Every time they rattled together, I thought they made a sound like a dinner bell. We had just come out of a house, and Kylie had just marked its door when I saw the first pair of red eyes at the end of the road. The zombie was just standing there, leaning against a fence railing. Its head was lowered, as if it were winded and needed to catch its breath. It lifted its face toward me. It had been a woman, I think, though it can be hard to tell. Its hair fell like crooked veins past its shoulders, and its hands were gray and dark with old cuts and bruises. The stink of it hit me next, and I nearly gagged. Strange that one zombie could give off such a reek. That was probably because it wasn't just one of them. 10 more were coming around the corner behind it. "Kylie," I said, trying not to panic, trying not to scream. "They're coming."
"Don't run until you have to,"
she said. There was no fear, no emotion at all in her voice.
"Once you start running, you stop looking where you're going, and then you'll run right into one of them. Can you hear Adair's car?"
I couldn't focus enough to listen for it. The zombies were starting to shuffle toward us. Their mouths were open, and their eyes gleamed. One lifted a hand, as if it could reach out and grab us.
"This way,"
Kylie said, grabbing my hand. She led me up the street, away from the zombies. We moved at a fast walking pace, and still we nearly stumbled on another group of zombies shambling down a side street. They saw us at the same moment we saw them. Now we had zombies coming from 2 directions. We could only go in one other direction. I had no doubt zombies would be down there, too. "What do we do?" I asked. Kylie didn't stop to think. She ran up to the nearest house, one we had already broken open and ransacked. I thought she meant for us to barricade ourselves inside and hold out until Adair rescued us, a prospect I found less than encouraging. Instead, she headed for the back of the kitchen, where a door opened into the tiny backyard. It was surrounded on all sides by a high wooden fence. A glass-topped table and a pair of wrought-iron chairs stood next to the fence on the far side. Over the fence, I could see the back of another house. Kylie jumped up on the table and then over the fence so nimbly she made it look easy. It wasn't. When I tried to follow, I nearly impaled myself on the top of the fence. I managed to roll over the top and land awkwardly on a patch of overgrown grass in the next yard over. Kylie was already tearing open the back door of the house beyond. Behind me, the zombies had made their way through the first house and were gathering in the yard I'd just left. They didn't try to go over the fence. Instead, they battered at it with their bare hands, shoving at it with their weight. It didn't look sturdy enough to hold them for long. "Help me," Kylie said, and I rushed over to where she was struggling to break a board off the back door. Together we pried it free. She had already kicked in several other boards, creating a gap just big enough for us to wriggle through. Inside the second house, we saw dust and streaming sunlight and covered furniture, just like we'd seen in every other house that day. There was a weird smell in the air, but I was so scared I didn't think to comment on it. Kylie ran through the kitchen and into the front room. I followed, just in time to see a zombie come down the stairs and grab at her. It was missing one eye and all the teeth from one side of its mouth, but its fingers sank into her arm as she tried to fend it off. She didn't scream. She didn't even shout for help.
She kicked at its legs and struggled to get away, but it had her, and in a second it would knock her down and start tearing at her flesh with the teeth it had left. I could see it all in my mind's eye. I could see how it would happen. I drew my knife. I reached forward and grabbed a thick mat of the zombie's hair and pulled its head back away from Kylie. Then I put my knife against its neck and dragged the blade across its windpipe. Blood splattered down its shirt and splashed all down Kylie's front. For a second, I thought the zombie would ignore the wound and kill her anyway. Instead, its fingers slackened on her arms and it dropped to the floor. It was the first time I'd killed anything bigger than a rat. The first time I'd killed something that looked human. There was too much going on just then for me to stop and think about what I'd done. Kylie kicked the body away and turned to the front door of the house, bashing through it with her shoulder. In a second, we were out in the street, out in the sunlight. Outside was another street. There were zombies up the block, but we could also see Adair's SUV rolling toward us. Kylie looked down at herself and saw the bloodstains on her shirt. Without a pause, she tore the shirt off. Next, she opened one of the bottles of liquor we'd found and poured the contents all over her face and chest. "This'll kill any germs in its blood and wash away the virus," she explained when I stood staring at her with wide eyes. She poured more liquor over my knife until the blood ran away. The SUV pulled up beside us.
"Get in!"
Adair shouted, leaning out his window. Kylie and I piled into the SUV. Adair turned it around, away from the gathering crowd of zombies, and headed back toward the turnpike. The inside of the car quickly stank of gin, so he rolled down all the windows, and air rushed through the car, loud enough to help me not hear myself think.
"Is it always like this?"
I finally asked Kylie when I could speak again.
"Just another day in the wilderness,"
she told me. This, too, sounded like something she'd memorized. A famous quote or something. One of the other girls had a spare shirt. She handed it to Kylie, who casually pulled it on. Then she looked out the window and watched suburban New Jersey roll by and didn't say another word. Chapter 22. The car was full of looted goods, and it was time to turn them in, Adair announced.
"Time to get paid,"
he crowed.
"We'll head down to Linden."
The car was full of looted goods, and it was time to turn them in, Adair announced.
"Time to get paid,"
he crowed.
"We'll head down to Linden, see what we can score."
The idea of being off the road, of being someplace that wasn't mounted on wheels, appealed to me. For some reason, the girls didn't seem as enthused. They looked almost apprehensive, and I got the idea Linden must be a rough place. I was going to get to see it for myself, so I didn't ask any questions. It took us all day to drive to Linden. The turnpike took us through the meadowlands, a vast swamp full of the ruins of old factories and chemical plants. In places, the road had flooded, and we had to creep along slower than we could have walked. Adair was worried there might be a bad pothole just under the water, and he would never see it. In another place, a big chemical tank had collapsed into the road. Big chunks of rotten metal sat on the asphalt, ready to tear our tires to shreds. There, we all had to get out and move the debris off the road piece by piece. The bits of metal stank, but not with any smell I recognized. I worried it was toxic, but there was nothing for it. Adair made the rules, and I had to follow them. My safety, my continued existence depended on it. Without him, I would be lost out here, all alone, with nothing but my knife to protect me. Southward we continued, and we saw more and more storage tanks looming over the road. Giant round structures, some of them bigger than the buildings I'd grown up around in Manhattan. It seemed I had entered an entire new world of industrial decay, of rust and stinking winds and weeds chewing up the concrete that was the only soil. Sometimes we could see water on our left. The Arthur Kill, Adair told us, a name that made some of the girls look at each other in fear. Sometimes we would see great stands of golden plants at the edge of the water, lifting their plumed heads toward the sun, but always they were surrounded by more ancient, crumbling machinery, by towering girders attached to nothing and broken pipes wide enough for one of us to crawl through. Adair told us at one point that we were driving past the Newark airport or the town of Elizabeth or the entrance of the Gothel's Bridge. I remember seeing none of those things, only that weird alien landscape of steel and peeling paint. Linden turned out to be more of the same, and then it became much worse. Our destination was not the old town of Linden, Adair cheerfully announced, but an industrial sector east of that place.
A refinery from before the crisis. A refinery and a sewage treatment plant. Don't worry, all that's long gone, but it sat on some nice defensible ground, so when the looters needed a place to set up shop, they couldn't have asked for a better place.
By this point, we had left the turnpike and were following a long pipeline, a cluster of pipes reinforced with barbed wire above and below. The road bent and turned until I knew I would never be able to find my way back to the turnpike alone, and then, before us, we saw the gates of Linden. They stood 20 feet tall, made of corrugated steel that had been painted white to prevent rust. Along their top ran a catwalk of iron girders where men with sniper rifles stood guard. In front of the gates, filling a wide, empty lot, was nothing but bones. Skeletons. Human skeletons. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. Definitely thousands. It seemed to go on forever. They lay heaped in piles, skulls and pelvises and femurs and phalanges, all mixed together, bleached yellowish white by the sun. Dark birds picked them over, though it looked like nothing was left for them. Only a narrow strip of asphalt had been swept clear to allow vehicular traffic. Otherwise, that great killing ground was nothing but bones.
"Zombies,"
Adair said, in what he must have considered a reassuring tone. Then he shrugged with one shoulder.
"Mostly. I guess they don't give you much chance to prove you're not a zombie if you come walking up here. No self-respecting looter comes to Linden without wheels under him."
He honked the SUV's horn, and the gates were opened, rolling back just far enough to let us inside. They were closed again as soon as we had passed through.
"This is the only way in. The camp's got water on 3 sides, and this whole stretch of land other than the gate is one continuous fence. Don't worry, Stones. You're as safe here as you were in New York."
I found that hard to believe. For one thing, there were a lot of people in the camp, and every single one of them was carrying some form of firearm, a pistol or a rifle or a submachine gun. Most of them had knives as well, worn at their hips where they were clearly meant to be seen. They turned to watch us pass with appraising eyes, sizing us up, as if deciding whether it was worth it or not to shoot us and take what we had. We were not stopped or molested, however, as we made our way into the middle of the camp. We passed rows of shanties built of old car tires, corrugated tin, car parts heaped up and welded together. Wispy smoke leaked from some and went wandering among the narrow streets in white tendrils. Other huts were lit up with 1 or 2 flickering fluorescent tubes. None of them was big enough that Adair could have stood up straight inside.
"Permanent residents," Adair said with a sneer. "Mechanics, car washers, middlemen, retailers."
He made the last word sound like a curse.
"People too scared or crippled to go out and find their own fortune, so they park themselves here and live off our scraps."
The structures looked especially pathetic, with the giant round tanks looming over them, the tanks that made up the horizon like a geometric mountain range.
"Don't worry, our people don't live like this,"
he assured me. I turned to stare at him with sudden anger, but I couldn't find the words to articulate what I was thinking. "Our people," he'd said, including me. It was no slip of the tongue, I'm sure of that now. He was sending me a deliberate message. I was a looter now, whatever I'd thought I was before. I couldn't deny what I'd done that day. Consciously, I believed it was just a temporary thing, an arrangement as makeshift as the tin shacks and tire igloos we were driving by.
just a way to stay alive until I could find my way to Ohio. Subconsciously, I felt a great undertow pulling at me. A 3. Just a little farther on was a massive parking lot, a broad expanse of asphalt that had rippled and buckled under the constant onslaught of weeds, but that was still flat enough to host a whole fleet of cars. A couple dozen of them were gathered there, and these were clearly the vehicles of other looters. Some were SUVs, pickup trucks, or military vehicles repainted black or red, with flames on their hoods and laughing skulls on their doors. A few were more outlandish contraptions, wildly curved and tail-finned cruisers, jalopies with exposed engines and bright upholstery. A whole row of the lot was taken up with motorcycles, which Adair told me only the insane would ride through the wilderness. "There's a lot of them, though," I pointed out.
"I didn't say insanity was rare among looters," he replied with a hearty laugh.
Most of the vehicles were what Adair called up-armored, though the modifications were meant to be equally offensive as defensive. Like Adair's SUV, many of them had barbed wire strung around their windows or doors to keep zombies from trying to crawl inside. Some sported hubcaps with welded-on spikes to slash an enemy's tires, or thick steel snowplow blades bolted to their front bumpers so they could ram their way through obstacles. Some of the pickups had machine guns mounted in their beds. I saw one SUV with a full turret mounted on its roof, with a little seat where a child-sized gunner could sit and fire in any direction.
"Most of that shit's for show," Adair told me. "In a real fight. Look at that! You see those wheel spikes? Who'd be stupid enough to let that guy get close enough to slash your tires? And all the time they waste on those paint jobs, just to look scary." He spat in the gravel, "like zombies get scared."
The owners of these vehicles were milling about the cars, some repairing damage or tuning engines that roared and belched exhaust, some just standing close to oil drum fires and sharing bottles. They were as varied and as bizarre in appearance as their cars. The men wore either tactical vests and black baseball caps over mirrored sunglasses, or expensive suits with immaculate ties and pocket squares. The women were decked out in furs and evening gowns or military uniforms with the insignia ripped off. Both sexes wore piles of flashy, if broken, jewelry, wristwatches that had stopped working years before, rings that had lost half their stones, diamond earrings, cloisonné brooches, ruby tie studs. It occurred to me that I knew exactly where they'd gotten all these flashy things. The same places I'd found half-empty liquor bottles and expired pills. The wealth of an entire continent, all its most gaudy and lavish treasures, lay open to these people who were willing to risk the zombies to take what they desired. And apparently, what they desired was to wear ridiculous clothes.
"No dress code in the looter camps," was Adair's opinion on that.
I was to learn he was rare in his relatively mundane appearance. He favored comfortable clothes because, he said, he had nothing to prove. The other looters preferred to dress up in these outfits as a way of displaying how daring they were, what risks they were willing to take just to look good.
"You know what a peacock is?" he asked me.
"No." He grunted in frustration. I knew that grunt. It was a first-generation grunt, meant to imply that second-generation kids didn't know a damned thing, which really just meant we didn't know anything about how they used to live their lives before the crisis.
"They were these birds. Used to see them in zoos. You know what a zoo is? Fuck, don't answer that. These birds grew huge, long tails, bright blue and purple and green, gorgeous things, but it made it impossible for them to fly. They gave that up for the fancy colors."
"Why would a bird choose not to fly?" I asked, not understanding where he was going with this.
"For the same reason anybody does anything. To get laid."
A wide smile split his face, but then he relented with a shrug.
"Or to, get attention, get noticed. The problem is, one guy, maybe one day he shows up in a bright purple shirt and everybody oohs and ahs and thinks he's hot shit. But he comes back the next day and everybody's wearing a purple shirt. so he doesn't stand out anymore. He needs a fancy hat to bring to the party. It never ends."
I shook my head. Someone like me, someone from New York City, would never understand the way fashion works, I decided.
"Ignore him anyway. I don't want you getting mixed up in that crowd. One of them's likely to try to steal you away from me, Stones."
It sounded fine to me. I wanted nothing to do with these people. He drove the car past the crowd, barely acknowledging all the waves and shouts he elicited. His next destination was a big concrete building on the edge of the lot. About halfway there, my eyes went wide, and I had to drop down in my seat, suddenly very anxious not to be noticed by the crowd. Adair looked at me funny, but I didn't dare show myself. I'd seen among the crowd one face I'll never forget. I'd seen the woman who ambushed me at the end of the George Washington Bridge, the woman I'd cut with her own knife, the knife I still had in my belt. I really, really didn't want her to see me there. Chapter 24. Adair parked the car outside the large concrete building, and we all piled out of the SUV. I was at least glad for the opportunity to stretch my legs. We had to completely unload the vehicle. Adair told me that anything left inside would be stolen by the time we returned in the morning. And then we all headed inside. The building's interior was stained with smoke, and every possible surface was covered in graffiti. I think it was some kind of office building once, but the looters had turned it into a hostel. He took us up the stairs to a metal door, which he hammered on with one fist. The man who answered was bleary-eyed and half-dressed, as if he'd been asleep when we showed up. He had tattoos all up and down both arms and a piece of jagged metal shoved through the septum of his nose. His back was ridged with muscle, and he looked pretty dangerous. He was about a foot shorter than Adair, though, and perhaps half of Adair's weight.
"Adair?"
he asked, blinking his eyes.
"This is my spot,"
Adair told him.
"What? But I just got here," the man said.
Adair sighed, as if he regretted what was about to happen. Then he wrapped an arm around the man's neck and dragged him through the doorway and over to the top of the stairs.
"You want to go down head first or feet first?" he asked. No, it's not like that," the man said. "That spot, it's all yours. Like I said, you got any crap in there you need to clear out? Got a girl in for the night?" No, the man replied. "I was just leaving. All packed and everything." "Good."
Adair let him go then, shirtless and with his pants unbuttoned. I must have looked confused, because Kylie whispered to me, "They're all afraid of Adair. He's like a legend around here. He doesn't start fights often, but he ends fights all the time." It sounded like another slogan that she'd memorized. Adair pushed open the metal door and let us all inside. Beyond lay a pair of rooms near the back of the building, tiny, cramped spaces full of ancient metal filing cabinets. Mattresses without sheets lay on the floor, and it was clear this was where we were going to sleep. The only light in the room came from a single kerosene lantern that guttered low, as if it were nearly out of fuel. Next to it lay the previous tenant's abandoned shirt and a half-empty can of beans.
"Stones, I'm counting on you to keep my girls safe,"
Adair told me, and he put one finger along the side of his nose in a gesture he clearly thought I would understand. I didn't.
"I'll be in the next room. If there's real trouble, just holler."
"Is that likely?" I asked.
"No, but with this crowd you never know. Not a lot of rule followers, right? Not a one of them is like us. You got that knife? You'll be fine."
I expected him to leave then, but instead, he just leaned against the doorframe. The girls laid down their various burdens, the loot we'd taken from the suburban houses, the water supply, the various gear and tools and weapons from the SUV, and sank wearily onto the mattresses. None of them looked up or made eye contact with either me or Adair. Kylie went in one corner and squatted down with the youngest of the girls, whose name I'd learned was Addison. She sat in such a way to block Addison from Adair's view.
"Heather?"
Adair said. Heather was maybe 13 years old and very skinny. She had hair that might have been red if it was clean. She flinched, as if she'd been struck when he called her name, but she didn't protest as he held out his hand toward her. She just went with him, not so much as glancing back. I closed the door behind them and looked over at Kylie. "What does he want with her?" I asked. "Somebody to wash his clothes? Make his food? Something like that?" I was not, of course, that naive. I was merely hopeful. Kylie looked up at me, but her eyes were blank. The walls of the office building were quite thin. It was soon obvious what Adair was doing to Heather in the next room over. I don't want to dwell on this. It sickens me just remembering it. But I won't pretend that life in the wilderness was different from how it was. I crouched down in the corner farthest from the separating wall, though I could still hear everything regardless of the distance. I tried to eat a little something. We had a bag full of smoked meat and some cans of cut corn, but I couldn't seem to choke anything down. Just pretend it's something else," I told the girls. "Pretend he's doing exercises in there or something." They looked at me with utter disdain. They were, of course, old hands at this. They'd been listening to those sounds every night since Adair acquired them. There was no doubt in my mind that they all took turns going with him when the day was over, and that they knew exactly what Heather was experiencing in the next room. "I'm sorry," I told them. I may have said other things. I may have tried to justify why I was just sitting there doing nothing. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to remember this too clearly. Eventually, the kerosene lantern burned out. A trace of moonlight came through the room's single small window. The sounds from the next room had stopped by then. I dozed off, but only for a few minutes. When I woke with a snort, I looked around, for a moment forgetful of where I was. I saw the gleam of an eye staring at me, and saw Addison watching me like a tiger or a feral dog she'd been locked up with. I tried to smile at her, but she didn't respond. I needed to pee, so I slowly stood up and moved toward the door. It was then I noticed something was missing. Kylie wasn't in the room. The little window was open, lifted just far enough to let someone her size climb out. If Adair found out she had run away on my watch, I knew I'd be in serious trouble. I depended on him for everything. I went over to Addison and questioned her, not so gently. She told me nothing. I went to the window and stared out. There was no sign of Kylie, of course, just the parking lot lit by trash can fires, and in the distance, the looming white shapes of the tanks. I wasn't sure what to do. I had to go out and find Kylie. I looked around at the sleeping girls. I couldn't leave them unprotected. Grunting a little, I moved a couple filing cabinets in front of the door so no one could break in without some trouble. Then I went over to the window and looked out. I saw plenty of ledges and windowsills below me. Kylie could have easily climbed down, and I figured I could as well. I nearly slipped as I headed down the side of the building. I managed to catch a handhold just in time as my heart raced and my lungs panted for breath. In the end, I reached the ground without killing myself. Where to go next was a big question. I figured Kylie wouldn't have gone over to where the last of the looters was partying in the lot. Alone and without weapons, she would have been in real danger there. So I turned instead and headed into the dark, toward a line of high tanks at the edge of the camp. As I approached them, I saw the silhouette of a slender person perched on top of one of the tanks. It had to be Kylie. I expected her to duck down or run away when she saw me, but she didn't. She didn't wave or give me any other sign that she wanted to see me, but I didn't expect anything like that from her. A narrow stairway led up around the side of the tank, curving around its massive shape. I hurried up toward her, even though the rusting steps creaked and threatened to give way under my weight. At the top, in the cool night air, I could hear the whole tank singing, a high-pitched wailing and popping and moaning as the metal corroded beneath me. A single note, constantly changing in pitch, distinctly unnerving. as I headed along the catwalk to where Kylie sat. I sat down next to her. She didn't react at all to my presence. "Are you running away?" "I wouldn't blame you. Listen, I had no idea that he was using you like this, that he was—" I couldn't finish the thought.
"He's a man. We're girls. What part of this surprises you?"
she asked. Like a man keeping a harem of underage girls was the most natural thing in the world. This was the wilderness, her tone said. Such things were to be expected.
"I'm not running away,"
she said.
"I just came out here to be by myself for a while,"
she told me. "Oh," I said.
"How far could I get on foot?" "You're an idiot."
"Yeah," I said, because I couldn't think of anything else. "Listen, I'm going to Ohio. There's a medical camp there, for people like us. I'm not going to live like this." There was no response. I might have been talking to the moon. "Come with me. You're a positive, like me. They'll take care of us there." She said nothing. "Damn it!" I said, nearly shouting. "How can you just accept all this? How can you pretend like this is normal?" She turned to look at me then, and for the first time I heard real emotion in her voice.
"Are you going to save me, Finnegan? Is that why you left New York? To save me? Or do you just want to fuck me?"
"What?"
"You're a man. That's what men do."
The smile was gone, and with it, her voice fell back into its old, flat monotone.
"Well, I'm sorry, but I'm spoken for."
Chapter 25. She didn't tell me to leave. She didn't order me off the tank and back to the tiny little room in the concrete building. As quickly as it had come, the emotion in her fled again, and she shut down once more. So I sat down next to her, because I didn't have anywhere else to go either. Ohio seemed very far away. Together we sat and watched the looters as their party raged into the night. From up there, they didn't seem so bad. By that time, some of them had gotten drunk enough to pass out in their cars or just flat out on the asphalt. Others were singing a song together, wrapping their arms around each other. One guy was bent over the hood of his car, painting intricate flames with a tiny brush. I doubted he could even see what he was doing. The only light came from the oil drum fires. And that was nearly as bad as the moonlight, but he'd been at it for hours. "They love those cars," I said, just to hear myself talk.
"They have to. A looter on foot, out in the wilderness, is just zombie food. And the cars are all 20 years old, so they need constant repairs and attention."
I hadn't considered the fact that nobody in the world had built a new car in 20 years. The looters' cars gleamed in the firelight, as if they'd just been washed and detailed. The chrome on their bumpers was immaculate, unblemished by dings or scratches. By way of contrast, the motorcycles parked to one side of the lot were covered in dust and grease, and they lacked the flowing lines and careful craftsmanship of the cars. Many of them looked as if they'd been assembled out of spare parts, sometimes parts that didn't quite fit together and had to be strapped down with duct tape or bent pieces of sheet metal. I thought of the huts near the gate, constructed out of whatever their inhabitants could find. The motorcycles looked equally slapdash. Adair had said that the motorcyclist looters were all crazy, and I had no reason to doubt it. Some of them were down there now, fitting new parts onto their makeshift contraptions, or carefully adding or removing fluids from their small engines. Overseeing the work was a figure I could barely make out, but which I definitely recognized. I'd know that fur coat anywhere. "Who's that?" I asked Kylie, pointing out the woman whose knife I'd taken.
"Her? That's Red Kate. She has her own crew. They take orders from her."
I couldn't help pushing Kylie a little. "Sounds like the kind of woman who doesn't just accept the way things are."
"She's from down in the Pine Barrens originally. Things are different there," Kylie said. "Much worse. I've heard stories about her. The things she's done to people."
"What, like killing them?" Adair had told me a fair amount of murder occurred down in the southern part of New Jersey. The looters there didn't make deals with the army or the government. They hid under the trees in the barrens where helicopters passed overhead and mostly came out at night. To get the fuel and supplies they needed, they hijacked other, more reputable looters, the category in which Adair put himself, and killed them, then took what they had. People like that were called road pirates, and the looters hated them more than zombies. "Killing people for the fuel in their cars?" I said, trying to sound a little more worldly.
The previous leader of her gang was a man, I heard, a famous outlaw named Bill Green. She waited until he was drunk one night, then put a chain around his belt and put the other end on her bike. She drove off just a little faster than he could run, so he got dragged behind her. They say he didn't stop screaming for 50 miles.
"Ah," I said, more than a little horrified, but not wanting to show it. "But what's she doing up here, then? Adair said that the Baron's looters weren't welcome in Linden. And I can't imagine road pirates are welcome anywhere."
She went legitimate a couple of years back, brought her gang up here and made a deal with the army. Now she's like us, supposedly. There are rumors that she's still a pirate. She just does it where no one can see. But there are always rumors. Do you see that man there? The one wearing the top hat? That's Timmy Wallace. The rumor is he's the son of somebody important, like maybe the vice president. That he could leave here any time he wanted and go back to the Washington bunkers. But he doesn't because he prefers being out here where he can screw and drink all he wants.
I was more interested in Red Kate, but I didn't want to explain why I was asking so many questions. So I let Kylie go on about the various personalities below us, listening with only half an ear. I barely noticed when she said we should go back.
Adair might wake up in the middle of the night to pee. He does that when he's not on the road.
"You know when he's going to pee?" Kylie nodded.
I know his moods and his habits. All his girls do. If he gets up, he'll check on the others, and if we're not there, it'll be bad.
"How bad?" I asked. She didn't answer. Together we headed back down the spiral stairway to the bottom of the tank, then cut across the side of the lot to get to the concrete building. Going up the side of the building was harder than going down, but we made it. Once we were in the little room again, Kylie went over to a corner and lay down without even looking at me. In a few minutes, she was snoring. I sat down in a broken chair, knowing it would be a long time before I fell asleep. Two of the girls, Mary and Bonnie, were still awake. They were both just a little older than Addison, and their eyes were bright in the dark of the room. Bonnie came over to me and started taking my shoes off for me. I pushed her away gently. "You don't need to do that," I told her. "I'm not like him." She blinked at me, as if what I'd said was in a language she didn't understand.
"If you're fucking Kylie," she said, "and he finds out, he'll punish you."
"God, I'm not doing anything to Kylie," I whispered back.
"Don't get caught," she said. "Just don't. He'll punish you both."
Chapter 26. In the morning, Adair rose early and came to wake me. "Gather up all the loot, Stones," he told me, whispering so as not to wake the girls. He grinned merrily as he pointed at their sleeping bodies. "Let 'em get their beauty sleep." I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was too tired and bleary-eyed to respond. I picked up all the bags of liquor and pills and old tattered pornography and followed him down to the parking lot. It was bitterly cold out, and the tanks in the industrial wasteland were still painted blue by pre-dawn light. The wind rippled through the weeds with a hypnotic motion. I had barely slept at all, convinced by every little noise in the night that someone was trying to break into our little room and take what we had. I had to push myself to keep up with Adair. He took me past the edge of the parking lot. Beyond that was a collapsing chain-link fence that surrounded a wide square of concrete, crumbling around the edges and painted with a broad white letter H. Adair had a road flare in his pocket. He pulled it out and twisted it until a jet of red, fat sparks jumped from one end. Throwing it down on the concrete, he gestured me to back up about 50 feet, and then we waited. It didn't take long. The helicopter must have been just beyond the tanks, waiting for our signal. The helicopter wasn't pretty to look at, really. It was a dull green color, and it had 2 rotors, one higher than the other, which looked wrong to me. But I'd never seen anything like it before. The way it seemed to just hang in the air, defying gravity, made me feel like I was floating. It filled me with awe. I couldn't help but let out a whoop of excitement. Adair looked over at me and beamed. He tousled my hair, and I didn't even flinch away. Other looters started piling out of the camp buildings or from the back seats of their cars. They ran toward the helipad with bags and bundles in their arms, complaining loudly that Adair wasn't playing nice, that he should have waited for them to get up before he called in the helicopter. They pressed in tight around us, jostling and shoving to get closer to the helicopter. A loudspeaker mounted on the helicopter blared out a warning.
"Stay back 50 feet! We will not land until the area is clear!"
The voice was so loud, it seemed to roll around the concrete and asphalt and bounce off the tanks until it came from every side, until it resonated in my chest. Grudgingly, the looters moved back, away from the helipad. The helicopter settled down onto the concrete as gently as a feather wafting down from the heights of a skyscraper, its wheels just kissing the ground. Its rotors kept turning as fast as ever, and the wind from them threatened to blow me over, but I held my ground, even as 20 years of trash and debris, old rotten paper and pristine plastic sandwich containers, dust and soot and torn-up plant matter flashed by me, stinging my skin and making me clamp my eyes shut. A hatch on the side of the helicopter opened, revealing 2 soldiers standing inside. I'd never seen a soldier before in my life. They looked like aliens from another world, their eyes made enormous and dark by their goggles, their heads misshapen by all the equipment strapped to their helmets. They wore full body armor, and each of them carried a massive assault rifle. They waved the looters over, and the trading started. There was no order to it, just a frenzy of people shouting and holding up fingers, shoving packages forward and catching the trade goods that were thrown to them in return. The soldiers had what seemed like a never-ending supply of things to trade, bundles of food and medical supplies and plenty of fuel, big drums of it, the stuff that made this economy possible. Adair towered over the others, and his voice boomed out over even the noise of the rotors. I was pushed and nudged in every direction, barely able to stand up in the crowd, and it was all I could do to keep standing and keep handing loot to Adair as he asked for more and more. As the trades were completed, the looters drifted away one by one, easing things up a little. When only a handful of them were left pressed up near the helicopter, I knew it was time to enact the plan I'd been thinking of all night. It wasn't easy, but I shouldered my way through, right up to the side of the helicopter. Adair said something, but I ignored him.
"I'm a positive!"
I shouted, and held up my left hand, turned around so the soldiers could see it.
"I'm from New York City! I was supposed to go to the medical camp in Ohio!"
I screamed it over the rotor noise.
"There are others here! Some girls who—"
It should have worked. The government was supposed to want me in that camp. The law was supposed to be on my side. I had put my right hand on the bottom of the helicopter hatch, assuming that the soldiers would nod and help me jump up among them. I had thought I knew exactly how this would go. It didn't go as planned. I had to cut off my speech in mid-sentence because the butt of an assault rifle slammed into my stomach, making me choke on my own air, making every nerve and bone in my body jangle with sudden pain and shock. My eyes went wide, and I nearly swallowed my tongue. A boot lashed out and clipped the side of my head, sending me spinning around, and there was no way to keep from falling face first onto the concrete. A knee pressed hard into my spine, and someone grabbed my wrist and pulled my arm so hard my shoulder squeaked in its socket.
"Don't you ever touch government property, you looter asshole!" the soldier on top of me said. "You're nothing! Do you understand? You're nothing to us! And if I shoot you in the head right now, you know what the fallout'd be?"
I couldn't speak, but clearly he wanted an answer. I shook my head in the negative.
Nothing,
he said. I couldn't move, couldn't protest. I could barely breathe.
I wouldn't even have to fill out a form,
the soldier told me.
I'm not gonna kill you, though. No, I'm gonna let you live.
He was bent low over me, his mouth nearly touching my ear.
But I am gonna break your arm. I know how to do it so it never heals right. You're gonna spend the rest of your life as a living example of why you filthy looters do not touch government property.
He started to twist my arm in a direction it wasn't meant to go. The pain was excruciating. I couldn't struggle, couldn't think. I started to vomit, though whether from pain or fear, I didn't know.
Please!
I looked up in surprise. Adair was holding his hands up, his fingers spread out in an imploring gesture.
Please, officer, he's my son. Please don't do this.
The pressure on my arm eased, just a hair. It was a blessed relief.
This piece of trash? Come on,
the soldier said.
You've taken bigger shits, Adair. Please, he's my only help and hope in this world. Please, I'm begging you. At least leave him able to work, please.
Adair was down on his knees, with his hands clasped in front of him. He was still taller than most of the people around him.
Please. Fuck off, Adair,
the soldier said, and twisted my arm again. The bones in my elbow started to scrape across each other in a way I'd never felt before and I hope to never feel again.
Here,
Adair said, and he took something out of his pocket. A little orange pill bottle. He shook it to show it was nearly full.
You gonna buy this piece of trash back for a couple Tylenol, huh? Percocet. Yellow ovals, man. The real stuff. Guaranteed. They're still good. I've been hoarding them for a rainy day, Adair said. I figured if I got bit by a zombie or something worse happened, I could just down all these and go out nice and peaceful. But they're yours, all yours for free. Just let the boy go.
Instantly, the pressure on my arm was gone. There was plenty of pain left over, but it couldn't match what had come before. I lay with my cheek against the cool asphalt and just breathed, because that was all I could do. The soldier took the bottle from Adair and shook it a few times. Then he stuffed it in one of his uniform pockets and nodded. He started to turn away, started to go, but then he stopped and looked back down at me. I expected a final warning, or that he would go ahead and shoot me anyway. Instead, he worked up a good mouthful of saliva and spat in my hair. A minute later, the soldiers were back in their helicopter and it lifted away from the pad, floating up into the air as if it weighed nothing at all. I watched it go. My delight in its seeming magic was gone now. I just wanted to be sure it wasn't going to turn around and come back. Eventually, even the sound of its rotors faded. The other looters were gone by then. It was just Adair and me on the asphalt under an empty sky.
You'd better be worth it, Stones,
Adair said. And then he kicked me in the ribs, hard enough that my vision went black. I didn't wake up again until we were already outside the gates of Linden, headed south. I woke up in the front passenger seat of the SUV, my seatbelt holding me up. Drool had run down the front of my shirt. Every part of me felt sore.
Hey, Adair said. Look who's finally returned to the land of the living. Good morning, Stones. It's going to be a beautiful day.
I looked at him in pure surprise. Only a moment ago, from my perspective, Adair had looked like he was of half a mind to kill me, just for the trouble I'd caused him. Now he was smiling at me, beaming. He never was a man to hold a grudge. Chapter 27. I was with Adair and his gang. He preferred the term crew, but he was the only one who ever used it, for a little over a month, I think. My first month in the wilderness. It was quite the education. We spent every day looting old houses, but most nights we didn't return to Linden or any of the other looter camps. Instead, we slept rough, in the SUV, parked under an overpass or in a culvert somewhere, out of sight, no lights showing, making as little noise as possible. Doing everything we could to keep the zombies from noticing us. They were everywhere. Even my experience in Fort Lee, when I brought an entire town of them after me, couldn't prepare me for just how many of them there were. No matter how deserted a subdivision looked, or how desolate a stretch of industrial wasteland seemed, they were always waiting for us. Always hungry. More than one night, I woke up to find a red-eyed face peering in my window at me, to hear fingers squeaking on glass as a zombie tried to grab me. When it happened, I would wake Adair and he would get the SUV moving, and we would spend a bleary hour just driving, trying to lose the zombies, who would follow us even if they had no chance of ever catching us. We returned to the looter camps only when the SUV was full of pills and liquor to be traded in, about once a week. Adair seemed to find the camps distasteful. He never associated with the other looters there, never joined their parties around burning oil drums, or even looked to share rumors and news with them. If he'd had some other way of contacting the army and making his trades, I think he would have shunned them altogether. He had everything he needed out on the road, he often said. He had a car to keep him mobile, a crew to help him forage, and of course, he had his girls. How I fit into the equation was still being worked out. Those weeks spent out in the wilderness tend to blur together in my memory. Long, hazy dreams, not to say pleasant dreams, broken only by occasional moments of clarity when everything snapped back into focus. Typically, those are not good memories. Like the time we met our first band of road pirates. We were headed to a place called Metuchen, another looter camp. The car was so full of loot that some of the girls had to sit on boxes full of liquor bottles and stacks of moldering porn. They didn't complain, of course. Adair said this was the most dangerous time of all because anyone passing us on the road could see how flush we were. But it had been days since we'd seen another car, and I wasn't exactly paying attention. I was sunk down into a sort of trance, just watching the road roll out ahead of me through the windshield. I was beginning to see how Kylie could switch herself off and become part of the landscape, as unthinking and unfeeling as the giant concrete ruins that crouched on the sides of the road. When I saw the first motorcycle up ahead, it didn't even really register. It was just one more detail of the view. As we got closer, I could feel Adair growing tense, his massive bulk next to me growing taut with concern, but my lazy brain figured he could handle whatever was coming, and it wasn't my problem. The bike slowed down and moved to the side of the road to let us pass. Adair kept our speed steady, so we blew past the biker at a good 25 miles an hour. We came so close to clipping him that for a moment I could see his face through my window, near enough that I made out every detail of his bizarre clothing. Metal horns stuck up from either side of his helmet, their tips burnished to a dazzling shine. He wore a sharp-cut business suit with a perfect red-checked tie, held down by a ruby pin. The cuffs of his jacket sleeves were tattered, and the suit was smeared with dust, but the shirt underneath was an immaculate white. He turned to look in at me, and I saw he was missing the tip of his nose and several of his teeth, but he was smiling, beaming at me. I gave him a friendly wave, figuring it couldn't hurt to be nice. "Shit," Adair said under his breath. "What's the problem?" I asked. "One guy on a motorcycle can't do us any harm. He didn't even have any weapons."
"You're not going to live very long, Stones, unless you develop a healthy misanthropy," he told me.
He didn't look at me. All his attention was focused on the road ahead and the wheel in his hands.
"Kylie, dig out the guns."
Kylie bent down into the leg well of the second row of seats and started dragging out long parcels wrapped in oilcloth. Addison and Mary helped her pass these around. Adair reached back over his shoulder without looking away from the road and took the massive black carbine I'd seen him use back in Fort Lee. The girls all got pistols. Kylie tapped me on the shoulder and handed me something big and heavy. It didn't look so much like a gun as a complicated machine part, though there was a short barrel on the front and a part in the back that folded out into a skeletal stock.
"Be careful with that. It's set for full auto, but don't just spray it around like a hose," Adair told me. "Tap the trigger. Don't hold it down."
The guns stank of oil and metal, and the one I'd been handed was heavy and dug into my thigh when I laid it across my lap. I still didn't see why this was necessary, or what Adair thought was going to happen. The road ahead was flat to the horizon, and I saw no sign of anyone else. No more motorcycles, no roadblocks where we could be ambushed.
"Not everybody can be as lucky as us Stones,"
Adair said, as if he'd guessed at my confusion.
"Not everybody has the social skills necessary to be a successful looter. If you can't get an in with the military, if you get a bad reputation in the looter camps, you can get stuck out here on the road. You can live a long time like that on canned food, sure, but you need some way to get fuel and anything else you might want. And you know nobody's ever going to shed a tear for a car full of skeletons on the side of the road. So maybe you start thinking you'll cut out the middleman, by which I mean honest business folk like me, and by cutting out I mean kill and take all their stuff. There aren't a lot of pirates this far north and east, but the ones who do operate here are crafty. They've got to be to avoid government patrols. There's a ramp up ahead. It'll take us onto surface streets where maybe we can hide, but it's also the most likely place for them to be waiting. You see it up there?"
I looked ahead and saw the off-ramp he meant. It was just a curve of road lined by crash barriers on either side. There were no buildings or even trees around it. Nowhere for a gang of road pirates to hide. "It looks safe," I said. "Doesn't it?"
"Safe is a relative term. Hold on."
Adair sped up, and the SUV jumped and bounced over road debris and potholes. Clearly he intended to take the curve of the off-ramp at high speed, which seemed more dangerous to me than any pirates who might be hiding out there. I couldn't see any threats at all, and the one cyclist we'd passed had seemed harmless enough. But I could tell from Adair's body language that he expected death to come barreling down on us at any second. Our tires squealed as we hit the off-ramp, the surface of which was even rougher than the turnpike behind us. Adair braced himself against his door as the SUV tilted over to one side, and behind me, the girls strapped themselves in with their seatbelts and grabbed onto anything they could hold. I clutched the dashboard and the armrest built into the passenger door and tried to see in every direction at once, desperate not to miss the attack when it came. I barely saw the trap, and Adair missed it altogether. "What's that?" I had time to ask before it sprang. Lying in the middle of our lane was a piece of a telephone pole, chopped down until it was only about 6 feet long. One end was bolted to a piece of sheet metal, and 2 thick steel cables were tied around the other end. Before I had time to register all the details, the cables went taut, and the pole swiveled up into the air until it was standing straight up and down, right in front of us. Adair managed to swerve at the last second, nearly rolling the top-heavy SUV as he spun the wheel to the side. It wasn't enough to avoid a collision, though, and the front driver's side corner of the SUV slammed into the wooden pole. Brown splinters splashed across the windshield as we all went flying forward, as the SUV spun out to the side, as metal screamed and bent and the girls shrieked and Adair used every obscenity in his inventory. I could only stare in panic through the windshield, at the world spinning around me, at nothing at all. The SUV came to a stop, rolling on its suspension like a ship at sea. The engine chugged and coughed as broken glass spun and danced on the concrete. Adair wasted no time. He threw the SUV into reverse and stamped on the accelerator, trying to get us lined up again with the off-ramp so we could get out of there. The SUV whined and then screamed, and I could hear metal crumpling. It was clear we were stuck and going nowhere in a hurry. And then, over the noise of the engine, I heard the mosquito drone of motorcycle engines coming closer. A lot of them. Chapter 28.
"Who's hurt? Who's hurt?"
Adair shouted. Mary moaned in the back seat in response. He grabbed her shoulder and pulled her forward so he could look in her face.
"It's just a bruise," he said,
though one of her eyes was bloodshot and her forehead was bright red and starting to turn purple. Her head must have slammed forward against the back of the front seat in the collision. Everyone else seemed to be okay, or at least they weren't complaining. Adair tried to get the SUV moving again, spinning the wheel and alternately standing on the accelerator and the brake. Nothing worked.
"That pole must be jammed up into the axle,"
he said, sounding more annoyed than anything else. Through my windows, I could see motorcycles approaching, churning up dust as they roared over the open ground toward the off-ramp. I couldn't see where they'd come from. They must have been close, though, because it took no time at all for them to reach us. The men on them were definitely armed. Some were carrying shotguns, others just pistols. They were dressed just like the one we'd seen behind us on the road, in dusty suits and horned helmets.
"They must have been hoping we'd all die in that crash,"
Adair said.
"Clever fuckers. Well, they're not going to stop now."
He looked over at me, and I realized the gun had fallen out of my lap and landed by my feet. He grabbed it and shoved it back into my hands.
"Tap the trigger. Don't spray,"
he told me again. I could barely feel my hands holding that obscene piece of metal. I could barely breathe. The motorcyclists lined up as they approached us, and soon I saw why. One by one, they hit a makeshift ramp and jumped over the crash barriers and onto the off-ramp. They were incredibly well organized, almost choreographed, as if they'd rehearsed this scenario 100 times. Or maybe this was the 100th time they'd attacked a car and killed all its occupants for their fuel. One of them leveled a shotgun at my window, and I ducked down, just as a shower of tiny projectiles hit my window and door. It sounded like 100 hammers had smashed into the side of the SUV, but the window didn't break.
"I'm going to have to get the wheels clear,"
Adair announced, and he reached for the handle that would open his door.
"Cover me."
"What?" I asked, as he popped his door open and jumped out onto the asphalt. Now the motorcycles were circling us, moving constantly around us as the girls rolled down their windows and started firing their pistols at the attackers. It happened so fast, I had no time to think about what was happening. Adair ran around to the front of the SUV, ignoring the road pirates, but at least keeping his head down. One of them came roaring at him, the tails of his suit jacket flying out behind him, his mouth open in a wild whoop. Kylie leaned out her window and fired just once with her pistol, and the motorcycle seemed to collapse underneath its rider, twisting around as its wheels spun crazily in the air. The rider leapt clear and rolled to the road surface, then sprang up, a pistol in his hand. Adair was waiting for him. He grabbed the pirate by the horns on his helmet and smashed his face into the hood of the SUV with a clang. The pirate dropped his gun and staggered backward, then fell to his knees. Adair kicked the pistol away and then stomped on the pirate's neck until he stayed down. Then, as if nothing had happened, he bent again to look under the SUV's front fender. I was so stunned, I could only watch, until a bullet hit the wing mirror only a foot or so from my face. The mirror exploded in a cloud of glass particles that dazzled me, and I ducked again, pulling myself as far under the dashboard as I could manage. Behind me, I could hear the girls firing their pistols out the windows. The SUV's cabin was full of the stink of their gunpowder and our collective fear. I forced myself to sit up again, to look out my window, and saw the cyclists were still wheeling around us, taking shots at the SUV when they could, spending most of their time just controlling their bikes. Whenever one of them got too close to Adair, the girls would concentrate all their fire on him. The cyclists seemed to get the message and gave Adair a wide berth. Instead, they focused on the rear window of the SUV, which was already shattered by bullets. Addison was back there, barely able to lift her pistol, but taking shot after shot at the attackers. I lifted the machine pistol in my hands and looked for someone to shoot, but I couldn't seem to get a bead on anybody. They were moving too fast. "Stones," Kylie said, her voice flat, expressionless. "Stones, look out." I blinked my eyes in surprise, then whirled around to look out my window, just as one of the pirates smashed it with a tire iron. Glass cascaded over me, cubes of bluish ice that slid and bounced across my shirt and my arms. The sleeve of a business suit came through the broken window and wrapped around my neck. I dropped the machine pistol and grabbed at the biker's arm, trying to get free, but he was incredibly strong, and I felt my pulse jumping in my neck. Felt like I couldn't breathe. Felt like I was going to be dragged out of the SUV, dragged out on the road and brutalized, murdered. Then the arm went slack and released me. I stared out the window and saw Adair standing there, holding a long piece of wood. part of the telephone pole that had brought us up short. The biker who had grabbed me tried to hold on to my windowsill, but all his strength was gone. The side of his helmet was dented in, and one of the horns hung loose on a strip of duct tape. Adair roared and brought his club down on the man's back where his spine met his neck. The man dropped away from my sight. Adair hit him again, and again. Then he tossed the club away from him. I sought around me and found the machine pistol and brought it up, looking for someone to shoot, but suddenly there were no targets. I saw a couple of motorcycles, but they were racing away from us, headed up the turnpike, headed off into the dusty distance. The road pirates had cut their losses and run. It was over, as fast as it had begun. Chapter 29. Adair stared at me through my window, not saying a word. He was breathing heavily, but that might just have been from the effort of tossing the motorcyclists around. Eventually, he reached in through my window, not abruptly, not fast enough to startle me, and grasped the short barrel of my machine pistol. He let go, then stalked away from my window and back to the front of the SUV. He didn't say a word, but he didn't need to. The weapon was still cold. I hadn't fired a single shot in the few seconds of the attack. Kylie got out of the SUV and went over to the bodies of the two dead bikers who lay on the asphalt. She rifled through their pockets with a studied efficiency. Then she headed toward their fallen bikes. Mary brought her a gas can and a length of plastic hose, and Kylie siphoned whatever fuel was left from the bike's tanks. Then the two of them got back in the SUV. Kylie rinsed her mouth out with bottled water and spat voluminously out of her shattered window. At the front of the SUV, Adair made some adjustments to the fender and the wheel. I couldn't see what he was doing. I didn't move at all, except when Heather reached forward and took the machine pistol out of my hands so it could be stowed away with the rest of the guns. I felt if I kept perfectly still and didn't make a sound, I could avoid Adair's wrath. When the repairs were finished, he climbed into the driver's seat and started the SUV up again and wheeled back onto the turnpike, the front tire rumbling and squealing against the bent fender. We left the dead bodies and the two damaged bikes where they'd fallen. It felt wrong, but I don't know what else we might have done. I knew Adair would never waste time burying people who had tried to kill him. Maybe the road pirates came back for their dead comrades, or maybe the zombies got them first. I'll never know. Adair didn't say a word. Nobody did, as we limped to Metuchen, to the looter camp there. The SUV made all kinds of alarming noises, but it held together. I wanted desperately during that ride to shake the broken glass out of my clothes, but I didn't move an inch. We reached Metuchen shortly after dark. The snipers, on watch, laughed and pointed at the damaged SUV, but they let us through. When they realized it was Adair at the wheel, they stopped laughing.
"I'd hate to see the other guy,"
one of them called out. Adair ignored him. Inside the camp, a dozen men in rags and oil-stained coveralls came running up before the SUV had even rolled to a stop. They held wrenches and mallets out like offerings. These mechanics were kin to the retailers Adair had disdained back at Linden, men who couldn't handle going out on the road and thus could make a livelihood only by offering services to the more adventurous looters. I would have thought previously that such people would be held in high esteem. After all, they kept the looters' cars in good repair, and their skills were always needed. Instead, the looters treated them like a second, inferior class, better than slaves, but not by much. Adair picked one at random and gave him a full bottle of vodka as a down payment. The man babbled away in gratitude for a while, but Adair glared at him until he said that he would have the repairs done by morning, no problem. Adair nodded. We unpacked the SUV. Then Adair led us all toward a row of bungalows at the far side of the camp. He found one nobody was using and herded the girls inside, but he held Kylie back. He glanced at me, and I realized I was supposed to know what was going on. As usual, I didn't.
"It's Kylie's turn tonight," he said when I didn't react. "And I'm feeling like it's going to be a long night." Got it?"
I did. He was punishing me for being so useless during the fight against the road pirates. Except he was going to take out his frustration on Kylie. He took her into an empty room. She didn't fight him or even look back at me. Soon enough, I could hear him grunting. It became unbearable, so I walked away. Just like that first night in Linden, I had to move. Had to be somewhere else, anywhere else. Sadly, I had few choices to pick from. The Metuchen camp wasn't as big or as secure as the one at Linden. It had been a city park once, now surrounded by a wall of corrugated sheet metal. The trees and shrubs were long gone, used up for firewood, and the grass had been trampled down into black mud, but you could still see park benches listing at crazy angles, and the looters used an old tennis court as their party space. Some of them even took turns hitting balls back and forth, using rackets that were missing half their strings. There were no refinery tanks to go sit on, no place to sulk in private. I could wander over toward the wall, but I didn't trust the snipers there to know I wasn't a zombie. There was nowhere to go and be by myself. So I wandered onto the tennis court, just milling around, hoping someone would ask me to join them. It didn't take long.
"Stones! It's Stones, right?"
someone asked. He was a tall, skinny man dressed head to toe in tan leather, wearing a pair of mirrored sunglasses even though it was dark. The fire danced on his lenses, and I could see one of them had a long, jagged crack in it.
"You're Adair's boy, aren't you? What the hell you doing out here?"
The man's tone wasn't unfriendly. "Just couldn't sleep," I explained. He smiled.
"Come sit by the fire. It's too cold to roam around like that. I'm Andy. Andy Waters out of Connecticut."
"Stamford?" I asked. That was where Kylie came from. Maybe he knew somebody there, somebody who could help her. It was a long shot, but...
"New Haven. They got the big college up there, you know, with all the smart guys and the computers trying to figure out how to save the world. I'm not really the college type, so I figured I'd light out for the life of high adventure."
I'd never heard of such a place, or any such college. I did see he had a plus sign tattooed on his hand, just like me. I pulled up a car tire and sat down next to him.
"Here,"
he said. He handed me a bottle. I'd seen enough liquor over the past few weeks, I'd looted plenty of it from various houses, to recognize bourbon when I saw it. I'd never tasted it before, though. I took a big swig and nearly spat it out when it burned my mouth. Somehow, I managed to swallow it.
"Thanks. No problem. Hey, you ever get some of that ass, Stones?"
My eyes went wide. "What?"
"All that ass you ride around with. You know, Adair's girls, his harem. They any good? He acts so high and mighty all the time, like he's teaching them manners and morals. But everybody knows what he really gets up to. He ever share? He let you have a taste?"
"No," I said. I didn't want to talk about it. "Listen, thanks for the drink. I think maybe I can manage to sleep after all." A hand fell on my shoulder. Someone was standing behind me. I felt fur brush my cheek. "But you just got here." I turned my head and saw Red Kate looming over me, close enough to kiss me or bite my nose off. Chapter 30.
"Remember me?" she said. "Little old me? The one who tried to rescue you up in Fort Lee when you hid under those cars? The one you cut?"
"The one who killed the government driver who was supposed to take me away from all this?" I pointed out.
"That guy had it coming. He called me a bad name, Stones."
"Before or after you drove his car off the road?" She shrugged.
"He knew the rules. I could have left him to burn alive in that car, you know. I could have stood there and listened to him scream."
"How merciful of you to end his suffering," I said. I don't want to give the wrong impression here. I was scared of her. I was terrified. But I had an instinct telling me that showing that would be a mistake. She looked down at me, then at Andy Waters, who was sitting back with his legs up by the fire to keep his feet warm. It was a cold night. Without warning, she kicked his boot and knocked his feet right into the flames.
"Jesus!"
he shouted, jumping up and away from the fire.
Come on, Kate. Do you know how long it took me to find boots just this color?
I wanted to sit down, she told him. And your skinny legs were in the way. Scoot over. Me and my friend Stones want to sit next to each other.
He did as he was told, without further protest. Maybe my instinct was wrong. For a while she sat and just stared into the fire. It painted her cheeks red and orange, but left her eyes hidden in pools of shadow. When she spoke again, she didn't look at me.
Maybe you think I'm holding a grudge for when you cut me in Fort Lee. Let me reassure you then. I'm not.
No? She shook her head.
Life out here is too short for that kind of beef.
It was a relief to know she didn't intend to kill me, unless of course this was a trick to make me let my guard down. I expected that to be the end of it, but she clearly had more to say.
What we do have time for is gossip. And there's a lot of talk about you lately.
There is? I was surprised to hear it.
Sure. Well, we don't see a lot of new people around these camps, so every time a guy starts coming up the ranks, we notice. But you're kind of a mystery. Adair doesn't take on a lot of boys, you know. And the way he saved you from those soldiers.
She shook her head.
You must be something else. Something worth having. Makes me wish I'd been the one who got you.
You wanted to sell me into slavery. Andy Waters looked up sharply. The looters didn't like that word, even if many of them profited from it.
Now I'm not so sure I would have,
Red Kate said, lifting her shoulders an inch.
Now I'm starting to think you hid under that car for a long time. Nearly long enough to make me wonder if you were down there at all.
Not long enough, then.
No. But you had the right idea. The word around the camps says you're tough but dumb. I don't know, Stones. I think it might be the other way around. I think you're soft but smart.
She swiveled around to stare into my eyes. It was a challenge. Calling a fellow looter soft was a great way to start a fight. I knew better than to take the bait, so I merely broke her gaze. Apparently, though, that was what she was looking for.
Yeah, she said. I've got you pegged.
Is this your way of trying to recruit me for your gang? I asked softly. She laughed.
Hardly. You're with Adair now, and he'd whip my ass 8 different ways if I tried to poach you. Of course, if that ever changes, if, say, you ever decide maybe you aren't happy with the way Adair treats your girlfriend.
I don't have a girlfriend, I said. But I said it too fast, and that made Red Kate smile. I couldn't bear to look at that smile. It was just too knowing. Damn it, you don't know me, I told her. I'm nothing like you. I'm no looter, and I'm definitely no killer.
You got me pegged too, huh?
She said, grinning. You're a parasite, I told her. You feed on the world and give nothing back. Andy Waters actually gasped when I said it, but Red Kate didn't look offended. Instead, she shook her head and said, No. Not in outraged denial, but as if I'd simply chosen the wrong word.
Not a parasite. A maggot.
I drew my head back in surprise and distaste.
See, a parasite, that's something that latches on to a living host, like a flea sucking blood from a dog, she explained. A maggot feeds on corpses. Me, Andy here, Adair, we're maggots. The world died 20 years ago, Stones. We're just nibbling on the carcass.
That's disgusting. She lifted her shoulders again, then dropped them after a second.
I can see how a soft kid from New York might think that, at first. But there's a sort of guy, a sort of person who, once they've been out here a while, they get a taste for it, for the freedom that comes with chaos. You're a crisis baby, right, Stones? Your parents, they hooked up in some evacuation center, maybe in an old bomb shelter. You were conceived while the world was dying. One last gasp of lust. I was 10 years old when it hit. Old enough to remember what we lost. But you You were born right along with this world. It's yours to inherit, if you want it.
I don't. I stood up and edged my way around the fire. I'm done here. You want to be a maggot? Be my guest. The name fits you just fine. It was a weak response, but it was the best I could think of.
Better a maggot than a slave like you are now.
Or a whore, Red Kate said offhanded.
Like Kylie.
I pulled her knife from my belt and stormed back toward her. Andy Waters jumped up with a pistol in his hand, as if he would shoot me to protect her, but Red Kate held up one hand to tell him to stop. She knew I wasn't going to stab her. I held the knife by the blade and offered her the hilt. You drop this back in Fort Lee. If I give it back to you, do you promise to just leave me alone from now on? She looked at the knife. The eagle engraved on the blade caught the firelight and seemed to spread its wings.
I've got another one now,
she said, and drew something from a scabbard at her belt that was more sword than knife. The blade was 12 inches long, and miniature skulls had been welded all around the grip to form a handguard. She twisted it through the air in a wicked cut, then sheathed it again.
Nice, huh? Took it off some crazy religious guy. Said I had to die for some god called Anubis. Turned out he had things backwards.
She flipped the knife around and shoved it back into a sheath at her belt. Then she smiled at me, a lazy, wicked smile that said she wasn't afraid of me, that I had no traction with her at all.
So you go ahead and hold on to that knife. Maybe you'll need it someday.
Just leave me alone, I said.
Sorry.
She pulled the sleeve of her fur coat back to show me her wrist. It was red and inflamed where I'd cut her. Infected. It didn't look like it was going to kill her, though. More's the pity.
You cut me. No man has ever cut me and lived to tell the story. We're not done, Stones. We're not done by a long shot. Not until I say so.
Chapter 31.
She's never going to forgive you,
Adair said when I'd told him everything.
She never could forgive a man who did her wrong.
I had hesitated before talking to him about Red Kate. I'd made enough trouble for him already, and maybe his patience with me was running out, which was bad, since I was wholly dependent on him for my survival, at least until I could find a way to get to Ohio. But Kate worried me. She was a factor in this new world of mine I couldn't get a grasp on, a puzzle I couldn't solve. I turned to Adair in the end because he knew more about the wilderness than anyone else who might talk to me. It was during one of our long drives, this time out to a subdivision in Rahway we hadn't hit before, when I finally got up the courage. If he was annoyed by my questions, he didn't show it. So I caught her. That's enough for her to want to kill me? She had her chance last night, but she didn't take it.
Well, a couple of things there. A and B. A is, she had no such chance. She couldn't just kill somebody out in the open in the middle of a looter camp. That sort of thing's frowned upon.
He smiled.
We're not total savages.
I shook my head. I thought I would never understand the code these people followed, if there even was such a thing.
Besides, she knows you're under my protection, and she would never tussle with me. She may be crazy, but she's not stupid.
Her gang outnumbered us, but I knew it wasn't always about numbers. People in the looter camps had an almost supernatural respect for Adair, a reverent fear. I don't know what he'd done to get such a fearsome reputation, but everyone seemed to agree you didn't mess with Adair. At least, that was a point in my favor for the moment. Okay, that's thing A. What's thing B?
There's always a B, he said and sighed deeply. Nothing's ever simple. B is just killing you wouldn't be enough. It would be over too quick. Killing out here, it's just a means to an end. She doesn't want to just end you. She wants to punish you. She wants to get creative about it. And a woman like Red Kate has a powerful imagination.
I could feel the blood draining from my face. You mean she's going to torture me before she kills me?
Knowing her, she would make you beg to be tortured to death,"
Adair said. But then he laughed and slapped me on the back.
"Stones, you look like you just shit yourself. Relax. I'm here and I'll protect you."
I forced myself to thank him. But I still don't understand. What drives somebody to be like that? What gets them so twisted they treat other human beings like toys to play with? Adair thought on that for a long while before answering.
"There's not much out here to occupy an active mind," he told me. "No real excitement."
He laughed at my expression.
"You think constant danger is exciting, huh? Give it another few months. Nothing can hold your attention that long. Eventually, you do get bored. And that's a problem. Maybe you become complacent, which is a synonym for dead. Or maybe you go crazy. I've seen that often enough. Start thinking you're untouchable or that you've been chosen for some higher purpose. That's another word for dead, too. This world loves nothing more than a man who thinks he's immortal, and it loves proving him wrong. If you're smart, you remember to humble yourself every so often, to remind yourself why you need to stay sharp. But all of us who do this long enough, we're going to run across this problem eventually."
So, it's inevitable? You just get so bored you burn out and die? I asked, because obviously that wasn't where he was going with this.
Nah. There's other ways to handle the tedium. You find something else to keep your brain busy. I've got my girls. I spend all my time thinking about how to take care of them, keep them healthy and happy. Red Kate tends to fixate on people who cross her and how she can make them regret it.
Great, I said. And now I am in her sights. Adair shrugged in something approaching sympathy. I don't know if he was capable of the genuine article, but at least he understood my predicament.
"There's one surefire way to beat her at that game, though," he said.
"There is?"
"Uh-huh. Ignore her. Pretend she doesn't scare you. That'll make her even crazier for a while, but eventually she'll find somebody else with buttons she can push."
Easier said than done, of course. The community of looters in New Jersey was a small enough group that I was guaranteed to keep running into her. I could try, I supposed, to keep my head down, stick close to Adair, not go wandering off at night anymore, but I doubted Red Kate would let me off that easily. I brooded for a while on how to escape her, until something else she'd said occurred to me. Something I'd never really processed before. She said I was a slave, I told him. His eyes narrowed.
"We don't like that word out here. They've got slaves for real in some of the cities now. Indentured servants, and worse. They get worked to death and fed as little as possible. That sound like you and me?"
"If I said I wanted to leave you, would you let me?" I asked him in turn.
"You couldn't make it out here without me."
There was a warning in his tone, but one I chose to ignore. "I'm going to Ohio, to the medical camp there," I told him. "If we meet someone headed that way, will you let me go with them?" For a long while he was silent. He fiddled with the car's controls in a way that suggested he was too busy to answer, but I knew he was stalling. His eyes flicked to one of his mirrors, and behind me, Kylie stirred. He had glanced at her, and she'd sat up, expecting some kind of command. When none came, she sank back down into her seat. I don't think I was supposed to see that glance. It wasn't until later that I realized what it meant. If he let me go to Ohio, he might have to let Kylie go too. Half his girls had plus signs tattooed on their left hands. I knew he would never let them all go.
"You meet somebody like that," he said finally, "and I think they're on the level, then, and only then, will we discuss this again."
I was smart enough not to press him. Chapter 32. Rahway might have been a little nicer than the other towns we'd seen. The houses all had a little scrap of yard out front, and fewer of the windows were broken, but the routine was the same as always. Adair dropped Kylie and me off at the end of a long street, and then cruised around the corner and out of sight with the rest of the girls.
We'd done this often enough that Kylie and I didn't even speak as we pried the boards off a front door and headed inside the first house. Inside, we found a single bottle of liquor, mostly empty, a couple of bottles of pills. While I went through the upstairs medicine cabinet, Kylie searched the rooms downstairs for anything we'd missed. Once I was done, I headed back down the stairs and found something I didn't expect. The main, front room of the house was a mess. It had been like that when we arrived. Clothes were strewn on the floor, and there were toys everywhere. Children's toys of the kind they had before the crisis. Dolls and little plastic soldiers and things that looked like they used to light up or talk or who knew what back before they died. Kylie was kneeling in the middle of the room, her back to me. I took a step toward her and nearly tripped over something. I picked it up and saw it was a tennis shoe, about a quarter of the size of one I might wear. I turned it over in my hand, thoroughly surprised. I had never seen such a thing before. When I was young enough to wear such a thing, I went around barefoot. There had been children in this house, obviously. Kids who got evacuated during the crisis. I suppose I wondered what had happened to them. But I was a lot more interested in what Kylie was doing just then. As I came up to her, I saw she was smiling. I didn't think it was possible. It was such an innocent, sweet smile, one I couldn't imagine her wearing. Somehow, her armor had come down. I looked at her hands and saw she was holding a plastic horse with purple fur and stars woven into its mane.
I had one of these, she said.
Yeah? She nodded.
In Connecticut. Except mine had a broken leg.
She brushed its blonde hair with her thumb. Why don't we take it with us? I asked. Anything that could make her smile like that was worth taking back to the SUV, I thought. Apparently I was wrong. No, she said. She dropped the horse and stood up, walked away like it had meant nothing to her.
Come on, she said. We need to go to the next house.
Why don't you want the horse? I asked. She didn't get angry, but I could tell she didn't want to answer.
It would make me think about other times,
she answered, her voice perfectly flat.
It would make me think about my family.
Then she stopped and looked right at me, though her eyes had about as much life in them as the horse's had.
Do you miss him?
She asked me.
Your dad, I mean.
I told her all about my mom, and how I'd come to be a positive and get exiled from New York. I told her a lot of things while we were looting old houses. She never responded to anything I said, but it was good to hear myself talk. Otherwise the houses were just too quiet. So she knew all the details. I haven't thought of him a lot. Not since I left, I admitted. When I do, it hurts too much. So I try to worry about other things.
Do you think he's dead? That they killed him because he was exposed by being with your mom?
I gritted my teeth. Kylie had never been a master of tact. I knew she didn't understand what that question would do to me. So I tried to answer it honestly. I think they probably did. I don't know. I think that would probably be the right thing to do. But he's my dad. So I think I would hate them if that's what they did.
My parents are still alive. I think they are, she said. I don't allow myself to think about them. Sometimes I feel things, but that's not good. So I try not to let it happen. I worry about other things, she said, repeating what I'd said before. I took a deep breath. I guess nobody can keep things bottled up all the time. You should be more like me, she said. I see you feel things, and I worry about you. I worry you're going to be hurt.
I was shocked. I appreciate that, I told her. Thank you. She nodded, just acknowledging me. Then she turned and headed out of the room. I shook my head and followed. Outside, somebody started screaming. Chapter 33. It had to be one of the girls.
judging by the pitch of the screaming. I couldn't tell which one. We rushed out through the house into the street, and the noise of it was all around us. In that silent place, it filled the air, replaced the wind. The screams went on, and I spun in circles trying to figure out where they came from. "Where?" I asked. "Where?" Kylie scratched the side of her nose. "Damn it! Don't just stand there! Tell me where we go!" I shouted at her, my own voice pitched high. "Hold on," she told me. "Fuck! There's no time for you to—" Kylie lifted an arm and pointed at the far street corner. "That way," she said. "I can smell them." I shook my head in frustration, but I didn't waste any more time. I raced for the corner, pulling her along behind me. The screaming was louder now, and I could sort of gauge its direction. I turned down another street of identical houses and nearly ran right into a crowd of zombies. There were dozens of them. Their long hair hung down over their filthy, torn clothes. I didn't see any of their red eyes because they were all facing away from me, facing something else, the source of the screams. Bonnie. She was down on the ground, and she couldn't seem to get up. She was dragging herself backward, away from the zombies, but they were gaining on her. Her leg was all red. I didn't register at the time that it was blood I was seeing. It just looked red. Mary and Addison were farther up the street, standing on the porch of a house, gripping the railing, screaming as well, but not as loud, not as piercingly as Bonnie. No sign of Adair or the SUV. "Oh," Kylie said. "It was Bonnie." "What?" I demanded. "I thought it was Addison," she said. "It sounded like Addison, like someone younger." I stared at her, wide-eyed, but I knew. I understood even in the heat of that moment that Kylie had completely shut down, that the terror of this instant was so much she had shut off any kind of emotion at all rather than have to deal with it. I didn't have that option. I rushed forward, waving my hands over my head. "Hey!" I said, my voice failing me at first. "Hey, assholes!" I swallowed all the spit in my mouth and found the courage to shout it. "Hey!" One of the zombies started to turn around slowly to look for the sound of my voice. I had no real plan beyond getting their attention. I thought I could draw them away from Bonnie if I gave them something to focus on, but she wouldn't stop screaming. "Hey!" I shouted again. I reached down and picked up the first thing that came to my hand, an empty plastic water bottle that was lying in the street. I hurled it at the mass of zombies. It fell short, but the sound it made got another zombie to turn around. The ones closest to Bonnie were almost on her. There was no more time, and she kept screaming. She never stopped. "Bonnie, run!" I shouted, even though I knew she couldn't. That if she could, she would have already. Her leg must have been broken. She could no more stand up than she could stop what happened next. One of the zombies reached down and grabbed her ankle and started lifting her leg toward its mouth. "No! No, damn you!" I said, and ran forward to grab the arm of one of the zombies, thinking I would drag them away from her with my own hands. That got most of them looking at me. I realized my mistake almost instantly, but not before I grabbed the zombie's arm and pulled. It spun around, its teeth clacking together as its red eyes focused on me. It lunged forward, trying to bite me. I don't remember pulling my knife out of my belt. I don't remember stabbing that zombie in the face. I just did it, without thinking. I must have hit something vital because it went down in a heap without so much as a sigh of regret. 4 more of them were grabbing for me before it even hit the pavement. "Kylie!" I shouted as they plucked at my sleeves. I reared backward, away from them, but they kept coming. "Kylie, help me!" I kicked and pushed and punched and drove them away from me, but there were always more. Kylie grabbed one and pushed it away, knocking it off balance and sending it sprawling in the gutter. She stomped on the knee of another, and I heard bone crack, and the zombie fell down to kneel in the road, trying over and over to get up but failing. Then hands grabbed my shoulders, and I started to fight them off before I realized they were Kylie's, pulling me back, away from the zombies. Suddenly I was free. Kylie dragged me up to my feet, and we raced backwards, stumbling over each other, but still we were faster, fast enough to get clear. All the zombies were following us now, staggering toward us. All but one of them. the one that was taking bites out of Bonnie's arm. She fought it viciously, slapping and shoving and smacking it away, but she was covered in blood. It looked like part of her face was gone, just missing. I heard a screech of tires, and the SUV came rocketing around the corner, veering to a stop. Adair leaned out of his window with his carbine in his hands. Fire blasted from its barrel as he fired into the crowd of zombies again and again. One after another of them collapsed motionless in the street until they were all gone. He shot the one that was on top of Bonnie, and it rolled away, a neat hole in the back of its head oozing blood. And still, Bonnie kept screaming. She was still alive. Chapter 34. Adair kept shooting. There must have been more zombies around than I'd even seen, while Kylie headed over to the porch where Addison and Mary were huddled together, holding on to each other as if a terrible wind were trying to blow them away. I ran over to Bonnie and leaned over her, not wanting to touch her and the infected blood all over her, at the same time wanting desperately to pick her up in my arms. She was in bad shape. Bites had been taken out of her legs, her arms, and her face, and her blood was flowing away from her toward the gutter. She was breathing just fine, screaming still, but she wasn't moving at all. "Just hold on," I told her. Just... I realized I had no idea what to do. I thought maybe I should bandage her wounds, but there were so many of them. And how do you bandage someone's face when all you have is the shirt you're wearing? I needed tape and gauze and antiseptic. I needed all kinds of things I was never going to have. "Please, stop screaming," I begged her. And she did. Just my asking was enough. She stared up into my eyes as if she was looking for something more. I tore off my shirt and ripped it up for bandages. I wrapped a strip of cloth around her leg, and she groaned and started to retch. I looked down and saw her leg was a real mess. Part of her femur was sticking up through the skin above her knee. The edge of the bone was sharp and jagged. Mary would tell me later what had happened. Bonnie had been up on the second floor of a house when the zombies came. They had flooded in through the front door, blocking the stairs. Bonnie, the oldest of the three of them, had helped Mary and Addison out a window. They'd still had to jump down a ways, but they'd landed in a bush, and they were okay. When it came time for Bonnie's turn, there'd been no one to help her, and the zombies were almost on top of her, so she just jumped and missed the bush. That was how she'd broken her leg. Why she hadn't been able to run. "Hold on," I told her. She nodded a little. The bites all looked superficial. The zombies had just taken off some of her skin. The leg wound and the blood loss were the serious injuries. If I could keep her from bleeding to death, I thought, we could make a splint for her leg, maybe even find some plaster and make a cast.
"Move out of the way, Stones,"
Adair said from over my shoulder. I turned around and saw him blocking out the sun. He had a pistol in one hand, and the barrel was pointed at Bonnie's face. I grabbed the barrel and pushed it away. "She's going to live, Adair. She's going to be fine," I insisted.
"Bullshit. Look at her."
He stared pointedly at me, then sighed and reached down and grabbed my arm. I fought him off and tore some more strips off my shirt. The one I'd wrapped around her leg was already soaking through. Kylie came over and looked down into Bonnie's face. The younger girl stared up at Kylie with pure hope scrawled across her features. "She's infected," Kylie pointed out. "So am I. So are you," I told her, tying a bandage around Bonnie's arm. "No," Kylie said, just stating a fact. "We're positives, but that just means we might be infected. She definitely is. She's going to become a zombie if she lives."
"It's the right thing to do,"
Adair told me. He grabbed my arm again, and this time he was serious about it. He pulled me to my feet, and there was nothing I could do to fight him off. He was so much bigger than me, so much stronger. "So what?" I shouted. "So she's infected. It could be 20 years before she goes zombie." "Or it could happen tomorrow while we're asleep," Kylie said.
"It's the law. It should be the law,"
Adair said. He dragged me up until we were face to face.
"You think I like this?"
He held my gaze. His eyes locked on mine. When I heard the gunshot so close to us, I realized what he was doing. distracting me so I didn't see Bonnie die.
"You bastard,"
I said, wanting to spit in his face.
"Gotta be sometimes,"
he told me, and then he let me go. Chapter 35. After that, there were 6 of us in the SUV. Adair drove on, and nobody said a word. Nobody except me.
"You could have saved her," I kept telling him. "You said the one thing keeping you sharp out here was looking after your girls."
"I did,"
he admitted. He took a piece of beef jerky from his pocket and started chewing on it.
"And that's exactly what happened back there. I took care of Bonnie when she needed me the most."
"That's bullshit,"
I said, even though I could feel how tense he was sitting next to me, how close he was to telling me to shut up, or worse.
"We could have saved her. I was bandaging her wounds. If you had let me finish—"
"If I'd let you touch her any more, you probably would have infected your own idiot self,"
he said.
"Leave it, Stones."
No, I won't leave it. You killed her."
Even I knew that I was taking things too far, but I couldn't let this go. From behind me, I could hear the girls whispering among themselves, but I had no idea what they were saying, whose side they were taking. I doubted Kylie would come to my defense. She'd agreed with Adair after all. She'd thought killing Bonnie was the right thing to do. I'd lived 19 years in a world where everyone agreed on that, where people who were exposed to the zombie virus were routinely put down. I'd listened to the first generation explain why countless times. I'd heard their stories about the crisis and how the only way people survived was by being more brutal than they thought possible, by learning new schools of viciousness and staring reality right in the eye and doing what had to be done. They always made it sound so noble. They weren't killing innocent people. They were putting an end to their suffering. They weren't slaughtering their friends and family. They were protecting their communities. I'd heard them talk like that and just assumed it was true, assumed it was necessary. But nobody had ever done it right next to me before, and nobody had done it to somebody I knew and cared about while I stood by, helpless. Unless you counted when Ike killed my mother. Maybe that was why I couldn't handle this.
"I'm going to give you one last chance because I know you cared for Bonnie, and I respect that," Adair told me. "But I want you to see it from my side, okay? I was a lot closer to her than you, and I did what I did out of love. And just think about what this means for me. I'm going to have to go to the trouble of finding a new girl, and that's going to cost me plenty."
I was angry at myself for my part in Bonnie's death. I was angry at the world for being as fucked up as it was, but none of that could hold a candle to the rage I felt toward Adair at that moment.
"You murdered her," I told him. "You child-fucking bastard!"
Adair had never seemed cooler, more composed. He pulled the SUV over to the side of the road without a word, stopped the vehicle, and shifted it into park. And for a second, we all just sat there listening to the engine ping as it cooled down. Was he going to make me get out? Had I pushed him too far, finally? I thought maybe he might just shoot me right there, just to shut me up. Instead, he opened his door and leaned one leg out as if he was going to jump out and check the tires or something. Before he stepped out of the vehicle, though, he reached over and grabbed a big handful of my hair and dragged me out with him, dragged me across the driver's seat and out into the cold air outside the car. It hurt, but I was suddenly so afraid I couldn't feel much pain. He threw me down on the shoulder of the road. I tried to roll to my feet, but he planted one boot on my chest and held me down. He didn't put his weight into it, which might have crushed my ribs. He just wanted me to stay put.
"Okay, Stones. That's it," he said.
"Listen," I tried, but I have no idea what I planned on saying after that.
"I didn't want this,"
he told me. There was a tinge of sorrow in the words.
"I wanted you to be one of us, and be happy with that. I thought that stunt you pulled back at the helipad was just the last of your city softness wearing off. Lord knows the wilderness is like sandpaper for your soul, and that's got to be rough. But I thought you were getting over it. I thought I could make you into something I'd be proud of. A son I always wanted."
"Son?" I repeated.
Sounds kind of stupid, I know. But that's what keeps me going. I'm a family man. Me and the girls, we stick together, and they help me stay sane. It was a lot of estrogen to be carrying around, though. I thought another guy in the car would even things out a little. I assumed," he said, his voice booming, "you would figure things out in your own time. But you've always got to be testing me. You got some weird ideas in your head, and when reality doesn't conform to them, you get mouthy. Mostly, I figured that was high spirits, but nobody, no fucker on earth gets to tell me how to take care of my girls. Your shit ends now."
"What are you going to do to me?" I asked. It seemed a given he was going to abandon me there in the middle of the wilderness. I wasn't sure if he intended on beating me to a pulp first or not. He had other plans, though.
"Get up," he said. "We won't do it here. It's not safe. There's a place I know. Get your fucking ass up on your fucking feet."
I hurried to do what I was told.
"Put your hands behind your back," he said.
He pulled my knife out of my belt, then reached around me to unbuckle the belt, too. All kinds of sick horrors wafted through my brain, but he just looped the belt around my hands and pulled it tight until my wrists ached. Then he marched me around the back of the SUV and opened up the back. A small cargo space lay back there, behind the last row of seats. He shoved me inside and then slammed the door on top of me, bruising my shoulder. The car started up again. I couldn't see where we were going. We drove most of the day like that until I couldn't feel my hands anymore, until my legs were cramped from being twisted up in the cargo space. I was thirsty by the end of it. My lips chapped and my throat burned. I was starving. Mostly, though, I was just terrified. Chapter 36. I was half delirious when the back door of the SUV opened again and I tumbled out. Night had fallen by then. I had no idea how far we'd come. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice breaking because my mouth was so dry. I could hear water rushing furiously nearby, and around me were walls of rock streaked with lichens. Ahead of me was a narrow path leading to a door set in a wall of concrete. It was hard to make out anything else by moonlight.
"Hydroelectric plant," Adair said. "Stopped working a long time ago, of course. But it's tough to get to. Before the crisis, the government didn't want people messing with the turbines, which means the zombies can't get down here either, not without breaking their necks. So it's safe. Every good looter has a couple places like this, places they know they can hole up in an emergency. It's not exactly livable inside, but we won't be disturbed."
"You brought me here to teach me a lesson," I said. He walked ahead of me and opened the metal door.
"Well, come on," he said.
I looked back at the car full of girls. Kylie was handing out food and water inside. I licked my lips, even though I knew there would be none for me. "I'm more trouble than I'm worth," I said. "Just let me go."
"Go? Go where? You don't even know where you are, Stones, and you wouldn't survive a night out here. There's no road sign to crawl up on, not this far off the beaten path."
"I'll take my chances. Please. I've been a thorn in your side. Do you really want me to stick around?"
"We're gonna make it all okay," he told me. "Now come inside. It won't be as bad as you think, I promise."
Beyond the metal door was nothing but darkness. I walked ahead of him into the smell of rust and mildew and pervading damp. He lit a lamp behind my head and the shadows moved around, shifted like hibernating animals getting out of the way of some irritant. This was a place that had been dark for a long time. There was a chair in there, and a plastic cooler partially covered in dark slime. A hook and dozens of heavy iron chains hung down from the ceiling. Adair tossed my knife onto the chair, and then grabbed the belt that secured my wrists. Spinning me around, he lifted me in the air and looped the belt over the hook. Then he let me go. My body dropped, held up only by the belt around my wrists. Gravity pulled down so hard on me, my arms twisted in the sockets of my shoulders. It was excruciating, like having a spike shoved deep into each arm socket at the same time. I am not ashamed to say I cried out. That pain alone wasn't what Adair had in mind, though. It was just a way to keep me still.
"What I'm about to do,"
he said, his voice soft in that moss-furred place.
should never be done in anger. I want you to know I've forgiven you. I'm not doing this because you pissed me off, Stones. I'm doing it so we can be friends again."
I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. When he pulled my pants down, I found I could still scream. "You don't need to do this! I'll go along, I swear!" I told him. Maybe, I thought, he was just trying to scare me. Maybe this was all going to end in a laugh and an unpleasant memory. Sure. He ignored what I'd said.
"I heard they were doing this out west in California. They call it gentling, like they invented it, but it's a real old technique. They used to use it on harem guards back in 1001 Nights days. And, of course, they did it to sheep and horses for thousands of years. A horse that gets this treatment, it's called a gelding. They're supposed to ride a lot easier and buck less."
He dug in his pocket and came up with a length of twine.
"I'm going to wrap this around your scrotum real tight so no blood gets in. Your balls are going to swell up pretty bad, but then they'll just die. I don't know if they'll eventually fall off or just kind of shrivel up."
He shrugged.
"Either way, they say there's no real chance of infection, and that's good, right?"
"You're doing this because I called you a bad name?" I asked, trying not to whine, trying to make myself sound as reasonable as he did. "That seems kind of like an overreaction." He grabbed my testicles in one hand and looped the twine around them with the other. He pulled the loop tight, then tighter still. I felt the swelling start almost instantly. "Please! Adair, please!" I begged. He tied a knot in the cord, twisted it, and tied it off again. I couldn't catch my breath. My body seized up, and my chest hitched, my lungs feeling like they couldn't move, like they were frozen in place. The swelling in my groin made it feel like my testicles had doubled in size, like they were going to pop. "Please, just one more chance," I babbled.
"Hang in there, Stones,"
Adair said, and then he picked up the lamp and headed for the door, and I knew he was going to leave, that he was going to leave me there in the dark until it was done, until I was castrated. Before he could get to the door, though, it opened with a creak. Kylie stood there in the doorframe. Her face was as blank as ever. "I heard somebody scream. Is everything okay?" she asked.
"All shipshape, kid. Go back to the others. I'll be there in a minute. I think it's going to be Addison tonight. I need a little purity to get this nasty taste out of my mouth."
"Okay," she said. She glanced up at me. I tried to catch her eyes, but she was staring at my crotch. "Oh," she said. "That looks painful." There was no inflection in her voice at all. The sight of what Adair was doing to me made no impression on her. I could tell. Still, I begged her for help. Or I tried. All that came out of my mouth was Kai, as I tried to find the breath to form her name. She turned away, not even acknowledging me, but then she stopped before going through the door. "Adair," she said.
"Something up, girl?"
"What you did for Bonnie?" She seemed to have to think about the words before they came out of her mouth. "Back there? That was wrong."
"That's one opinion," Adair growled. "You know what they say about opinions? They're like assholes. They all stink."
"You're not good to us. You tell yourself that," Kylie went on. "But you're not. You're a monster." She might as well have been asking him what he wanted for dinner, for all the emotion in her voice. Then she pulled a pistol out of her pocket and shot him in the chest. Chapter 37. The sound was enormous, even in that moss-lined room. The flash from the barrel blinded me. When I could see again, I could look at nothing but Adair. He was staggering across the floor, one hand clutched against the wound in his chest. Blood streamed out from between his fingers. His head was bowed, but he was still very much alive.
"You're going to regret that, little girl,"
he growled.
"Give me that gun. Give it to me right now."
I expected her to shoot him again, right away. It was the obvious thing to do.
She'd come this far. If she didn't finish him off now, he would surely kill her. Or worse, in reprisal. The only smart thing for Kylie to do was finish him off. Instead, she turned the gun around in her hand so she was holding the barrel and held it out to him. An actual expression was showing on her face. A kind of emotion, but not the one I expected. She looked surprised, mostly. Embarrassed. As if she'd just woken up and found herself like this, having done something she was ashamed of. He started to shuffle toward her, clearly weakened by the gunshot wound, but in no danger of keeling over. She held up the gun, her head lowered. She was looking at the floor and nothing else. She was trembling. Then she looked up at me, acknowledging my presence for the first time. "You made me do this," she said, and she almost looked angry.
"Kylie," Adair said, "there's nothing done here can't be fixed. But we've got to do it together. You hand me that gun."
She turned and looked at him again, and it was like she'd never seen him before. Then her face hardened. "Oh, shut the fuck up! Pedophile!" she screamed. She lifted the gun and shot him through the left eye. His head jerked around and twisted to the side. He started to sink to the floor. She shot him again in the chest, and he dropped like a bag full of tools. She shot him one more time, but I think it was just rage, not because she thought he might still be alive. When the noise and the light receded, I could hear her weeping. She just stood there, the gun in her hand, her face wet and slick with light. She wasn't even looking at me. "Kylie," I said, forcing the words out one by one, "you have to help me down. Please. I'm begging you." She turned to look at me, and her face was creased with rage. "Why should I?" she demanded. "Look what you've done." I had no idea what she meant, but I figured saying as much would be a mistake. "I know. I'm sorry, but I'm going to die if you leave me like this. Is that what you want?" She grabbed the knife and cut me down. I dropped painfully to the floor, but the relief of not being strung up by my arms balanced the agony of the bruising impact. My fingers felt like sausages, and when I looked at them, they were bright purple. I knew I was running out of time, though, and I forced them to obey me, to pick at the knots holding the cord around my testicles. Every time I touched that cord, a new wave of pain shot through my groin. Before I could get it loose, Kylie bent down over me and stuck the barrel of her pistol under my chin. She tilted my head up until I was looking her in the eyes. "I know nothing's changed. Just a different man to hurt me," she said. I knew better than to respond. "But I'm going to tell you one thing. If you fuck Addison, I'll kill you. Not even once. She's too young. If you touch her, if you take off her clothes—" "Never!" I breathed. "I'm not like him. I don't want that. Not with any of you." "Remember what I said," she told me. Then she used the knife to cut the cord away from my swollen scrotum. The pain made me scream. It made pinkish light erupt across my eyes, scarring my vision. Blood rushed down to my testicles, and with it, new life, and that hurt. I rolled on my side, and for a long time I just gasped for breath there on the floor. I clutched my groin in my hands, shielding it from the cold air, from further damage, from who knows what. Eventually I rolled over, and I was eye to eye with Adair. He was dead. There could be no question. Only part of his brain was still in his skull. His blood had flooded the floor of that room, filling every corner. I couldn't believe it, though. I was convinced he would just get up again, that any second he would rise to his feet and start punishing us. Eventually, I managed to get up. Adair stayed down. I pulled my pants back on, carefully. I put my belt on and gathered up my knife. I kept glancing at Adair. He never moved. Kylie stood by the door the whole time, holding her pistol down by her hip. She didn't watch me dress, and she didn't look at Adair.
contrasting emotions played across her face, none of them staying long enough to settle down. Eventually, I was ready to walk out of there. I hobbled to the door. Kylie stepped aside to let me pass. I had to turn around, take one last look at Adair. He had been so alive, so vital, so big. It seemed impossible that could end. I'd seen plenty of corpses in my life, but none so fresh, none so big. There's no better way to describe it. He was a large man, physically, but he'd also been so full of life and strength, and now that was gone, like a drained battery, an empty gas tank. It made no sense. He didn't move, didn't so much as twitch. I walked back outside, through the room full of giant machines, through the dark, moonlit night. When I got to the SUV, I saw Addison, Heather, and Mary, their faces pressed up against the glass windows. They would have no idea what had happened. They could only see me now, covered in Adair's blood, limping toward them. Kylie came up behind me. The moonlight seemed to have changed her face once more, smoothed out all the emotions and energy. Her mask was back on.
"You're in charge now,"
she said. My eyes went wide. Me? I don't know how to drive, I said. She nodded and headed around the SUV toward the driver's side door. I went and got into my accustomed place, in the passenger seat, and we drove away. I kept glancing back at the door in the concrete wall, as long as I could see it. Even when it was gone from view, I kept looking over my shoulder. Adair was never there. Part 2. The Road West. Chapter 38. Mary held the spare gas tank upside down, and a single drop of fuel fell from its lip. My eyes went wide. Only 2 more of the tanks were crammed into the cargo space at the back of the SUV. We'd used up the fuel in the vehicle's tanks and one of the extra tanks, just driving all night. "It's okay," I said, though I had a creeping suspicion it wasn't at all. "There will be enough. Enough to get us to Ohio." My big plan, my brilliant strategy, had simply been this: drive west as far as we could, and surely we would reach Ohio by morning. I had no idea how far away it might be, but I was sure it couldn't be out of our reach. I'd been so certain. I'd wanted it so badly it had to be true. The dawn had come up over New Jersey, and we still weren't there. For all I knew, we'd driven right past it. Kylie had parked the SUV in a wide gravel lot at the edge of an abandoned shopping mall when a light came on the dashboard saying we were almost empty. Now the 5 of us were standing on the dewy gravel, debating what to do next. The girls had made no comment when Kylie and I returned to the SUV without Adair. They'd asked no questions. Kylie had told me they didn't want to know what happened. But they were full of thoughts and opinions now. They wanted to know what I was going to do, how I was going to keep them alive and safe. Reasonable questions. Too bad I didn't have many answers.
"We have to go to one of the looter camps," Heather said. "They have fuel there." "We've got nothing to trade," Addison pointed out. "When Bonnie got killed, we didn't take anything with us." "So we go get some more stuff," Heather said, shrugging. "It's no big deal. We've done it 100 times before."
"No," I said. "No," even though I knew she was right. "It's too dangerous. Every time we stop to loot, we're at risk. The zombies—"
"We can handle the zombies," Mary said.
I thought of Bonnie lying in the road, bites taken out of her face. I shuddered and closed my eyes. There has to be another way. I opened my eyes again and looked over at where Kylie stood guard, a few paces away. The lot was wide and open, and we could see any zombies coming for us long before they became a problem. Still, I was tense, terrified I would let one of the girls come to harm. "There," I said, and pointed at a row of cars abandoned at the edge of the lot. "Those. They have to have some fuel in them, right? When they were just left here—" Mary started laughing. "What?" I asked.
"You're silly.
Those cars have been there for 20 years, she said. Whatever fuel was in them would have evaporated by now. Or gone bad.
Fuel goes bad? I asked.
Sure. It lasts a couple of months, tops. Then it turns dark and you can't use it anymore. That's how the government controls us. They're the only source for fuel. Adair always said...
Heather and Addison turned to glare at her. Mary shut up. It was like even saying the name of the man who'd enslaved them was taboo now. I sighed and rubbed at my eyes and tried to think of what to say. Luckily, I didn't have to. Kylie came running back then, pointing behind her. I looked in the direction she indicated and saw a line of zombies at the edge of the lot, working their way toward us. "Time to go," Kylie said. Chapter 39. "Where the hell is Ohio?" I asked an hour later. We'd been making good time, riding away from the sunrise, burning what little fuel we had left. We had to be traveling at 20 miles an hour, even with the road all chopped up and scattered with debris. I'd studied every road sign we passed, the big green rectangles that hung over us that listed how many miles away the next town was. I hadn't seen a single one that said Ohio. We were getting close to some place called Trenton, but beyond that, I knew nothing.
"It's west of here, I think,"
Kylie told me. She was an excellent driver. She never got bored or complacent, keeping her eyes on the road at all times. There was something to be said for being dead inside, maybe. "I already knew that," I said, frustrated enough to snap at her. I would gladly have been just like her at the moment, just to shed all my worry and fear. I wondered idly what she was like underneath her armor. What it would be like if I was the vacant one and she was going crazy with uncertainty. I hated being in charge. Damn it! If only we had some kind of map! Kylie reached across me and opened the glove compartment. A dozen things fell out and spilled across my lap, including a big floppy book with a laminated cover that read, Road Atlas of the United States. I stared at it, as if it were the greatest treasure of a lost and ancient civilization, which, right then, wasn't a bad description. "No way," I said, thumbing it open. I had trouble understanding what I was looking at first, understanding the scale of the maps inside, but I found a page marked New Jersey and saw every town, every looter camp, every subdivision we'd roamed through. I saw all the names: Metuchen, Linden, Elizabeth, Fort Lee. I saw the George Washington Bridge. I traced my entire journey, my odyssey, with the tip of my finger. Someone, it had to be Adair, had drawn on the map of New Jersey with a red pen, updated it, made changes to reflect how the country had changed since the crisis. Metuchen had a red circle around it, perhaps to show there was a looter camp there. Trenton, the town we were approaching, had been crossed out with a thick red X. Small letter Z's were drawn in a lot of the white space of the map, presumably places where the concentration of zombies was thick enough to be a hazard. The whole southern half of New Jersey was crammed with Z's. "I still don't see Ohio," I said, after I'd studied the map for the better part of an hour. I was sure I'd read every place name in New Jersey, and none of them were what I was looking for.
"Maybe there's an index at the back," Heather suggested.
I flipped to the last few pages in the book and saw column after column of nothing but names and codes, page numbers and grid coordinates. This thing kept getting better and better. How smart they'd been before the crisis. They'd thought of everything. I ran through the columns quickly, looking for the O's, and soon I found the entry for Ohio. But there was something wrong there. The index listed a page number for Ohio, but not any grid references. It had to be an error, I thought. But then I flipped to the indicated page and saw the truth. There was an entire full-page map for Ohio. Ohio wasn't a town close enough for us to drive to on one tank of fuel. It was an entire state, a whole world of its own, and it was nowhere near New Jersey. At the front of the atlas was a 2-page spread showing the entire country. I knew what the silhouette of America looked like. I'd seen that before on government forms and 100 other places. This was the first time in my life I'd seen a real map of my country, though. I found New Jersey. I found Ohio. There was something called Pennsylvania between them. A vast expanse, bigger, longer than the length of my entire wandering so far. No, I said. I wanted to scream it. No. I shook my head. No. According to the map's scale, Ohio was nearly 500 miles away.
We're going to need more fuel, Heather said.
Chapter 40. We barely moved that day. Kylie only put the SUV in gear when the zombies started getting too close. And then, we only drove a few miles, just far enough to lose the mob of them trailing after us. When it got dark, we found a desolate overpass, a place where the SUV couldn't be seen, and parked there to spend the night. The girls went right to sleep. That made sense when I thought about it. There was nothing for them to do. No benefit to their sitting up all night thinking about our predicament. That was, after all, my job. I resented them a little for just assuming I would be in charge, that I would have answers. But in their place, I think I would have done the same thing. Back in New York, I had never questioned the mayor's plans for the city. I'd never argued with my parents about the work that needed to be done, or how we were going to feed ourselves. I'd just done what I was told. It was a very comfortable way to live. And if I hadn't been kicked out of the city, I would have spent my whole life that way. Only circumstance had forced me into this role. The first thing I discovered was that it was harder than it looked to be in charge. I found I could only think about what to do next for so long. No ideas were coming, no brilliant insights. Eventually, I leaned back in my seat and just stared out at the darkness. Without warning, Heather climbed over the front seat and plopped down in my lap. I had no idea what she was doing, but the confines of my seat meant I couldn't really get out of her way. I guess I thought she was cold or just wanted some reassurance. I had no idea how to give her any. She picked up my arm and wrapped it around her waist, then laid her head down on my shoulder. For a long time, we just sat like that, warm and cozy, and it was almost nice. But she didn't fall asleep there as I'd expected. Instead, she turned her face to look up at me. She looked almost as confused as I felt.
"It's all right," she whispered. "If you don't know how. Adair taught me. I can teach you."
"What?" I asked. She reached down and started unbuttoning my pants. I pushed her hand away and turned to look at Kylie, who was sleeping in the driver's seat. She was turned away from me and gently snoring.
"It's okay. They've all seen it before," Heather said. "Adair always said it helped him think. It cleared his head. And you need to think of something."
Her lips moved across my throat, and I felt my heart race.
"We're yours now, right?"
Her hand moved back down to my lap.
"Tell me how you killed him, Stones. I want to know."
Instantly, my head did clear, and I knew exactly how wrong this was. "Stop! Heather! Get off me!" I grabbed her hands and held them away from me. In the dark of the SUV cabin, I stared into her face. Her eyes were as cold as the night air outside. She looked angry that I'd stopped her.
"What the hell do you want from us, Stones?" she demanded.
"Nothing!"
"Everybody wants something."
She glanced over at Kylie.
"Oh, I get it,"
she said. "No," I said. "No, you don't. Go back to sleep. Back there," I said, jerking my head toward the seat behind me. She went. I had no trouble staying awake all night after that. Chapter 41. It was, of course, inevitable. I had hated Adair by the end, thought everything about him was foul and wrong. I detested the way he put the girls in danger when he went looting, staying in the SUV himself all the time where he was safe. I'd loathed and feared the looter camps where he did business. If I was going to survive in the wilderness, though, if I was going to help the girls survive, I had to admit, he'd known what he was doing.
I was going to have to become a looter. We looted 3 streets in a suburb that day, places whose names I found in the atlas, places Adair hadn't marked as dangerous, which could mean nothing at all. I did my best to make the looting as safe as possible. Heather could drive, so I had her stay with the car while Kylie, Mary, Addison, and I went all together into each house. Before moving on to another house, I made sure no zombies were coming. Adair's way had been much faster and more lucrative, but we got out of there with no casualties, so that was something. By the end of the day, we were down to only what fuel remained in the SUV's tank, and it was only about 3/4 full. There was no other option. We would have to go to a looter camp and barter for more fuel. It would be dangerous, I knew. I was not enough of a fool to think the looter camps were safe for us. Adair's reputation had kept us from being victimized, or robbed, or much worse. Nobody had dared to take what was his because they knew what he would do to them. I wasn't going to inspire any such dread. Still, it would be good to be behind walls, in a place where we could sleep for the night without worrying about red-eyed faces peering in our windows. It would be good to see other human beings, even. I had Kylie drive us to another parking lot where we wouldn't be surprised by zombies. Then we switched off the SUV to conserve fuel. While the girls waited, I studied the atlas for hours, trying to make sense of where we were. We were somewhere near Trenton, I knew, still close to the turnpike. Earlier, I'd seen an off-ramp for Route 1. That helped me triangulate our position on the map. Adair's annotations showed a vast region south of us where there was nothing but zombies. The big red X through Trenton worried me. I had no idea what it meant, but it looked like something to avoid. Just a little to the north, though, assuming I knew where I was, there was the tiny circle of a looter camp called Princeton. I knew nothing about the place except one thing. We could get there on the fuel we had left. I turned around in my seat to face the girls. They were all looking at me. "I'm not like him," I said, meaning Adair. There could be no other him now. His absence from the SUV seemed to take up all the extra space. So big in life, it seemed even death couldn't erase him from the space we inhabited. "I'm not like him at all." They stared back at me, either disbelieving what I said or so numb they didn't care. Heather turned her face away from me. "I'm going to keep you safe," I said. "I'll get us to Ohio. We'll be safe there. But I need you all to trust me and help me out the best you can. If you do that, we'll all be okay." None of them bothered to respond. I waited for a while, then turned to Kylie and told her to get us moving. Headed north. I looked across her lap, at the gas gauge on the dashboard. The needle had sagged even lower than I thought. I really hoped I hadn't just told these girls a horrible lie. Chapter 42. We rolled into Princeton with just fumes left in the tank. It was hard to find the looter camp. There were no signs up anywhere telling us where to go, and none of the girls had been there before. I realized then just how much Adair had kept in his head all the time, all the lore and experience he'd stored up over his years in the wilderness. As naive and ignorant as I was likely to get us stranded just miles from the camp as we wandered the streets of the empty town, looking for any sign of life. Instead, of course, we found signs of death, the usual pile of zombie bones piled up outside the camp. Mary spotted them from blocks away. The Princeton camp was built into a giant spiral parking structure, a helix of concrete rising from a block of abandoned office buildings. A gate made of hammered metal blocked the entrance, while bored-looking snipers looked down on us from a curving ramp overhead. Kylie honked the horn, and they let us in without question. If only it could have stayed that way. We edged up the spiraling ramp, threading our way past the makeshift hovels of what Adair called retailers, mechanics, car washers, ammunition sellers. They had been built into the parking spaces, and some spilled out into the ramp itself. 2 levels up, we found an open parking spot,
between a bunch of dusty motorcycles and a hearse with a chrome skull mounted on its grill. The driver of the hearse was working on his car, polishing its fender when we pulled in. He called out, "Hey, Adair!" and straightened up, waving his rag. I saw he had his hair sprayed up into 2 wings above his forehead, and that he had filed his canine teeth down until they came to wicked points. "Long time no—" He stopped and squinted at the SUV. Then he ducked and bobbed his head around, looking in all our windows. I tried to ignore him as I climbed out onto the ramp, but clearly he wasn't going to let me get away without asking. "Where's Adair? That's Adair's ride. You steal that from Adair?" I tried pushing past him, intent on getting a better idea of the amenities available in Princeton, where best to buy gasoline was uppermost in my mind. He grabbed my shoulder, though, and gave me a good shake. "I asked you a question, kid." He had a pistol on his hip and the hilt of a knife sticking out of his boot. I opened my mouth to say something, to tell him what had happened, but just then Kylie jumped out of the driver's side of the SUV and came over with a big smile. I could hardly believe it. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen her look like that.
"Zombies," she said. "Hi, Justin."
The guy with the hair wings let go of my shoulder and nodded at her. "Hey, Kay, what do you mean, zombies?"
"Zombies got Adair."
Justin shook his head.
Nah. After all this time? I don't buy it.
Kylie kept up her big smile and shrugged theatrically. For a second, I thought Justin was going to draw on us, or ask more questions, or start some kind of trouble. But he just kept watching Kylie's face as if it might change. It didn't.
"Zombies,"
he said finally.
"Goes to show you never can tell."
I nodded agreeably and walked away, pulling Kylie after me. As soon as we were out of view of Justin and his hearse, Kylie's smile vanished. It just fell right off her face. It had been an act. All of it. "Why did you lie to him?" I asked. Kylie didn't even shrug as she answered.
"Adair didn't have friends, really, but a lot of people respected him. If I told people I killed him, they might try to hurt me, or take me for their own."
"Maybe they would respect you for standing up for yourself," I said. She seemed to consider the possibility, at least. Then she said,
"No, I'm a girl."
I shook my head. "You could tell them I killed him?" That made her shake her head.
"Oh, no, Stones. Nobody would ever believe that."
Chapter 43. We headed up and down the ramp, looking to trade our meager loot for gasoline, but nobody would deal with us. They all wanted to hear about how Adair had died. Many of them refused to believe it on principle. Adair had been out there surviving zombie attacks since day one of the crisis. I began to suspect that Kylie had picked the worst possible story. If she'd said a bear killed him or he died of an infection, people might have believed that. Still, she'd had to come up with an explanation for his disappearance on the spot. I couldn't have done better. Not everyone we met was sad to hear the news. We found an old woman living in a shack made of rusting car fenders, up on the top level of the garage. The sun beat down on the metal, making it very warm inside her hovel. And it didn't help she was brewing tea on a little alcohol fire. She kept cooing over Kylie, brushing her hair with one wrinkled, leathery hand, telling her how happy she was that Kylie was free now. I looked between the two of them. "Do you know each other?"
"I don't look like much now, do I?" the old woman asked. "I was a doctor once, though. Adair brought Kylie to me once, long time ago now. She'd been running from some zombies and she sprained her ankle. He had me set it for her, and the whole time he kept saying, 'See how I take care of mine, see how I treat my girls,' but everyone knew what he got up to."
She poured us each a cup of tea and smiled at us when we drank it. It tasted like dirty water, but I didn't say anything, of course. "Ma'am," I said, "we're in kind of a situation here, and—" The old woman laughed. It was a warm sound.
"Now, this one has some manners."
I smiled at her and said, "I'm afraid we've run out of gas. If we're going to get anywhere, we need to trade for some more." I sincerely doubted she had any. I didn't see any 55-gallon drums sitting outside her hovel, but maybe she knew who to talk to.
"Oh, son, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for that," she said. "The helicopter came a while back, but everyone's already traded for fuel. I doubt there's a drop to be had anywhere in this camp."
I thanked her for the information. I offered to give her something for the tea, a couple of pills, maybe a mostly empty liquor bottle, but she refused.
"You just take care of Kylie," she said. "And remember, if you aren't good to her one of these days, a zombie is going to get you too."
I stared at her, but she just looked away, smiling. She knew we were lying. Did everyone else know too? Nobody had questioned us too hard, but maybe because they knew we weren't going to give them a straight answer. The news she'd given me wasn't good either. It could be days before the army came back to the Princeton looter camp. Days before I could trade our loot for fuel. In that time, anything could happen, and we had no way to escape. Little did I know we weren't going to have a chance to stay in Princeton for long. When I got back to the SUV, it was to find that all the girls had gotten out to stretch their legs. Mary and Heather were both leaning on the edge of the ramp, looking out at the sunshine. I didn't see Addison at first. As we got closer, though, Kylie went stiff, and her face froze, even more than usual. I tried to follow her gaze, and then I saw where Addison was. She was sitting in the front seat of the hearse. Justin, the guy with the filed-down teeth, was leaning in his driver's side window talking to her and grinning a lot. Addison looked scared, but she had her hands folded in her lap and wasn't moving. After so long with Adair, she'd probably learned to just do whatever older men told her to do. I have no doubt that Justin had simply asked her to get into his car, and she'd done it. Maybe she would listen to me, too. "Get out of there, Addison," I said, storming up to him. He gave me a nasty look, then went back to talking to Addison in low tones. "Get away from her," I told Justin. He didn't look particularly scared of me.
"I've been thinking," he said. "Word is, you guys need gas. I can spare a little."
I narrowed my eyes. I had a feeling I knew what he wanted in exchange.
"I know a guy in Rahway. He's always looking for little girls. Young enough they can be trained. And this one don't even need much training, I think."
He gave Addison a big smile.
"My friend's real nice to his girls. Doesn't put them to work until they're 13 or so."
I felt rage boiling inside my skull. Get the fuck away from her.
"Or what?"
he asked. I stood there and fumed.
"Maybe a zombie'll get me,"
he said, and laughed right in my face. I wanted to look at Kylie, to see what she wanted me to do, but I knew that would just make me look weaker. Instead, I headed around the back of the hearse, intending to open the passenger side door and pull Addison out of there if need be. I never got there. The hearse had a back hatch door that opened on good steel springs. It popped open as I walked by, nearly clipping me in the head. Inside, another looter was lying in the red velvet upholstery. He had an eye patch and a little pistol in his hand, which he pointed right at my face.
"Maybe you want to think again, city boy,"
Justin said with a chuckle. I remembered the attack of the road pirates, when I failed to fire my weapon. I remembered not fighting back when Adair tried to castrate me. I had always assumed I was a coward, and I would never be able to fight. Lucky for me, my body didn't remember those things. My hands moved without any thought required. My knife came out of my belt and slid across the looter's arm with one effortless motion. The pistol spun out of his hand and clattered on the ground. I scooped it up in the time it takes to say so. If I'd let myself think about what I was doing, none of that would ever have happened. The looter curled up, moaning inside the hearse. His blood was very bright on the dark red velvet. I slammed the hatch down again, sealing him away. Then I lifted the pistol and pointed it at Justin. "Kylie," I said, "go get Addison." Justin frowned at me.
"You know what happens if you kill somebody in a camp like this?" he asked. "Every looter in here is going to come down on your ass."
"Yeah, but you know the problem being the guy they avenge?" I said back. "He's still dead." Justin didn't have a comeback for that. I, however, had a brand new idea. I couldn't help but notice when I looked inside your vehicle, you've got a bunch of spare gas cans. I believe we'll be taking those. His eyes went wide. I came closer to him, got the pistol right up in his face. His eyes went even wider. In a minute's time, we had gasoline. I got everybody into the SUV and told Kylie to get us the hell out of Princeton. Nobody tried to stop us. Chapter 44. Here, take this route, I told Kylie, showing her the atlas. I wouldn't feel truly safe until we were well clear of Princeton and everyone who had seen us there. She agreed with a nod and followed the directions I gave her, taking us back toward the open road. Being out on the highways again actually did feel kind of good. It felt like we were making progress. It was going to be a long ride to Ohio, but we had everything we needed. Adair's map would show us the way to go. Our brand new cans of gasoline would carry us there. We had plenty of food and water in the SUV. We were going to make it. We were really, truly going to get to Ohio and the medical camp and safety. Of course, nothing is ever that easy. But for a little while, I could breathe. I could let down my guard, just a hair. I wasn't the only one. That night when we pulled into an old train shed where we could spend the night, Kylie switched off the SUV and then lay back in her seat, sighing in contentment. It was a very human sound, and I knew she had let down her armor, if just for the moment. I didn't want to interfere, afraid that if I said anything or touched her hand or made any sudden movements at all, she would just freeze up again. I tried not even to look at her, though it was hard. She surprised me in the end. After the other girls had fallen asleep, when I was starting to doze off myself, I heard her move in her seat. It was so dark I couldn't see anything, but I felt her moving toward me, coming closer. Then her lips brushed mine. One of her hands came up to touch the side of my face. "You don't have to," I said, but I couldn't finish the thought. Maybe for the first time, maybe not. I wanted her to... Well, I'm not immune to temptation. But whatever I might have wanted, it didn't matter. "That was to say thank you," she told me, in a whisper softer than the creaking and groaning of the steel shed around us. "I would have sold her, if I was in charge." "No," I said. "No, you would have thought of something." "I'm glad it wasn't me who had to," she said. "Stones?" "Call me Finnegan." "Call me Finn," I told her. "Good night, Finn," she said, and went back to her own seat. Chapter 45. I told Kylie to keep as much as possible to the smaller highways and not go back to the turnpike. That definitely slowed us down. The less traveled roads were in bad shape, decayed by time, but much worse were the places where they were choked with abandoned cars. That had never really been a problem before. Adair had told me that the government had swept the turnpike clear once, long ago, back when they still thought they could reestablish interstate commerce. Off the main road, it was a major hassle. Several times that day, we came to places where the road was just one long parking lot stretching off into the distance, filled with heaps of rust that used to be cars. I tried not to think of what it must have been like during the crisis, when people had to get away so fast they just left their cars where they sat. They must have been running just ahead of hordes of zombies, whole cities worth of the things. It would have been panic, absolute, blind mayhem. Now the roads were silent, but just as gridlocked. There was no way to thread our path through those blockages. The cars were nose to tail, and anyway, Kylie thought the rotting vehicles would make great nests for zombies. "They like to sleep in cars like that, to get out of the rain," she said. "They come out at night to hunt. But if we wake them up now..." I remembered perfectly well what a crowd of zombies could be like from my time atop the road sign in Fort Lee. "We'll go around," I said. Using Adair's map, I tried to find ways around the jams by taking surface roads, even though that meant we risked getting lost. In one place, though, there just didn't seem to be any options. The cars had clotted up all the ramps and access roads, and there just didn't seem to be any way forward. I had Kylie stop the car while I studied the map. "We'll have to double back," I said finally. "Come around up here on Route 33. I showed her the map.
"That takes us right into Trenton," she said.
She pointed at the city on the map. Adair had crossed it out with a big red X.
"What does that mean?"
"I have no idea," I confessed. "It can't be good. Maybe it just means the place is overrun with zombies."
"No, that's what we think all the Z's mean," she said.
I shrugged, feeling helpless. "Our only other option is to head all the way back to the turnpike. We've got fuel now, but not enough we can waste it like that. And once we cross the river here on the other side of Trenton, we'll be in Pennsylvania." My logic seemed to be enough for her. She nodded and put the SUV in reverse, then made a U-turn and headed back the way we'd come. Route 33 proved to be clear as far as we could see, but I kept my eyes open as the buildings of Trenton came into view ahead of us. Or what was left of them. There were no intact buildings at all, as far as I could tell. Most of them had been reduced to 1 or 2 walls, crumbling at the top and pierced with holes that might have been windows. The side streets were full of debris, broken bricks and chunks of concrete. Piles of dust choked the buildings, dust that twisted up into the wind and splattered across our windshield. The road we traveled was mostly clear, but Kylie still had to keep swerving around downed telephone poles or collapsed piles of what might have been houses 20 years ago. In some places, the city looked like it had burned to the ground. In other places, plant life had moved in to take over from the former residents. Weeds sprouted everywhere in the vacant lots, and ivy was slowly strangling the broken walls in its green grasp. It looked like nobody, not even a zombie, had been there since the crisis. I couldn't help but feel something was wrong with that place. Some subtle poison in its bedrock, some ancient curse that was dragging the town down into the earth, but very, very slowly. I got the distinct impression we didn't belong there, that we weren't welcome. I tried to push it away and think rationally, but Trenton had an uncanny feeling I couldn't shake.
"We could get stuck here," Heather said, "if the road is blocked up ahead."
"We'll deal with that when it happens," I told her. We passed buildings that were leaning over, ready to collapse at the slightest provocation, the roofs tilted crazily like ocean waves ready to crest. We passed houses that had been cut in half, their insides laid open to view so we could even see the peeling wallpaper and the pink fluff of the insulation in their attics. Then we drove past the first crater. A big bowl-shaped depression in the earth, everything around it charred or twisted. Whatever had been there once was completely gone, obliterated.
"What did this?"
Heather asked.
"Tornadoes, you think?"
I'd seen a tornado swirling over Staten Island once, when I was young. It had looked like just a dark streak in the air. My parents, all the first-generation people of New York, had been terrified of it and what it could do to Manhattan, but it had never come any closer, and eventually it just faded away. I looked back at Heather and shrugged. Maybe. Or an earthquake. But that crater bothered me, especially when I saw more of them. The closer we got to the heart of Trenton, the more common they became. Great scoops taken out of the ground, holes where buildings should have been. The piles of debris got bigger, and the intact buildings farther apart. This wasn't a city anymore. It was a ruin. We came to a place where a great notch had been cut through the city. A trench 50 yards wide, as if a great knife had slashed across the face of the planet there. Nothing remained in the notch except rubble, most of it broken down to powdery dust. Kylie had to stop the SUV, and I jumped out to test that dust to see if we could even drive over it. I stomped on it with my foot and found that below a thin coating of dust, the ground underneath was fused into slag. "It's fine," I called back, waving my arms, and Kylie crawled forward, the tires making horrible popping sounds as they crushed the dust under their wheels. I jumped back inside the SUV. "This isn't natural," I said, just thinking out loud. "Somebody did this. Intentionally." "How?" Heather asked. "I have no idea. It must have been, I don't know, the army. This place was attacked." It had to have happened during the crisis, I thought. I'd heard stories from the first generation of armies of zombies sweeping through the countryside, of millions of them shuffling forward, climbing over one another, clawing their way through fields and woods, eating anything they could get their hands on. The military had responded as best they could, with guns and bombs and tanks and everything they had. It hadn't been enough. Maybe they decided that Trenton was expendable. Maybe they had blown it up rather than let the zombies have it. I didn't know then, and I never found out the answer. I did know at that moment that the place was no good. I don't believe in ghosts, but a place like that has to be haunted, if that only describes the effect it has on those who travel there. Something terrible, truly horrible, had happened to the city. Something that even the earth wanted to forget. A wound it tried to heal with grass and trees and flowering plants, but it was taking a long time. On the far side of the notch, the road was clear again for a ways, though up ahead, my view was blocked by piles of rubble and partially intact buildings that seemed to lean over the asphalt. The devastation wasn't as thorough up there, it seemed. It looked like one or two buildings were left that hadn't been damaged at all. We were just crawling along, moving no faster than I could run on my own legs. It was a good thing, too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen the survivors of Trenton until it was too late. Chapter 46. "There!" I shouted, and I pointed before my brain had even registered what I'd seen. Just a flash of movement, a scrap of color against the dull neutrals of the rubble, a hint of facial features, of eyes watching us. "What was it? A zombie?" Heather asked. The girls all swarmed over to the right side of the car to look out their windows, their faces pressed to the glass. All of them except Kylie. Her eyes stayed on the road ahead. Her armor was up, her emotions locked tightly away. For once, I was glad for it. "I don't think so," I said. Those eyes I'd glimpsed hadn't been red. Not that I'd gotten a particularly good look. I leaned up against the glass of my window, scanning the rubble for any sign of motion, any indication at all that I hadn't just seen a bird or a reflection off a broken piece of glass. It seemed impossible, horrible, that anyone could be living in Trenton, in that quietly desolate place. Heather screamed, and we all turned to look, not at what she might have seen, but at her. It was a human enough instinct, but it served us poorly that time. "Sorry," she said. "I thought—" "Finnegan," Kylie said. I swung around in my seat and looked straight ahead. A man had walked out of the ruins and was sauntering across the road just ahead of us. Kylie braked the SUV so we didn't roll right into him. He was not old, but hardly young. His face was covered by a thick and matted beard. His clothing was little more than a dull-colored smock, and he moved with a limp. His eyes were human, blue, not red, and full of hatred. He walked right out in front of us, right into our path. The SUV was still creeping forward, but he didn't seem to care if we ran him down. I wasn't sure what we were supposed to do, whether we should try to talk to him or shoot him or what. I lifted one hand, but he ignored the gesture. Instead, he picked up a rock and flung it at us. It smacked into the windshield with a noise like a gunshot, and a crack stretched through the glass. Kylie stood on the brakes, stopping us all together. "Heather," I said, "get the guns." "He's not even armed," Mary pointed out. I shook my head. "Heather?" The man in the road made some kind of obscene gesture. Then he loped off back into the ruins far faster than a man with a limp should have.
A cold, uncertain feeling pierced my guts. I couldn't remember being so scared before. All around us, on either side of the road, shapes were moving now, human shapes, barely seen through broken windows and gaps in the buildings. "Kylie, go," I said. She started to protest. "The road here's—" "Just fucking go!" She threw us into drive, and we bounced and jumped over debris in the road. Up to this point, the asphalt had been surprisingly clear. Now, it was littered with fist-sized chunks of broken concrete and tire-slashing lengths of rebar. I didn't think that was accidental. On our left side, a girl no older than Addison came rushing out of a ruined building. She wore a scrap of cloth with a hole cut in it for her head, and nothing more. She was carrying 3 rocks, one of which she threw so it hit Kylie's door. If anyone else had been driving, the noise the impact made might have scared the hell out of them and made them jump. Not Kylie. Not even when the second rock hit her window and left a deep pit in the glass. Over on my side, 2 women who were all but naked came rushing up, iron bars brandished over their heads. Heather handed me a machine pistol over the back of my seat, and I pointed it at the women. They were brave, but clearly not foolhardy. As soon as they saw my weapon pointed at them, they disappeared, dropping into a ditch on the side of the road. Meanwhile, 3 rocks hit the roof of the car. 1, 2, 3, the third one leaving a dent we could all see. In the seat behind me, Mary and Addison were checking and loading pistols, but there was nothing for them to shoot. As soon as the Trentonites would appear and attack, they were gone again, too quick for us to get a bead on them. "They've done this before," I said. This was an ambush, a carefully crafted trap. The Trentonites had cleared the road this far and no farther, intending that we would come right to them. Whether they wanted what was in the SUV, the food and fuel we carried, or they wanted to eat us, or they just hated anyone who wasn't a member of their tribe, I have no idea. But as Kylie pulled forward, inching her way through the scattered rubble on the asphalt, I saw we weren't the first to fall into the trap. Up ahead, filling the road, was a jam of cars and SUVs and motorcycles, all of them rusting and rotting in the sun. But none of them were so decomposed that they could have been there for more than a year or 2. Some of them still had skeletons in them, skeletons that, to my heated imagination, looked scorched by fire or hacked to pieces with primitive axes. "Kylie," I said, wanting her to get us out of there, having no idea how. Because I didn't see a way forward. The wrecked vehicles filled the road ahead, and piles of rubble blocked our way left and right. Behind us, human shapes flitted back and forth, never staying in one place long enough for us to fire on them. They hunkered down behind large rocks or slabs of concrete, or vanished into empty window frames or down into ditches. This whole section of ruined city must have been catacombed with hiding places. I wouldn't have been surprised if the Trentonites had dug out bolt holes and communicating trenches just for this purpose. I tried to think like they had. I tried to imagine myself setting up this trap with the intention of finding a way out of it. It didn't look like there was one. From what I saw, the Trentonites had reverted to barbarism and primitive behavior in the 20 years since the crisis, but that didn't mean they'd gone stupid. "Guns," I said, thinking we would make a good stand anyway. A good final stand. "Everybody arm yourselves. Don't shoot until they're close enough you're sure you'll hit something vital." The shapes behind us were getting closer. Rocks kept bouncing off the roof of the SUV. I think they were trying to make us panic. In my case, it was working. "Kylie," I said, "take this gun." I held the machine pistol out to her. She looked over at me with a question on her face. I had no time nor inclination at that moment to figure out what the question might be. She bit her lip, and still she hadn't taken the gun from me. "Kylie," I said again. "Everyone," she said. She looked back at the other girls. "Put your seatbelts on." Chapter 47. A wave of relief washed over me as I pulled my seatbelt across my chest. Kylie must have seen something I'd missed. Free of the terror and hopelessness I felt, she had found some way out of the trap. As rocks hammered down on the SUV's roof and sides, I turned to look at her and said, "Where? Where's the way out?" She threw the SUV in reverse, and we shot backward. I jerked forward in my seatbelt and grabbed the dashboard, dropping the machine pistol, which landed painfully on my feet.
So we're going to back out through them? I asked. But Kylie had other ideas. There were too many Trentonites back there, and most likely they had some way of keeping us from getting out the way we'd come. Kylie had figured that out without any help. So she took the one way open to us. She put the SUV back into drive. Slamming her foot down on the accelerator, she hurtled forward, straight at the wall of burnt and trashed cars ahead of us. At the last possible moment, she spun the wheel and we smashed right into the front end of a car that had already been crumpled out of recognition. The SUV came to a sudden stop, and my head banged against my window, cracking the glass. "What the hell?" I had time to say. Kylie threw the gear shift into reverse. She backed up as far as she could, then rammed forward again, this time sending the broken car spinning away from us. Behind us, a crowd of Trentonites were running toward us, lengths of rebar in their hands, howling for our blood. They had no problem showing themselves now. Maybe they assumed we had lost our minds. I wasn't sure if I disagreed. But Kylie had known what she was doing. There was a gap ahead of us, a narrow lane through the pile of destroyed cars. A way out, maybe. "This might be loud," Kylie said, and jammed us through that gap as fast as she could. The squeal of metal scraping metal was deafening, and I heard pieces of the SUV scream and then snap off. We slowed to a halt as our engine whined, and smoke leaked from our hood. But Kylie never let off the accelerator. Just as the first Trentonite reached the back of the SUV and started hammering on our rear window with a rock, we started to move again, inching our way forward. An iron bar broke through a side window, and Addison screamed as someone grabbed her hair and started to pull her out of the SUV. I drew my knife. I had no idea what I was doing. My body just took over as I released my seatbelt, then clambered up over the back of my seat and slashed again and again at the hand holding Addison's hair. When the hand wouldn't let go, I cut her hair instead. And then the SUV shot forward and I was thrown into the back seat, into Mary's and Heather's laps. The scream of grinding metal stopped and we were free, moving forward, racing away from the trap. Not that we were home free. The street ahead was full of rubble, half of an entire house having slid down to block the way. Kylie swung the wheel to one side, and I went sliding across the back seat, my head ending up down by Heather's legs. I scrambled back up, grabbing onto the back of the driver's seat just in time to see Kylie take a chain-link fence at full speed. The fencing wrapped around the windshield, and I saw one of the steel uprights, a 6-foot-long lance of metal as thick as my forearm, come spinning and shearing straight toward us. The windshield exploded in a cloud of shattered glass, and the upright slammed right through the passenger seat where I'd been sitting less than 30 seconds earlier. It impaled the vinyl seat cover and went right through the springs and everything else in the seat, its jagged edge poking through the back seat to come within inches of Addison's face. I grabbed her shoulder and pulled her closer to me, just in case the steel pole wasn't done spearing through the SUV. Ahead, through the empty place where the windshield had been, I looked to see if the road was clear, and saw there was no road. Beyond the fence lay a gravel shoulder, and beyond that only railroad tracks and another fence. Kylie swung us up onto the tracks, and the SUV bounced, and I went flying, bouncing off the seat in front of me, off Heather's face and chest. There was a noise like a gunshot going off right next to my ear. "What was that?" I asked. "One of our tires exploded," Kylie said, her voice as flat as our road was not. We rattled and shook and bounced, but we were moving forward. Behind us, a mob of Trentonites came running, some of them carrying lit torches now, but we were past them. We were free. The railroad tracks stretched ahead of us, clear as far as I could see, and though I was certain we were doing terrible damage to the SUV suspension, we were picking up speed. The crowd behind us lost ground as we sped forward, and then the ruined buildings on either side fell away, and there was only blue sky around us as we hurtled across a railroad bridge. Wind whipped through the SUV's cabin. It was suddenly surprisingly quiet for all the noise the SUV made as it bounced over the railroad ties. I looked around at all the girls and saw they were still there, still alive. "Look," Heather said, and pointed to her right, through the broken window. The bridge we rode on ran parallel to another, a bridge meant for cars and motor traffic. If our way hadn't been blocked, if we had just driven straight through Trenton, we would have been on that bridge, and we would have been in serious danger. Half of that bridge had been sheared clean off, its steel girders twisted and red with rust at the break. Half the span had collapsed to fall down into the river below, where the water had slowly devoured it. If we had taken that bridge at speed, we could have ended up down there as well. Like something out of a dream or parable, a huge sign hung from the intact half of the bridge. A message written in letters 10 feet high. The world takes. I could only stare at it and wonder who had left that message and what they were trying to say. Eventually, we crossed the river, and Kylie got us off the railroad tracks. We got back onto good, familiar asphalt, and she stopped the SUV. It shook and complained, and took a long time for the engine to power down. We were in Pennsylvania. Chapter 48. The damage to the SUV was severe, but it still ran. The main problem was the blown tire. We wouldn't get very far riding on the rim, and I was worried we were going to have to go hunting for a replacement. Or even worse, find someone to fix it for us. After Princeton, I knew we couldn't approach any more looter camps in New Jersey. I had no idea what to expect if we ended up limping to one in Pennsylvania. It seemed fate was against us, and we would never make it to Ohio. Or at least, it seemed that way until Kylie pulled open a hidden compartment in the trunk and showed me the spare tire hidden back there. "I dare thought of everything," I said. "Except one thing," Kylie said, standing aside as I pulled the tire out of its hiding place. "Everybody forgets one thing. That's the thing that kills them." I was too happy with the new tire to work out what that meant. It took us a long time to figure out how to replace the tire. Long hours with jacks and tire irons and loosening bolts in the weeds by the side of the road, with Heather the whole time up on the battered roof, keeping an eye out for zombies. But we did it. Together we extracted the broken steel fence post that had impaled my seat, so I would have a place to sit again. The springs stuck out of the hole, and it would never be as comfortable a place for me to ride again, but the seatbelt still worked. The rest of the damage wasn't so easily fixed. The Trentonites had battered the steel skin of the SUV until it looked like something we'd dragged out of a junkyard after 20 years of decay. The paint was missing in broad stripes down the sides. All the barbed wire had been torn away from the windows, and a big chunk was missing from the radiator grill. All the lights were broken, and all the windows cracked where they weren't smashed altogether. The lack of a windshield was going to make driving a lot less fun. Hard to watch the road carefully when your eyes are constantly watering from the wind tearing at them. It created a bigger problem, too. Always before, when we'd stopped for the night, we knew we would at least have a few minutes of safety when the zombies found us. They could claw and beat at the windows with their hands, but without tools, they couldn't break the glass, at least not right away. That had meant we had time to get the SUV moving and get away. Now we wouldn't have that luxury. They could reach through the broken windows and grab us as soon as they found us. "We'll just have to take turns, standing watch through the night," I said.
"What if I fall asleep during my watch?"
Addison asked, her eyes very wide. "Don't worry. It's only a few days from here to Ohio," I told her. "We'll be okay." I'd said that so many times, I'd stopped doubting it myself. I was really starting to believe, even though we had no idea what was to come. Adair's map only covered the eastern half of Pennsylvania. He'd spent 20 years wandering over this country, but in all that time, it seemed he'd never gotten farther than Harrisburg, which was marked on the map with a red badge symbol, which meant nothing to me, so I planned on avoiding that city just as I should have avoided Trenton. Beyond that were only a few Z's marking concentrations of zombies, and some of those even had question marks next to them. Once we passed that point, we would have no information to guide us, no warning about potential dangers. On the plus side, there was a lot more blank space on the map. Pennsylvania seemed to have far fewer zombie infestations and looter camps than New Jersey, at least assuming Adair's notations were complete as far as they extended. We were alive. That was the main thing, the thing I kept telling myself. We were alive, and we were armed to the teeth, and if the SUV was beaten to a pulp, that could actually work in our favor. Road pirates would be less likely to attack us, since we looked like we were about to fall apart. They wouldn't expect us to be loaded up with fuel and supplies. On top of that, Pennsylvania was a beautiful land. New Jersey, what I'd seen of it, had been endless sprawl, ugly subdivisions of identical houses where it wasn't built up into industrial wasteland. Pennsylvania seemed much less settled, much less crowded. The road we took that day led us over endless ridges, wrinkled in the earth covered from their sunlit tops to their shady hollows in growing green things. Trees grew everywhere, entire forests of them. Kylie had been taught a little geography in Connecticut, and she said that Pennsylvania was named after its immense number of trees. There were signs it may not have been as idyllic before the crisis. Big rectangular swaths of land that must have been fields once, roads lined with square and ugly buildings that must have been shops and strip malls. But the trees had reclaimed this land with a vengeance, growing right up to the side of the road, their roots carving their way through parking lots and office buildings, tearing up old houses and turning them into mulch. Stands of flowering plants 20 feet high waved pennons of green across our path and brushed the sides of the SUV as we drove past. Utility poles and road signs were covered in a kind of hanging ivy that twisted around any available surface. The sun was up, with just a few clouds that cast long, striped shadows that lay over the landscape like cool shawls of shade. From the tops of the ridges, we looked down on little towns that seemed unharmed by the crisis, the sun glittering on their windows, perfect little scale models of the world that used to be. As long as you didn't get too close, as long as you didn't look for all the people who should have been there, the illusion persisted. The few small towns we did pass through gave us no trouble. Nor did the roads. I have no idea what Pennsylvania was like during the crisis, but it looked like the people hadn't just abandoned their cars like they did in New Jersey. Our way wasn't blocked by dead traffic jams. In fact, that whole day we didn't see a single abandoned car, nor did we see any other occupied cars on the road. We didn't see any human life, nor the pale imitation of zombiedom. We did see herds of deer moving through the woods, skittering away as soon as we came close. We saw birds dipping and bobbing through the sky. Kylie's armor stayed up. Trenton seemed to have reminded her of what the world was really like, but the other girls were smiling and laughing and playing complicated hand-clapping games in the back seat. It was a good time. If I hadn't been in such a hurry to get to Ohio, I would have tried to enjoy it more, I think. I would have stretched it out. Instead, I forced Kylie to keep driving, long after the sun had gone down. She didn't seem to mind. In the back, the girls slept, while I kept my eyes peeled, looking for any new danger in the road. With no headlights, we could only creep along, the night air cold on my face to keep me awake. For a while we traveled like that in silence, both of us intent on keeping our eyes peeled. It felt right, somehow. It felt like Kylie and I were partners in a way it had never felt when we were looting houses together for a dare. We had a shared purpose and a common dream, and I felt like we belonged together. It still shocked me when she spoke. "We need to talk," she said out of nowhere. I jumped in my seat. "We do?" I asked. "We need to make some decisions," she told me, keeping her eyes on the road. Chapter 49. "I think I should be your girlfriend," Kylie said. "You... Wait, what?" "Or, no, not your girlfriend." I had no idea where this was coming from. "Okay," I said, for the want of any better response. "That other thing. The one that's more serious. We should be married, and Addison should be our baby." I was too confused to speak.
Heather and Mary can be our sisters. Heather can be your sister, and Mary can be mine. That way we're a family. They can't split us up if we're a family, right? That's how it's supposed to work. Families sticking together.
Sure, I said. I think I can be forgiven for feeling a twinge of weird emotion when she said that, given what had happened to my family in New York. But I was unsure where Kylie was going with this and didn't want to push. She glanced over at me, and I saw her brow was furrowed. She'd put a lot of thought into this.
You're the best thing that's happened to us in a long time, Finn. I don't want to lose that now. I don't want you taken away from us.
Where would I go? I asked her. Her eyes narrowed. She looked back at the road and swerved around a huge pothole that we hadn't been able to see coming in the moonlight.
When we get to Ohio, I mean.
I was still puzzled. She sighed in irritation.
When we get to Ohio, we should tell them we're a family. That you and me are married, and Addison is our baby, and Mary and Heather are our sisters. They'll probably ask whether Mary is my sister or yours, and we need to get our story straight. That way they can't split us up in the medical camp.
Oh.
I thought I was speaking clearly, she said.
Okay, I get it now, I told her. There's a problem, though. Addison is too old to be our daughter. Even if we had her when we were kids, she'd only be around 8 by now, and she's closer to 12.
We can lie about her age,
Kylie suggested.
Or ours. We can say we're older.
Why not just say that Addison is your little sister? I asked. Kylie had to think about that for quite a while.
I just wanted her to be my baby,
she said finally, with another exasperated sigh.
You won't let them split us up, will you? You're a man. They'll have to listen to a man. If they split us up, some man will just come along and take us again, like he did.
She meant Adair, of course. She hadn't spoken his name since she'd killed him. I think that every man in the world, other than myself, had become Adair to her. It's not going to be like that in Ohio, I told her. Do you remember Stamford?
Not very well. Everything before I got my tattoo is sort of...
She struggled to describe it.
Brighter and louder, but like when a car horn goes off next to your ear. Deafening. It makes it so you can't hear anything else, you know?
I wondered if my own memories of New York were going to get like that, like some half-remembered fever dream of a better world. I wondered if that process had already begun. But no, I didn't remember New York as paradise. I remembered its flaws, its weaknesses, the slow, soft decline of the first generation, the pointlessness of second-generation life. I shook my head. Ohio is going to be like that, but better. I said it because I believed it, and because I wanted it to be true. It's going to be safe. There are no zombies there, and no looters. No slaves, either. They obey the law in Ohio. Women aren't treated like property. They have just as many rights as men. As I warmed to my subject, I felt like I could almost see it. There will be gardens there. Places where you can plant seeds and watch them grow. We'll make our own food instead of having to steal it from dead people. And if we want a house, we can make that too. Build it with our own hands, knowing that nobody is going to come along and tear it down for firewood. We can build a life together there.
As man and wife,
she said, nodding.
Well, sure, if that's what we'll tell them. And Addison is my little sister. I have to remember that. She's not my baby, even though that would be nice.
It was too dangerous to drive without lights. Even I knew that. Eventually, I gave in and told Kylie to pull over at the next building we saw. It turned out to be an old farmhouse, abandoned and falling apart. It had a barn to one side where we could stash the SUV out of sight of the road, and a big front room where we could huddle together. The girls were still half asleep as I marched them inside and told them I would take the first watch. Kylie went to lie down with them, next to Addison.
She stroked the younger girl's hair until she fell asleep. A family. I guess we kind of were one by that point. It had not occurred to me before, though. Always, I'd assumed I had an obligation to get these girls to Ohio, but after that, the obligation would be discharged. I'd assumed we would all go our separate ways. We would spend the necessary amount of time in the medical camp, long enough to prove we weren't infected. Then somehow the tattoo on my hand would be removed, and I would be shipped back to New York to live out the life destiny had already chosen for me, the life that had been interrupted. But how strange that seemed now. To go back to New York and never see Kylie again. Or the others. Maybe they could come to New York with me. Not that I had a lot to go back to. Maybe the lot of us would go to Stamford, and I would see what life was like there. If it was any different. Maybe the people there were actually living instead of just waiting to die. I kind of doubted it. But it might be nice to find out. Kylie still had family there. She'd lost her real sister, but her parents must still be there, wondering if she would ever come back to them. I could show up with her in tow, and they would thank me, call me a hero even. They would take the other girls in, too, adopt them as their own. Mary and Addison had been born out in the wilderness, raised to be slaves to a series of violent men. If I could bring them to civilization, give them a safe home, maybe I'd even call myself a hero. The thought made me laugh. I got up and went outside to pee and to look around and see if there was any sign of zombies or any other threat out there. The night air was still, but filled with the noise of 1 trillion crickets, their song rising and falling like waves beating on an ocean shore. The trees towered over me, dark and always moving. Anything at all could be out there. Behind me was light and warmth and people I could trust. I didn't need to be a hero, I thought. I didn't need to be thanked. When we got to Ohio, I would tell them we were a family and we had to stay together. I would make them understand. Chapter 50. Pennsylvania was not without its horrors, but with the help of Adair's map we avoided most of them. Unfortunately, there were some red marks in the atlas I couldn't decipher. One place had a little picture of a man tied to a wheel, while another one showed 2 swords inside a circle. One big swath of the state had been marked with a carefully drawn skeleton. Adair had taken his time drawing the skull, the rib cage, the dangling bony limbs. I had no idea what that was supposed to mean. At the time, it was enough that it was red and sinister looking. I told Kylie to detour well around it. One mark I couldn't figure out, but I got to learn what it meant. Adair had meticulously drawn a little tube with wavy lines emerging from its top. The tube, I think, was supposed to be a test tube, and the lines were fumes. To Adair, that must have meant something.
"Do we go around this one?"
Heather asked as I pointed it out on the map. I sighed because I didn't want to. The detours we'd already taken had led us farther and farther from the main highway that ran straight across Pennsylvania from east to west, from New Jersey to Ohio. It was difficult to follow the map once you were off the main roads, and I was always worried we would get lost out there, wandering around looking for road signs until we ran out of fuel. The tube symbol was well off the road. It might be something we could avoid by just zipping past it at 20 miles an hour, and I suppose I had grown a little complacent, which you will remember in the wilderness is a synonym for dead. Pennsylvania had been good to us. Days of easy travel with little or no danger. We hadn't even seen any zombies. "Just stick to the course," I told Kylie. "But everybody keep an eye out. At the first sign of trouble, we'll head south, here," I said, showing Kylie a place on the map where 2 roads intersected. It was nearly an hour before we saw what this new hazard was, and even then we didn't recognize it. The road took us over the top of a ridge and then down into a green and leafy hollow. Ahead of us was another ridge, a great swelling wave of earth, but this one was different. No trees grew on its slope, and no rough line of rock crested its top. It was a pile of dark earth, untouched by vegetation, and its sides were terraced into a series of curving tiers.
"It looks like somebody cut pieces off that hill,"
Mary said.
"Do you think this is like Trenton, Finnegan? Did this place get bombed by the army?"
I frowned. "I don't think so," I said. "Those terraces are way too regular. Trenton was all craters and trenches. This looks like somebody cut the top and sides off that ridge, deliberately." It bothered me that there were no trees up there. Everywhere else in Pennsylvania, plant life had taken over as soon as humanity went away. Thirsty roots had cut their way through concrete, pushed up through asphalt until it cracked and fell away. We'd seen whole towns overrun with creeping vines and stands of slender trees, entire fields of flowers that had once been fast food restaurants or superstores. Yet here, only a few gray weeds stuck up from the gravelly soil. As we got closer, I saw pools of water around the base of the ridge, standing muck that looked like brown glass reflecting a sky leached of color. As I watched one pool, a black, greasy liquid bubbled up to the top and burst with a splatter of viscous droplets. The air filled with a stink like concentrated car exhaust. The road swung away from the ridge, curving around its southern limb, as if even the road builders had wanted to avoid that blighted land. The smell got worse as we drove away from the polluted pool, not better, and soon we had all wrapped scraps of cloth around our noses and mouths to keep the fumes out. Addison kept coughing and couldn't seem to stop, as if she was allergic to something in the air. I could only hope the wind here itself wasn't poison. Eventually, we left that blighted land behind. By then, we all felt sick, and for days afterward, we didn't breathe right. We wheezed and coughed, but the air grew sweet again, and the trees returned like sentinels on either side of the road. I could only wonder what had happened to that place, to the hills that had been cut open until its toxic blood ran free. It made me think of how the first generation always told us that life was so much simpler now. As a child, that had made me laugh. We were barely surviving, clinging by our fingernails to a dangerous world, chased by zombies, plagued by thieves and a government that couldn't protect us. But that poisoned place was part of their world, the world before the crisis, not mine. As much as they'd had, as easy as their lives were, the people who lived back then had found some good reason to pollute the ground they stood on and the air they breathed. Maybe my generation did live in a simpler time after all. Chapter 51. We passed by Harrisburg without even seeing it. It was marked with a badge symbol on Adair's map, but we didn't discover immediately what that was supposed to mean. The city was either covered over by new vegetation or far enough away from the main highways that it couldn't be seen from the road. I looked up from the road atlas in my lap, glanced across at Kylie. This is as far west as he ever got. I'd taken up her habit of only ever referring to Adair as he. There aren't any more red marks. I held up the map book to show her, but she didn't even glance at it.
"We'll be okay,"
Kylie said, but her voice was empty. I think she just said it because it was what I wanted to hear. Maybe she was just repeating what I'd said to her so many times. I started to form a reply, but the noise of Addison coughing in the seat behind me broke my concentration. I turned around to see if she was okay. Addison was doubled over with effort, while Mary rubbed her back to try to help her bring up whatever was in her lungs. I still thought it was just dust from the carved ridge, something nasty that had to work its way out of her system. I should have known better. I should have paid attention to the fact that we'd been taking a lot more bathroom breaks than usual, that Addison had loose bowels, and that she'd vomited twice the day before. But that wasn't such a strange thing for us. Some of the food we ate was 20 years old. We had stomach bugs often enough. As it was, I didn't even suspect anything was wrong until she started coughing like that. The cough persisted all the next day. I kept thinking I should call for a rest stop, that we should give her a rest from having cold air blasting on her through the broken windshield all day, but when I asked her, she said she was fine.
As Pennsylvania rolled by and we ate up the miles, everyone tried to pretend that she was right, that it was nothing, just a cough. We started 100 conversations about nothing at all, about the weather, about all the trees. Every time it seemed like we were going to get back on track, that everything was going to be all right, Addison would start coughing again.
Allergies, Heather suggested. People get allergic, right? In the spring when the flowers are blooming. That's all.
She patted Addison's shoulder. We all knew it wasn't just allergies, but nobody wanted to admit that Addison was sick. When she started vomiting, we couldn't deny it any longer. Kylie pulled over to the side of the road, and we cleaned Addison up as best we could. I always feel better after I throw up, I told her when we were back on the road. Vomiting was not an uncommon occurrence among us, given some of the food we were eating was 20 years old. This time, though, Addison didn't seem to get any relief from it. Her face was gray, and she was sweating, even with the cold wind whipping through the broken windows of the SUV. Try to sleep, I told her, and she nodded. But the coughing kept waking her up.
She's sick, Heather said.
2 words nobody had dared speak so far. We all knew it was true. In New York, we had lived in constant fear of disease, of some new flu or fever that would come sweeping through the streets, passing from mouth to hand to nose, mowing us down while we were helpless to stop it. My understanding of germ theory was pretty rudimentary, but I remembered the quarantines from my youth, the people herded into abandoned buildings. I remember how we would throw food in through the doors and not let the sick out until they could prove they were well again. We didn't have that option in the SUV. What were we going to do? Strap Addison to the roof rack? She'll come around if she can just get some rest, I suggested. But instead, she just got worse. She grew weaker until she could barely lift her head, and she was only half conscious at the best of times. Sometimes she muttered to herself, nothing that made any sense, just halves of syllables and animal sounds. When I touched her forehead, it was like a bonfire was raging inside her skull. We had some pills in the SUV, left over from our last looting expedition. I studied them intently, comparing their colors and shapes and the strange words written on their bottles. Eventually, I had to admit I had no idea what any of them were. Some of them might bring her fever down. Others might kill her. I didn't dare to give her any of them. Keep a wet rag on her forehead, I told Mary, who had become Addison's nurse solely by dint of sitting next to her. Try to make her comfortable.
What if she dies?
Mary asked. Heather leaned over and slapped her. Addison isn't going to die, she said. I looked at Kylie, but the emotional armor was up, screwed on tighter than ever. I don't think Kylie was even blinking at that point. I would dearly have loved to have her advice, to have her tell me what to do. But this was the same state in which she'd said that killing Bonnie was the right thing to do, or that we should sell Addison for fuel at Princeton. A state that let her survive the worst the world had to offer her. If I had asked Kylie at that moment, she would have told me to leave Addison by the side of the road. Let the zombies have her. There was absolutely no chance of that.
This is my fault, Mary said at one point.
I turned around to say no, that wasn't possible. But I saw right away from Mary's face that she was serious. She was crying, and she couldn't look me in the face.
It was a while back, before we saw that big machine. You stopped the car so we could stretch our legs, remember? At that place with the picnic benches and the little creek that ran over a waterfall?
I remember the place, I told her.
Addison and I went off to pee. I watched for zombies while she went, but while I wasn't looking, she went wading in the creek. Before I knew it, she was drinking some of the water. She said it was really fresh and sweet. It was really good.
Oh no, I said, the words coming out of me despite every effort to keep them down. I'd grown up in a place surrounded by water one must never, ever drink. I had a healthy fear of anything that didn't come out of a bottle. Apparently nobody had ever taught Addison that lesson. What about you? Did you?
I didn't drink any, she said.
She rubbed at her nose with one hand.
I knew better, but I figured it looked so clear and clean. It was like glass, it was so clear. I figured It would be okay.
It's not your fault, I told her. You couldn't have stopped her. You didn't know she was going to do that. Knowing why Addison was sick didn't help us treat her, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't relieved, a little. If Addison had been poisoned, then she wasn't contagious. None of the rest of us were going to get what she had. I wanted to punch myself for even thinking that, but it was true. That night, Addison started vomiting up blood. Her eyes were as red as a zombie's, and her skin felt like soft wax. Heather and Mary stared at me, begging me to make a decision. Only one thing was possible. They'll have medicine for her in Ohio. We keep driving as fast as we can. If we can get there in time, they can help her. We will get there in time, I added, because they clearly needed to be told a lie right then. We will make it. Heather and Mary nodded in unison. Kylie stepped on the gas. Chapter 52. We followed the Pennsylvania Turnpike because it was the fastest way to Ohio. Of course, it was also the place we were most likely to run into looter gangs, or worse. All we cared about was speed, though, and that meant taking risks we couldn't really afford. Kylie took potholes at speed, swerved around abandoned cars without slowing down. The towns of Bedford and Somerset were just blurs we shot past. They could have been thriving walled cities. They could have been camps full of road pirates looking for an easy score. I didn't even turn my head to look at them. I was too busy watching Addison. She was neither asleep nor awake at that point, but somewhere in between. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes saw nothing. There was a chance her body could fight this thing, that she could just get better on her own. I could see her getting weaker, though. We had no way to get food down her throat. Mary dripped water into her mouth from a wet rag, but half the time that just made her cough and retch. The road swung northwest, and Kylie tapped the road atlas in my lap. I didn't know what she was trying to tell me. She tapped it again, and when I just shook my head, she said, "Pittsburgh." I looked at the map. The turnpike passed north of Pittsburgh. We wouldn't even see it if we kept to our current course. But I knew exactly what she meant. Pittsburgh was a living city. Even I'd heard of it back in New York. It wasn't an island like Manhattan, but it had the next best thing. A triangle of land protected on two sides by rivers wide enough that zombies couldn't swim across them. The emergency broadcast service radio announcers always said it was a shining example of survival in the face of adversity. Pittsburgh would have the drugs we needed to save Addison. There was no question about that. We could be there in an hour or two, but that assumed they wouldn't just shoot us on sight. That they would let us in or even talk to us. I didn't want to say what I was thinking. I didn't want Mary and Heather to know what Kylie had suggested, because I wasn't sure what we should do, and I didn't want to give anyone false hope. So I held up my left hand and tapped the tattoo on the back of it. Kylie nodded. She understood. She had a tattoo as well. We were positives. No walled city would let us get close. Addison didn't have a tattoo, though. She was, theoretically, clean. But what did that do for us? Could we really just drive up to the wall of Pittsburgh and leave Addison by the gate? Hope they would take in a sick girl rather than just leaving her out there to die? By contrast, the medical camp in Ohio was, well, a hospital. They were in the business of taking in people who were sick. There was a problem there, too, though. When I'd originally set out on this journey, walking across the George Washington Bridge, I'd had a very shaky grasp on just how big America was. I'd assumed Ohio was only a few dozen miles from New York. I'd also assumed that Ohio was the name of a city or some imposing landmark. I had no idea it was an entire state. The thing was, I had no idea now where in Ohio the medical camp was located. Ohio was nearly as big as Pennsylvania, according to Adair's road atlas. I assumed the camp had to be on one of the major roads, but that still meant we were going to have to search for it. It could be right over the border or 100 miles away. We had no idea how much longer Addison could hold on, or whether it was already too late to save her.
Kylie said nothing. She didn't tap the atlas again, or shake her head, or even look at me. It was clear that she was shut down, that she was incapable of helping me. The decision was mine alone. Take our chances with Pittsburgh, where they might just turn us away, wasting priceless hours, or keep going. Hope we found the medical camp in time. Addison's life was in my hands. If I made the wrong choice... Ohio, I whispered. Kylie nodded. A little while later, we saw the off-ramp that led to Pittsburgh. We blew past it at 40 miles an hour. The die was cast. It turned out to be up there with the worst decisions I've ever made. Chapter 53.
"There's somebody back there,"
Heather said, about half an hour later. I turned in my seat and saw her pointing through the back window. I could just see a tiny, dark dot on the road far behind us. Then the curving road took us around the side of a hill, and the dot disappeared. "That didn't look big enough to be a car," I said. "It was probably just a deer, or at worst a zombie wandering out into the road." Sometimes you say things just because you wish they were true. It doesn't mean you're foolish enough to believe them. Soon enough, the dot came back. It was following us, and it was picking up speed. Before long, I could see it was a man on a motorcycle. He was dressed, head to foot, in tan leather. "Fuck no," I said. I'd been raised not to use profanities often. New York had taught me manners and basic courtesy. But if there'd ever been a right time, this was it. "We don't have time for this," I said. The girls were all silent. Mary was wiping Addison's brow for the 1,000th time. Heather sat frozen in her seat, immobilized by tension. None of us had really had time to get afraid. Not yet. Kylie kept her eyes on the road. Her mouth was a perfectly straight line on the front of her face. I wished I could draw composure from her, siphon off some of her dispassion. I couldn't, of course. Especially not when she slammed on the brakes and we all went catapulting forward against our seatbelts. I spun around, a fresh curse on my lips. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" was the one that came to mind. But then I saw why she had to slow down. Up ahead of us, the road was blocked by a line of motorcycles, parked lengthwise across the turnpike. We could have just plowed through it, run down anyone who got in our way, but the people on those motorcycles were all armed, and some of their guns were pointed right at us. If it comes down to a shootout, so be it, I thought, as the car rolled to a stop. "Heather," I said, "get the guns out and—" But then a man dressed in camouflage pants and nothing else ran right up to the side of the SUV, to the driver's side. He reached through the broken window and pressed the barrel of a pistol against Kylie's temple. She didn't flinch. "Don't think," the man said. "Don't move." Behind us, Andy Waters in his tan leathers rolled to a stop, his feet dropping casually to the pavement so his motorcycle didn't fall over. He had a machine pistol in one hand. In the rearview mirror, he winked at me. "What do you want?" I asked. "You can have anything, but we have a sick girl here and we need to get her to help. Just leave us the SUV and enough fuel to get us to Ohio." "I'm not the one who makes deals," the half-naked man said. His head was shaved, but poorly. Patches of stubble stuck up behind one ear, above his left eye. His body was lean and stringy, like he was a bundle of steel cables, painted to look human. I had no doubt whatsoever he would shoot Kylie given the slightest provocation. Up ahead, on the roadblock, a pile of furs on top of one of the motorcycles stirred and rose up as if it had been asleep until just now. It was Red Kate, of course. She had a new streak of dyed blue hair, but I recognized her instantly. Without hurrying, without the slightest bit of interest, it seemed, she swung one leg over her motorcycle and dropped to the asphalt, then ambled toward the SUV, taking time to say something to one of her crew, something that made him laugh. She came to my side of the SUV, and for a second, it looked as if she would walk right past me, as if she hadn't even seen me there. Then she stopped, and a smile stretched across her face.
"Oh, Stones! You do know how to run.
she said. "It took us days to catch up with you. A bunch of times Andy or one of these other dipshits said you'd gotten away and I should give up. Just let you go. Shows what they know, huh?"
She bent over and touched her toes, then stretched her arms high in the air. She had no guns on her, just the long sword-like knife with the handguard made of skulls. It dangled from her belt like a charm on a bracelet. She turned and looked at the SUV, let her eyes roam up and down its length.
"You have got to take better care of your vehicle, Stones. That way it will take care of you." "Hey there, Kylie," she said, leaning on my window to wave across me.
"Kate," I said, "please."
"Quiet, Stones. I'm talking to Kylie." "How you doing in there, Kay? Looks like you've traded up. Tired of the old ball and chain, so you thought you'd cut yourself off a new piece of tail. I know how that goes. Kay, if you don't say anything, I'm going to think you're rude."
Kylie hadn't even turned her head. She wasn't blinking. I couldn't even tell if she was breathing.
"Archie,"
Kate said, looking at the half-naked man on the other side of the SUV.
"if she doesn't say something pleasant in 3 seconds, shoot her. 1,
"No!" I shouted. "You know how she is. She—"
2, Kate said. 2.5.
"Hello, Red Kate. It is very nice to see you again,"
Kylie said. Her eyes didn't move. Nothing about her moved. She merely said the words and went back to being a statue.
"Perfect," Kate said. "That's pure survival instinct right there. You could learn a little something from her, Stones, but then you wouldn't be as much fun."
I wanted to put my head in my hands. I wanted to scream in frustration, but at least I knew better than that. "How did you find us?" I asked.
"You told everybody where you were going. Only one good road to Akron."
I gritted my teeth. Why had I been so foolish? I thought if people knew I was headed to Ohio, someone might help me get there. Instead, I made the dumbest mistake you can make out in the wilderness, giving away your position.
"Once I heard about what happened to Adair, I knew you lot were going to need somebody else to look after you. A mama bear to replace your daddy bear," Kate said. "Who'd have thought it, huh? Adair, eaten by zombies. Sure."
She leaned in through the window, leaned in so close her lips were nearly touching my ear.
"You must have got him from behind, right?" she whispered. "Shot him in the back? Maybe while he was asleep? I really want to know."
I shook my head. "Kate, if you're really interested in our welfare—"
"I so am,"
she said. "Addison's sick. She's dying. If we don't get her to the medical camp in the next few hours, she isn't going to make it. If you just let us go—"
"We both know that isn't going to happen."
I closed my eyes. "You can save her life, Kate. You can do some good for once. Be a hero. I know you're not just plain evil. I know you don't want Addison to die." I knew nothing of the sort, but a man could hope. Kate leaned back, extricated herself from my window, and took a step away from the SUV.
"You looking to make a deal, Stones? We could do that."
"Yes," I said, gasping with relief. "Anything. Anything you want. Anything we have. Just let us get Addison to help. That's all I want."
"Well," Kate said, "you know the answer to that riddle. You know what I want, don't you? The only thing I want."
As soon as she said it, I did. I knew exactly. I reached for the latch to open my door. I swung it open and put one foot down on the pavement. It was me. I was what Red Kate wanted. She didn't care at all about the girls. She didn't want our guns, our food, even our fuel. She just wanted me. I had cut her. I had run away from her. Those were things that could never be forgiven. She wanted to make sure I never got to Ohio. There was no question in my mind, at least not in that particular second, that I would agree. I would give myself to her, and in exchange, Addison would live. Heather and Mary and Kylie would make it to safety. I didn't hesitate. Kylie had other ideas, though. Without moving any more than necessary, she reached over and grabbed my arm in a vice-like grip.
Chapter 54. Please, Kylie, I said. Please, let me do this. It's the only way. Addison is running out of time.
Finnegan, Heather said. What's going on? What are you doing?
I turned to look at her. The medical camp is in Akron, I said. Red Kate had slipped up and let me have that piece of information for free. Follow the road signs if you can, or the atlas. Get there as fast as you can. Keep safe.
What are you talking about?
Heather demanded. Kylie was still holding onto my arm. If you don't let me go, I said, they're going to shoot you. They'll shoot all of us. Let me go, Kylie. Still, she held on, but only for a second longer. She didn't look at me as I climbed out of the SUV. She didn't look anywhere but the road ahead. When I was clear of the vehicle, Red Kate nodded at one of her men. The roadblock of motorcycles was moved away, leaving a clear path for the SUV. Kylie, I said, because I was sure this was the last time I would ever see her. Kylie, we were a family. For a while. You and I were maybe not married, but we were together. And Addison was like our baby. It was all I could think to say to her. She did not respond, except to put the SUV into drive and to steer her way through the motorcycles. Heather and Mary screamed for me as they drove away, but all I could do was wave goodbye. The SUV shrank as it drove away from me, as it headed off for Ohio without me. Eventually, it headed around a curve in the road, and it was gone. I closed my eyes so I could still see it, so I could see Kylie's face one last time. Not frozen like it had been, smiling, the way I'd seen it ever so briefly, ever so infrequently, lit up with emotion. I thought of how she'd looked the night she first called us her family. I even thought of the holy rage, the nearly divine indignation and anger she'd shown when she killed Adair. I thought of the scar across her nose, and I thought of the color of her hair.
Oh my God, Red Kate said. That was adorable!
There wasn't enough fear in me to stop what happened next. I whirled on her, yanking the knife from my belt, the knife with the eagle engraving, the knife I'd taken from her. A dozen guns were pointed at me. There was no way I would survive if I just attacked her. I wasn't sure I even cared, not just then. Come on, I said. Draw yours. Do it. If you've got the guts. Red Kate held up one hand to tell her men not to shoot me. Why? She asked. Why? Why? I stared at her with wide eyes. Spit flecked my lips. I couldn't seem to close my mouth. I was so keyed up. Because that's what this was all about. You wanted to kill me. Now's your chance.
Kill you? She asked. Oh, Stones, no. No.
She cocked her head to one side.
Well, maybe. It remains to be seen, but not right now.
She snapped her fingers. One of her men walked her motorcycle over to her and she climbed on.
Give me that knife, she said.
I didn't move.
Give me that knife or I'll cut your hand off.
It burned to do what she said, even if there was no point disobeying. I handed over the knife. A scabbard was mounted on the side of her bike, and she slid the knife into it with a practiced motion. Now, she said. She patted the seat of the motorcycle behind her, what I would learn was called the pillion.
You get to ride with me.
Clumsily, not really knowing how, I climbed onto the back of her bike.
Wrap your arms around me so you don't fall off,
she told me. And then she twisted the throttle. Chapter 55. Racing across Pennsylvania on the back of Red Kate's motorcycle was an exercise in abject terror. Kate could maneuver around potholes and debris in the road far better than any larger vehicle, so she kept up a constant speed of nearly 50 miles an hour, faster than I had ever traveled before in my life. Added to the rush of the speed was the fact that I was so exposed, so utterly unprotected. There was no comforting barrier of metal on every side, no windshield to keep the air out of my face. If we had crashed, if Kate had made even the slightest mistake,
Both of us would have surely been killed, smeared across the asphalt so fast I probably wouldn't have seen it coming. I could do nothing about it, of course. I could hardly ask her to slow down. I could only hold on and hope for the best. She led her band of cyclists off the turnpike and through a maze of twisting country roads, some of them no more than a single lane wide. We headed under the trees, and soon were lost in a green twilight, the light flickering overhead as it cut through the foliage. There were no road signs or landmarks, but Kate seemed to know exactly where she was going. She seemed to have memorized every bump and curve in the road she took, even though she couldn't have been there more than once or twice before. We were far, far away from the lands she knew, the pine barrens of New Jersey, the looter camps around New York, but she possessed some kind of natural genius for life out there under the trees of Pennsylvania, as if she were an elemental of the road and at home anywhere the ribbon of asphalt stretched away ahead of her. For half an hour, maybe longer, we followed her path. It was impossible to talk over the noise of the motorcycle's engine. Andy Waters, the half-naked Archie, and the other dozen or so members of her crew kept their distance behind us, so they were often lost around a curve of the road, but they always caught up with us again. I was alone with my thoughts for the whole ride, yet I failed to come up with any kind of plan or stratagem. I couldn't even imagine where they were taking me, or what they would do to me there, though I assumed some kind of torture would be involved, physical or mental. Eventually, we arrived at a small town that huddled under the trees, just a few wooden buildings built tight up against a kink in the road. When my ears stopped ringing, I could hear water rushing nearby, the sound of a waterfall or a long stretch of rapids. Dew misted the leaves that hung down so close to the ground they formed a natural drapery around the place. Kate walked her motorcycle over to the front of a building that might have been a general store once. She dropped her kickstand and then sprang from her seat as nimbly as a cat. It took me considerably longer. My legs were cramped from clutching the machine, and my fingers were sore from holding on to Kate's waist. I felt like an old man as I edged my way gingerly off the pillion seat. Around me, the other members of the crew were whooping and joking among themselves, keyed up after their ride. Kate ignored them and me and headed inside, letting a screen door slam behind her as she disappeared into the darkness of the building. I looked around, thinking perhaps this was a chance to run away, but found that her crew members were watching me while pretending to ignore me completely. I had spoken once with Andy Waters, and I tried to get his attention now. He was busy sharing a cigarette with a woman in a short, tight dress and an aviator's helmet. Eventually, though, he jerked his head toward the store building, indicating I should follow Kate. There was nothing else to be done. Stealing a motorcycle and making a break for it was out of the question, even if I'd known how to drive one of the machines. I had no map and no way to even know which way was west, much less how to get to Ohio from here. And I was certain Kate would simply track me again. Track me down, and this time make sure I didn't get away. I could run away on foot, but that was sheer suicide. Zombies would be out among those trees, and even if they weren't, I would starve soon enough, having no idea how to get food from the forest. So I headed inside, into the store building. It was dark inside, and it smelled of old spices and mildew. A little light came from a back room which proved to open out onto a broad wooden porch, screened in against insects. The porch was built out over the lip of a gorge and overlooked a stretch of whitewater that just fell away into mist and rainbows a few 100 yards downstream. It was, without a doubt, a beautiful thing to see, and I understood why people would live here, or why they had before the crisis. Red Kate had thrown herself into a big wicker chair, one leg draped over one of its arms. She wasn't looking at me, just at the water beyond the screens. My whole body was still thrumming from the ride on her cycle, so I was in no state to confront her just then. Instead, I asked, "What was this place?" She shrugged, still not looking at me.
"Who knows? Doesn't matter. Now it's just 4 walls we found on our way out here. A place to crash for a night,
before the zombies figure out we're here."
She had her knife out, the long blade with the skulls around its hilt. She started digging into the wooden arm of her chair, not even carving her initials there, just cutting into the wood. She seemed distracted, which did not make her look safe. I sat down on a cast-iron chair as far as I could get from her, while still remaining on the porch. I turned a little so I would have a better view of the door in case one of her crew came rushing in to attack me. I had no idea whatsoever why I'd been brought here, or even why she'd followed me so far. "I thought you were a legitimate looter," I said. "Stopping us? Kidnapping me? That kind of makes you a road pirate, doesn't it?" Even though when I'd met her she'd just killed a government driver, the other looters, including Adair, seemed to think she was one of theirs. Not exactly one of the good guys, but an operator who knew how to go along to get along. She sat up, and a certain amount of steel entered her voice. "I do what I feel like." It sounded like a credo. "Stones, just say what you're thinking." I chewed on my lip for a while before I spoke. I wanted to get the wording right. "I'm nothing to you," I said. "You're right," she said. I was actually a little surprised. "At least, just about nothing. You did cut me." She glanced over at me with a playful smile, as if we'd been lovers once, not enemies. "And I lied before when I said I don't hold grudges. You might have figured that out by now." "Yeah," I said, "but that doesn't explain what you're doing here. You didn't come all this way just to torment me." "Nope." She jammed her knife hard into the armrest of her chair. "Believe it or not, I came out here to make something of myself." The idea surprised me, though I suppose it shouldn't have. From what I knew of her, Kate had never lacked for ambition. "I started out as a road pirate, killing people for gasoline. It was a shit life. Then I came north and started legit looting," she said. "Turn out that was just a bullshit game. The army gives you just enough to survive, so you can keep bringing them what they want." She shrugged. "When I heard Adair was dead, I realized it was going to be my turn soon enough." "Everybody dies, eventually." "Yeah, sure. But some people die bleeding out in the road, and some people die of old age on top of a pile of swag. I always thought I'd gotten about as far up the ladder as I could. Then I met the asshole who carried this." She flicked her knife with one fingernail so it made a chiming sound, like a little bell. "He came from out west, looking for recruits. He said the army is losing out there." "Losing? Losing what?" "Control. It's a whole new frontier out west," he said. "A place where somebody like me can write her own ticket. So I'm going out there to see." "I wish you luck," I told her. She laughed. "Stones, you're coming with me. When we saw you back there on the road, I couldn't believe my eyes. You're exactly what I need for the trip." "I am?" She smiled and looked straight at me. "Trade goods," she said. I understood, of course. I understood how things worked out on the road, in the wilderness. But of course, she needed to torment me. "Where we're headed, it's a ways farther still. We're going to need more gas if we're going to make it, which means I need something to trade for said gas." She pulled her long knife out of the arm of her chair and pointed it at me. "You're going to make a great slave, Stones." I fought the urge to jump up and attack her, then and there. She would have just cut me, badly enough to make me regret it, not enough to kill me. My knife was back on her bike. I didn't stand a chance. "It's nothing personal," she told me. "That's a lie," I said. "If you just wanted slaves to sell, you wouldn't have let the others go." She laughed and held up her hands as if I'd caught her. "Yeah, fair enough. See," she said, "I know what you really want. I know you want to go to that camp and get your life back. Well, that's never going to happen, Stones. You cut me. Now you never get what you want." Chapter 56. Her people came for me then. They spent some time beating me, just for fun, I guess, or to make me understand my place. They took their time with it. Eventually, the sun went down. When they got tired of their game, they shoved me into the screened-off porch, which now looked surprisingly like a jail cell. It was bitterly cold out there and very dark. The door slammed shut behind me, and I heard it lock. Suddenly, I was alone. No one was touching me or trying to hurt me. I slumped down to the floor and curled up, the pain twisting my muscles into stiff knots. I could hear laughter and music from beyond the door. If I could have burned down that house with all of them inside right then, I would have. For hours, I just lay there, hurting and feeling sorry for myself. Eventually, I recovered the strength to check my injuries, to make sure nothing was broken and that I had stopped bleeding. Everything seemed okay, if sore. I guess the crew knew what they were doing and had stopped themselves before things got out of hand. What kind of people made a study of that? Of learning just how far you could push a human body before it broke? Red Kate had said she was a maggot in the corpse of the world. I decided then and there that she was letting herself off too easily. She wasn't just some harmless insect. She was a devil, and her crew were demons out of hell. But they weren't infallible. They'd made one bad mistake. They'd thought maybe that beating me would show me how helpless I was, that I couldn't resist them. Instead, it had hardened me somehow. Too dumb to quit, right? It had made me want to escape. I crawled over to the screened walls of the porch and started scratching at the fine metal mesh. I had to get away. If I stayed with Kate and her crew one more day, it would only bring new horrors and more pain. Anything was better than that. Even being alone, defenseless, out in the wilderness. Out there with the zombies. Weak and battered as I was, it took me most of the night to break through the screens without making a lot of noise. I tore at them with rough fingernails, making just a little progress at a time, cutting my fingers badly in the process. But eventually, I managed to tear open a little slit in one of the screens, and then its fabric parted easily. It was the work of only a minute more to make a hole I could wriggle through. And then I was free. I got painfully to my feet and found I was standing on a narrow rock ledge hanging over the rushing water. I could barely see the rapids, but I felt an almost overwhelming urge to jump into them, to plunge into that cold water and be swept over the falls. My broken body would be washed clean as it was carried away to the distant sea. But no, the instinct for survival is surprisingly strong. Even at the worst of times, it holds out something, some flicker of hope. Instead of jumping in the water, I edged my way around the building, keeping low so I couldn't be seen from any of the windows. Eventually, I came around to the yard in front where the motorcycles were all parked. Motorcycles I had no idea how to drive. I went over to Kate's bike and got my knife back. It was still in the scabbard, bolted to the side of her engine. It felt like something. Some small measure of security, though nowhere near enough. Then I ran out of there. I loped down the gravel path back toward the slightly wider country road I remembered from the day before. I had no idea how to get back to the turnpike. I hadn't paid attention on the ride here. I picked a direction at random and started jogging, figuring that I would eventually find a bigger road, and then a bigger one, until I got back to a highway. There, I could hopefully find some nice road pirate who was just wandering by, who would give me a ride in exchange for my pleasant company. I was going to die, and I knew it. This forest hid too many dangers, too many hidden catastrophes just waiting for me to stumble into. Even if I managed to avoid every one of them, it would be only a matter of time before I starved to death. No, scratch that. I would die of thirst first. After what had happened to Addison, I knew I could never drink water from any of the streams or creeks I came across. When I got desperate enough, I knew I would anyway. Chapter 57. I walked all night. I walked until the sun started to come up.
It was funny how much better I felt to be able to see things again. It wasn't much, but it gave me a little strength. It kept me going a few more miles, long enough to come to the bridge. It wasn't much to look at, just a one-lane span over a ditch held up by aluminum struts. In the eerie blue light of pre-dawn, it seemed to glow in the dark. Its surface rang under my feet as I stepped warily onto it, careful in case it collapsed. It took my weight, and suddenly I couldn't go any farther. I had to sit down, had to lie down on that metal span and feel how cool it was. The cold would be a balm to my battered skin. "Come on, Finn," I whispered. "Come on," I whined. "Keep going." "Okay, stop, but don't sit down. Just don't." My body wasn't listening to me. It was going to sit down. I took another step toward the center of the bridge, and it was like fighting off a pack of wolves. I went to the railing on the side of the bridge and put my hand on it, thinking it would help support me. Help me keep going a few more feet, if I could make it to the other side. My hand made the railing shake and ring. The echoes rolled around the ditch below me, a narrow gap in the landscape through which a tiny trickle of brown water flowed. I forced myself, with my last ounce of strength, to take another step, and my footfall rang out. It was echoed by a strange squelching sound, like something crawling through muck. The sound came again before I could take another step. I leaned over the railing and looked down. A face was down there in the ditch, staring back up at me. In the weird light, it might have been the face of a ghost, except it wasn't. The face had red eyes, framed by long, stringy black hair. Then a hand reached up and clawed at the face as another zombie pulled itself out of the mud to look up and see what was making all the noise. The two of them squirmed out of their muddy nest, pushing and pulling and fighting their way up the loose dirt that formed the wall of the ditch. They moved slowly as they climbed, grabbing a handful of tree roots here, falling back there as the mud slid out from under them. It seemed they would never get up to the top of the ditch. But then I heard a ringing noise behind me. I turned my head and saw a third zombie climbing over the railing, not 10 feet away from me. Its red eyes burned as its jaws worked at the air. Chapter 58. They were catching up. They were only a few steps behind me. I had run a little when the zombies started chasing me. I'd had enough strength left, or rather fear had lent me just enough adrenaline to get a head start. But then the pain had come back to my side, and my wind had left me, and my legs absolutely refused to run a step farther, even if it meant being eaten alive. The zombies didn't get tired. They didn't need to take breaks. There was food right there in front of them, just a little farther away than they could grab, always tantalizingly out of reach. I would have wept if I wasn't so dehydrated. I would have soiled myself in fear if there'd been anything in my stomach. I forced myself to walk, to at least move, even if it was just a slow shuffle at this point, a gait as desperately sad and broken as that of the zombies. I kept walking because I couldn't stop. I kept walking because if I stopped, they would grab me and pull me down and eat me alive. I kept walking because there wasn't enough energy left in my body to think of a reason not to. I don't know. I kept walking because I was too stupid to give up, like Adair said. I had my knife. I figured that if I did have to stop, if they caught me, I could fight off one of them, or maybe two, if I had the strength to lift my arm. The third one would get me, though. Or one of them would bite me before I could finish it off, and then I wouldn't just be a positive. I'd be an infected. Kylie made it, I thought. Kylie must have made it to Ohio, to the medical camp by that point. So I'd done something good with my life. I'd saved her, and Mary, and Heather, and hopefully Addison. I'd freed them from Adair and pointed them in the right direction. That had to be enough, right? I realized I was arguing with myself.
trying to justify the moment when I finally did give up, when I let go and let the zombies have me. Because that would be less painful, or at least it would be over quicker than taking another step. I kept walking. Ahead of me, the trees parted. The road curved to meet up with another road, a bigger one. I staggered up the curve, onto the new road, and suddenly it was just too much. My legs turned to soft rubber. My knees bent the wrong way, and I went down hard, one kneecap hitting the asphalt and sending waves of shock all the way up my back. I put my hands down to catch myself, scratched my palms on the road surface. The zombies were right behind me. I couldn't do anything. Couldn't run. Couldn't fight. I drew a long, deep breath to have something to scream with. I heard a horn blaring, but I was too distracted to pay attention. The horn kept sounding, and eventually I got annoyed with it enough to look up, to glance in the direction of the sound. A big vehicle, a pickup truck, was coming right at me, at probably 50 miles an hour. Okay, I thought, that works. No way I would survive the collision. Better than having my skin torn off and my innards devoured by zombies. Through the windshield of the truck, I saw the driver make a sweeping gesture with one hand, clearly trying to tell me something. Move. Get out of the way. I was so far gone at that point, so mentally tired, I couldn't resist the suggestion. I had an incredible compulsion to do what I was told. I launched myself forward, throwing myself down on the road surface, and rolled. Behind me, the 3 zombies were standing, staring at the oncoming truck, looking confused. Not for very long. They exploded in a cloud of white and red and pink and gray when the truck hit them, their bodies disintegrating in the air. Flecks and larger chunks splattered all over me. The truck kept going, fishtailing a little as it disappeared around a curve in the road. Chapter 59. Damn, I thought. Damn. Now I have to get up. Now I have to stand up. At least I could take my time about it. I lay there just breathing for a while, just staring up at the blue sky framed by the green leaves of the trees over my head, listening to the swell and sigh of the crickets in the tall grass at the side of the road. It seemed like a nice enough place to take a nap, there in the middle of the road. I closed my eyes. A little later, I couldn't say how long, it was just black sleep inside my head. I heard a car door open and then thud shut again. I heard leather boots crunch and squeak on the asphalt. Sounds were okay. They didn't take any energy to listen to. Plus, and this was definitely a bonus, I could ignore them. I could go back to sleep.
"You're with those bikers, right? A road pirate?"
a woman asked. I heard her walk away from me. I heard her boots moving around. I could ignore sounds.
"I've been keeping an eye on your crew the last couple of days, waiting for you to leave. Lucky for you, I guess, that I was close by. You headed out of my jurisdiction, or what?"
There were interesting words in there. Words I felt like I might respond to when I got a chance. When I woke up.
"Hey, did I hit you by accident? Are you dead?"
A leather boot kicked my hand. It hurt. I sighed because now I was going to have to open my eyes. I opened my left eye a crack. Then I opened both of them, because what I saw was the barrel of a gun pointed right at the tip of my nose. Say something, I thought. That was the first lesson Adair taught me. When you meet people out in the wilderness, you have to say something so they know you're not a zombie. Zombies don't talk. People do. "I'm not dead," I said. My voice came out like the noise of a rusty hinge, but maybe the woman holding the gun understood me anyway. The gun barrel looked huge. It filled up half the blue sky. I thought I could see the tip of the bullet inside, way up that cavernous tunnel, copper-colored and cold.
"I want to make something clear here. I didn't just save your life," she told me. "I did give you fair warning, sure, but the whole point of that exercise was to take out 3 zombies. That's all."
"Thanks anyway," I squeaked.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to kill you. Not unless you start something. So don't look so terrified, all right? I don't like it. I don't like looking at you like that.
I blinked my eyes rapidly. It felt like the insides of my eyelids were lined with sandpaper, but I had no choice. "Gun," I sputtered.
Sure,
she said, and the barrel of the gun moved away, moved out of my immediate vision.
Sorry. I guess. It's just, your kind and mine, we don't get along. Historically.
My kind?
Bikers. Bikers and lawmen. We always used to be going at it. You look about half dead, you know that?
For the first time, I got a good look at the woman who, despite avowed intentions, had saved my life. I was surprised first to see that she was old. Her hair was silver, tied back behind her head in a no-nonsense bun. Her face was lined with wrinkles. On her head, she wore a hat with a very wide brim, a kind of hat I'd never seen before. She also wore tight-fitting black pants and black leather boots and a brown leather jacket. A patch on her shoulder read Pennsylvania State Police Trooper. On the front of her jacket was a nameplate that read Caxton.
Listen, I guess we don't have to be enemies. You can even help me out, okay? And then I'll give you a ride somewhere. Back to your pirate friends or whatever.
Help?
Yeah.
She dug in a pocket of her jacket and pulled out 2 floppy objects, whitish in color like the belly of a fish. They were both splattered with blood and matted hair. It took me a second to realize they were ears.
I know I killed 3 of those bastards, but I can only find 2 of these. I need you to help me look for the 3rd.
Chapter 60. I eventually made Caxton understand what bad shape I was in. She seemed distracted and barely aware of me at times. But when she saw I was dehydrated nearly to the point of collapse, she immediately fetched a canteen out of her truck.
Don't worry, it's been purified, she said, holding it up to my lips.
The water tasted of strange chemicals, but I didn't care. I would have drunk creek water then and there if she'd offered it to me, even after I'd seen what it did to Addison. Before I'd drunk my fill, Caxton was already back to scouring the road, looking for the missing ear. Eventually, I felt strong enough to stand up and help her, as she'd asked. She seemed almost surprised when I offered, as if she'd forgotten the deal we'd made. I spotted an ear after only a few minutes of looking. I think Caxton was nearsighted, or she would have seen it herself. I held it up proudly, but she took a close look at it, flipping it back and forth in her hands, and then tossed it over her shoulder.
Sorry, I need the left ears. Just the left ears.
Eventually, we did find it. Caxton went to the bed of her pickup with it, and I trailed after her. Sitting in the bed, along with several spare tires and a long row of extra fuel tanks, was a plastic trash bag. She opened it, and a terrific stench billowed out of it, as well as a cloud of flies. Caxton didn't even flinch. She put the 3 ears in the bag and then sealed it up again with a twist of wire. "You collect those?" I asked. I'd seen just enough to know what else was in that bag. More ears. Hundreds of them, I guessed.
What? Yes. I mean, no. No, that would be morbid. I bring them in as evidence.
Evidence of what, exactly?
Of how many zombies I've killed. Once a month I take them to an army base near Johnstown and they give me what I need in exchange. Each ear's worth a cup of gasoline or a little food. I don't need much.
Jesus, I said. Some poor soldier has to count them?
No, they do it by weight. They've got a big scale.
It struck me instantly, and this is a measure of how I'd changed since I'd entered the wilderness, how easily one could take advantage of such a system. Fill the bag with old newspapers, say, or if the army did occasionally check to make sure the bags were in fact full of ears, you could more easily take ears from slaves or positives. At the very least, if they had some way of verifying they were real zombie ears, you could mix left and right ears and get double value for your work. It would take a close inspection to tell the one from the other. I didn't say it, But I thought how trusting the army must be to just take Caxton's word that each ear represented one zombie kill. That was because I didn't understand her then. The army clearly did. They knew that she would never, regardless of hunger or want or any kind of human greed, cheat on her tally. "Have you been doing this very long?" I asked. "Just since the crisis," she replied. "Before that, I was in highway patrol. I used to run sobriety checkpoints and speed traps. Now I'm in charge of turnpike clearance." She shrugged, as if the change in duties were nothing more dramatic than being transferred from one department of the state police to another. "Somebody's got to do it. Hop in the truck and let's get going. I need to fill up another bag like that if I'm going to make my quota this month." She had to help me into the passenger seat. My muscles had frozen up while I was lying in the road, and now every time I moved, a fresh jolt of pain went through me. "It'd be tough to ride a motorcycle in your condition," she said, frowning. "I'm not a biker. I'm a positive," I said, and showed her my left hand. She glanced at it, but didn't seem put off by the tattoo. "I was trying to get to Ohio, to the medical camp at Akron, when those pirates kidnapped me." Truth. All of it, if not the whole truth. "That's a relief. Just shove all that stuff on the floor," she told me. The passenger seat was full of boxes of pistol ammunition, empty food cans, and a roll of toilet paper. It looked like it had been a long time since anyone else had sat in that seat. The floor in front of the seat was already full of pallets of canned food and bottles of water, but I was able to squeeze my legs in. Caxton explained that she pretty much lived in the truck. "Except in the winter. I have a place in Harrisburg for when it snows." Harrisburg. On Adair's map, the city of Harrisburg was marked with a tiny badge symbol. I wondered if the two of them had ever met, but then I figured that if they had, I was better off not admitting my connection to him. She didn't seem like the kind who would appreciate Adair's rough charms. She started up the truck, and we headed east. Not the direction I would have chosen, but I could hardly complain. After a few minutes, she stopped again, but only to tell me to buckle my seatbelt. "It's the law," she said. I complied happily enough, though I said, "I figured that since the crisis, nobody worried about things like that anymore." She stared at me as if I'd started speaking Chinese. "It's the law," she said again. When I was buckled up, we headed out once more. Before we'd driven another mile, I was fast asleep. Chapter 61. When I awoke, the truck had stopped and Caxton wasn't in the driver's seat. I started to panic, but then I saw her walking back toward the truck, a pair of ears in her hand. She must have seen some zombies while I was asleep and figured she didn't need my help to deal with them. I saw then why we'd seen so few zombies in Pennsylvania. When she'd put the ears in the bag and climbed back into the driver's seat, she smiled and asked if I was hungry. I had trouble matching up the ruthless zombie hunter and the maternal old lady, but I put aside such concerns in exchange for a can of creamed corn and some beef jerky. As soon as we were done, she had it out again. "You do this all day? Every day?" I asked. "I make my patrols. There's time for sleep, too, and I give myself 2 15-minute breaks a day, plus meals." The look on my face must have told her what I thought of her lifestyle, even if I was too polite to say it. "I got used to long shifts back before the crisis. You do not understand boredom, true boredom, until you've sat all day in a speed trap holding a radar gun out your window. You can't even read or do crossword puzzles or anything, because at a second's notice, you're going to have to spin out and flag down a leadfoot." "I thought the army was in charge of clearing out zombies," I said. I remembered listening to the emergency broadcast service on the radio and hearing the daily tallies of how many zombies they destroyed in far-off, undreamed-of places like Michigan or Bangor. "They do what they can, but they've got other things to worry about, guarding the Washington bunkers or putting down insurrections out west." "I heard something about that. About out west." "They don't tell me much," she said. "But I know that's their first priority right now. They've got every soldier they can scratch up headed out to California." She shook her head. "It's all right, what I do chasing down zombies.
It's more of a policing job anyway. This is what I do, Finn. It's who I am." She shrugged. "You ever think we were made for a reason? Like we have destinies or something?"
"I think I'd trade destiny for a nice quiet life in a walled city." Caxton nodded.
"For some, I guess that's the right way. Me, well, my father was a lawman, a county sheriff, a good man. Had a lot of hardship in his life, but he never let his people down. I'm going to tell you a little story, okay? Take this with a grain of salt. I'm a crazy old woman who isn't as sharp as she used to be, so maybe I just dreamed all this. But a couple years before the crisis, back when everything was under control and my biggest worry was whether some drunk I pulled over was going to try to seduce his way out of a ticket. Back then, I started getting this feeling, like there was something else I was supposed to be doing with my life, some great wrong that needed to be set right, something evil." She squinted at the road. "That's a weird word, but I could feel it out there, like a wolf was hiding in the bushes outside my bedroom window, maybe. It used to bug me quite a bit, used to keep me up at nights. What was I missing? I figured I was just feeling guilty because I was still just highway patrol instead of real law like my dad. But then the crisis came, and all these zombies. And it was like a switch just flipped in my head. Okay, I said to myself, okay, here we go."
"You were born to hunt zombies." She tilted her head to one side. Then she scratched her shoulder.
"Yeah, or close enough." She shrugged. "Some people can't live safe lives. They've got to be out here making a difference. Maybe that's you too."
God, I hoped not. I'd seen enough of the road while trying to get off it. I had no desire to spend the rest of my life prowling one-lane blacktops, looking for red eyes and stringy hair. To change the subject, I reached over and tapped a photograph that was clipped to Caxton's sunshade. It was old, and most of the color had leached away, but I could see it was a picture of a young woman with short black hair. She had Asian features, and she was smiling, absolutely grinning at the camera. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Is that you?" I asked. I didn't think Caxton was Asian, but age might have changed her features.
"That," she said, "is there to keep me sharp, to remind me of something. Something—"
Suddenly the temperature in the pickup's cab seemed to drop 10 degrees.
"We will not be talking about."
Her whole body stiffened and grew hard, and I suddenly knew what it was like to be one of the zombies she hunted. As friendly and sweet as she seemed, there was molten steel running in Caxton's veins.
"So we need to figure out where I'm taking you," Caxton said. "I assume you don't want to reunite with those bikers?"
"Absolutely not."
"There's Pittsburgh. They won't take you in, not with that tattoo, but I don't think they would shoot you on sight."
"That doesn't help me much, if they just let me sit outside their wall and maybe throw me some food now and again."
"Better than starving. I could take you to the Army base at Johnstown. They have some civilians there working for them. You might even convince them to take you to Ohio."
I thought of the soldiers I'd seen at Linden, who had wanted to cripple my arm for the crime of touching their helicopter. "I've had bad luck with the Army," I said, not wanting to tell her the details.
"Well, you can ride with me on patrol for a while. I'll be grateful for the company," she said.
Chapter 62. I spent a week working with Caxton, culling the zombies of Pennsylvania. We fell into an easy routine almost right away. She seemed almost absurdly grateful to have somebody to talk to, and I was just glad to be away from all the people who wanted to kill me. The hours were long. To put it another way, the hours never stopped. Many times I would beg Caxton to take us somewhere we could go and sleep in safety, and she would tell me we just needed to bag one more zombie before our work was done. We took only short breaks for food and for relieving ourselves during the day. Every other waking second was spent hunting. Not that the work was constant, or all that physically demanding. A lot of it simply meant driving around, looking for any sign of zombie activity.
"I've basically cleared out the region around Harrisburg," she told me.
At least, I haven't seen one there in a long time, so I have to patrol farther and farther afield." She didn't seem to take any great satisfaction in this. The work wasn't finished yet. There were still zombies out there somewhere. "What happens when you kill all the zombies in Pennsylvania?" I asked. "Unlikely," she said, while chewing on a piece of beef jerky. Her eyes focused on something invisible, and her face hardened. "Sometimes I do my work too well. If I clear out an area thoroughly, wild game starts coming back. Deer, raccoons, even coyotes. And that draws in zombies from areas where the animal life is still pretty scarce. They're opportunists. They don't care much about state lines. Besides," she said, and inhaled deeply as she came back to this world, "I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see that." If she took little satisfaction in clearing out the center of the state, she seemed to take little displeasure in the fact her work would never be done either. She just shrugged at the idea that she would die before all the zombies did. The work was what was important, not any kind of abstract end goal, and the burden wasn't hers alone. "Not like I'm the only one doing this. And maybe I could train up an apprentice, somebody to take over when I'm gone." It didn't occur to me at the time who she had in mind. I pointed out to her instead that there was no one like her in New York or New Jersey. Places like Fort Lee and the southern part of New Jersey are still swarming with zombies. The radio claims that they die off over the winter, and that eventually they're all going to freeze to death. "Don't believe everything you hear on the radio," she told me. "Some of them definitely die out in the cold, but just because they've got the minds of animals doesn't mean they're helpless. Animals live through the winter just fine. You know that, right? They hibernate, or at least they find caves and places they can hole up. Zombies don't know to come inside when it rains, but when they get too cold, they'll gravitate to warmer places. Maybe they wander south to where things aren't frozen over. Or maybe they hide away from the snow in old barns and houses. We built them plenty of shelter to squat in. No, what's eventually going to win the war is attrition. There just aren't enough of us left to replenish their numbers." It wasn't a terribly comforting thought. But Caxton wasn't interested in offering empty comfort. She was more interested in actions than words. She taught me a great deal in the short time we spent together. She taught me how to drive, for one thing, a skill I should have had Adair or Kylie teach me, though we'd never seemed to have the time. Caxton figured if I could drive, she could spend more time looking out the pickup's windows, spotting zombies. Caxton also taught me how to shoot. She was a patient instructor, even though she couldn't really afford to waste the bullets I failed to put into tin cans and old bottles. "I'll just have to get some more ears this time," she said, shrugging off the waste. She taught me other things, less tangible things, but her most important lesson was her last. One day we were hunting around some old farmhouses, way back in the woods. We had to leave the pickup behind and hunt on foot. We'd found a place with a field full of rusting car chassis, their quarter panels and window posts strangled by green vines that glowed in the sun. The ground was jagged with cubes of broken glass, but the plants didn't seem to mind. Neither did the zombies. Caxton and I found half a dozen of them crouched inside the car hulks. She put one finger to her lips and holstered her pistol, then drew a hunting knife from a sheath at her belt. I took my knife out as well. During the day, the zombies' senses were dull, and it was possible to sneak up on them. The sound of a gunshot would have drawn them all out, caused them to rush at us in a mob. With our knives, we were able to slit their throats before they could alert the others. It was nasty work, and very dangerous. The chance of being bitten was always there in my mind, a constant fear. But Caxton excelled at it. When the field of cars was done and the ears were harvested, we headed toward a rambling farmhouse. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of old, dry wood. Roughly woven blankets hung on the walls and were draped over the furniture, as if the owners of this place had planned on returning and had wanted to keep the dust off their things. That saddened me more than seeing their skeletons might have. Caxton pointed one direction and then another. I nodded and headed through an archway toward what had to be the kitchen, while she headed into a living room. If I ran into trouble, all I had to do was shout, and she would come running, I knew. I didn't think there were any zombies in the house, though. It smelled like it had been uninhabited for a very long time. So, I suppose my guard wasn't up like it should have been. The kitchen was deserted. I poked through some of the cabinets above the counter, resisting my urge to loot the canned food I saw there. Caxton never took anything from the houses she cleared out. She was no looter. There was a closet in the kitchen, always a good place for a zombie to jump out of. I approached the door carefully, from the side, as she had taught me. This was an adaptation of an old police technique, and swung the door open. A mop fell out, and its handle clattered on the floor tiles. Caxton rushed in, her eyes scanning the room from side to side, top to bottom, before she even looked at me. I grinned sheepishly and pointed at the mop. She nodded and smiled back at me. Then she stepped into the kitchen to take her own look around. That was when the zombie under the sink nearly got her. It had wedged itself in the cabinets down there, probably while chasing after mice. The sound of the mop hitting the floor had stirred it to action, and now it shot out 2 scratched-up arms, its withered, mummy-like hands grabbing at her ankles. It got one of them, and she was pulled off balance, collapsing to the floor in a heap. She struggled wildly to get her gun off her belt, and then fired all 6 shots into the cabinets, but the hands kept pulling her, dragging her feet first into the cramped space under the sink. I moved as fast as I could, dropping to my knees and whipping out my knife. I sawed and hacked at the wrists of the hands holding her. Eventually one and then the other came loose in a shower of blood. Caxton scuttled backward, away from the zombie, which had shoved its head and shoulders out of the cupboard. It was bleeding horribly, but still it kept coming, pushing its red eyes and lank hair farther into the kitchen. In a great panic of revulsion, I struck out at the zombie's forehead with my knife, stabbing again and again at its eyes and brain. Eventually, it stopped moving. Caxton and I were both covered in its blood. I found a bottle of rubbing alcohol in the closet and splashed it over us as best I could, trying to kill the pathogen in all that blood, just as Kylie had done so long ago. Caxton merely lay on the floor, trying to breathe normally. "Thanks," she said eventually. She laughed. "It's been a long time since I got in a spot like that." I helped her to her feet. "I'm getting old," she said, and the laughter drained from her face. "Slowing down." "No, come on," I said. "Don't talk like that." "It's true." She brushed alcohol off her sleeves and face. "Can't do anything about it. But I guess if I'm going to find somebody to take my place, now's the time." She looked at me with questioning eyes. This time I got the hint. I mean, it's a good job. It's important, but just think about it, she told me. She looked at the gun that was still in her hand. "We need to head back to the truck so I can reload. What a waste. I knew there was no chance in hell of hitting that thing, but I lost my nerve. Damn. You should have seen me 20 years ago, Finnegan. I was something back then." "I don't doubt it," I told her. I put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Her smile came back, and together we headed out of the farmhouse and back toward the road. Before we got too far, though, we both heard something. The sound of an engine revving. We looked at each other. Then we started running. "If somebody's trying to steal my truck," Caxton began. She didn't need to finish the sentence. Up ahead in the clearing, the truck sat exactly where we'd left it, unmolested. But it was surrounded by motorcycles. Red Kate peered through the trees.
"Stones? That you, Stones?"
Chapter 63.
"It's that road pirate,"
Caxton whispered to me. I nodded. I'd told her enough about Red Kate and her crew that she knew to be careful. Together, we walked into the clearing and faced the crew. Andy Waters touched his forehead in salute. I didn't see Archie, which worried me. He would be out in the trees somewhere, maybe overhead. I was certain he'd have a gun pointed at us. Caxton still had her pistol in her hand. It was empty, of course. My knife was in my belt, and I knew better than to reach for it.
Red Kate seemed to find the situation hilarious.
Stones! I can't believe it! We looked everywhere for you, you know. When you ran away like that, I was just sick with worry. I was sure that something would find you in the dark and just gobble you up. But look at you! You made it!
I'm alive, I confirmed. Thanks to Caxton here. Kate bobbed her head.
Morning, officer.
Caxton glanced upward at the sky.
It's mid-afternoon, she said.
Kate shrugged her fur-clad shoulders.
I sleep late.
Caxton turned her head a little and spat on the ground. Kate didn't move. I had no idea how this was going to shake out.
You looking to start something here? Caxton asked. I've never been a big fan of talking before a fight. If you're not looking to tangle, I've got work to do and you're blocking my truck.
Kate lifted one long leg over the top of her bike and dropped to her feet. She walked over to the truck and looked inside the cab.
I've heard of you, officer. I've heard stories. Enough to know Stones isn't your type.
She reached into the bed of the truck and hefted the plastic bag full of zombie ears.
That's my property, Caxton said. You put that down.
Flies buzzed around Kate's hand as she dropped the bag.
Sorry, I'm just naturally nosy.
We call that larcenous where I'm from.
Kate favored Caxton with a big smile.
You're a treat. A genuine throwback. Well, never let it be said that I don't cooperate with the authorities. I mean, I totally don't, but never let it be said. No witnesses, no crime, right?
Caxton's face started to flush. Her fingers twitched on the grip of her pistol. Kate's eyes drifted to the gun. She pursed her lips. Then she walked back to her bike.
Enjoy your day, officer, she said.
I guess she'd heard enough about Caxton not to want to start a fight after all. Of course, this was Red Kate. She couldn't just leave things at that.
Stones, I'm glad to see you're keeping well. Until we meet again, okay?
And then she started up her bike and roared out of the clearing. Her crew followed her, one by one. When they were gone, when they'd been gone a while, and we were sure they weren't coming back, we headed over to Caxton's truck. Caxton climbed into the driver's seat, the pistol still in her hand. I climbed in beside her. Caxton put the truck in gear and got us out of there. We could see the dust cloud the motorcycles left behind, so we headed in the other direction. For a long time, Caxton drove in silence. She turned the radio on, then switched it off again when there was no music. Eventually, she picked up a bottle of water and took a swig. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I didn't want to mix you up with them."
"I've seen worse,"
Caxton told me.
"I've seen warlords come and go. Maybe a year after the crisis, when nobody had heard from the government for a while, armies of folks like her were out here, gangs of 100 and more. They swept through Pennsylvania, knocking over the smaller walled towns, killing anybody they found, always looking for drugs and guns and finding plenty of both." She shook her head. "Mostly they burned themselves out. Got too drunk, too high, killed each other, or the zombies got 'em. The ones that lasted, they turned into little tribes of barbarians. The army took care of them. The government never let them get too big or too organized."
"You think she'll just, I don't know, get herself killed somehow?" It seemed like too much to hope for.
"Eventually. I'll steer clear of her, and she'll forget about me after a while. You, on the other hand, she's really got her hooks in you, following you all this way. There's something between the two of you. You're chained up somehow."
"I cut her once," I said. "I took a knife off her, and I cut her wrist. Apparently I'm the only man who ever did that and lived to tell about it." Caxton tilted her head to one side.
"I figure that's worth following you to the state line for, all the way across New Jersey. But this far?"
"She wasn't looking for me. She said she was headed west to find some warlord out there named Anubis. We just happened to bump into each other on the road."
"She's still here, still looking for you." It was the second time I got away from her. Today makes the third, I guess. She really doesn't like me now. Caxton nodded.
She didn't make her play because she thought no matter how quick her people were, I would kill at least one of them, she went on. But for somebody like that, there's always a next time. She'll wait until she catches us asleep. Then she'll kill me and take you.
She sounded as if she were discussing which road we should take next. This sort of thinking was old hat to her. I wondered what that time of warlords she'd described must have been like. What death throes the world must have gone through.
Okay, Caxton said.
Okay. It sounded final, like she'd reached a decision. Okay? I asked.
Okay, she agreed. I know what to do now. I've been wrestling with it, but I guess I always knew. I'm driving you to Ohio. To Akron.
My eyes went wide. I'd given up all hope of ever reaching the medical camp, of having a safe life. I could barely accept this was real. But your work, I said.
It's going to set me back a couple of days, sure, Caxton replied, and I don't like it. But this is the right thing to do. And anyway, she added, if I keep you here, make you my intern, she's just going to keep harassing us, isn't she?
I could hardly deny it. Part 3. Camp. Chapter 64. It took most of a day to reach Akron, but with each of us taking turns driving, we ate up the road. A little after dawn, I saw a sign by the side of the road welcoming us to the state of Ohio, and it was like a great weight was released from my chest, and I could breathe. Red Kate couldn't touch me while I was in the medical camp. She would never dare go up against the government. I would be safe from zombies, safe from reprisal from the various looters and road pirates I'd pissed off. I would spend 2 years in camp and then be shipped back home. I was going to have a chance at a real, meaningful life back in New York. New York City. It was funny. When I thought about the city, the place I'd grown up, it was like I was seeing it in a film, an old film that had sat around so long the colors had drained out. I thought of all the people I'd known there, all the first-generation people, tending their gardens, waiting for... what? Waiting for nothing. I thought of plundering high-rises for canned food and fishing in the subways, and thought it seemed nice, even pleasant enough. It was just so drab. As dangerous as the wilderness might have been, the people there weren't just waiting to die. I shook off such thoughts when we neared Akron and saw the helicopters. They hung in the air over Ohio as if they were pinned there, mounted in the sky as permanent sentinels. The noise of their rotors shivered the air, and their shadows lay draped across the sunlit road like blankets of darkness. As I watched, one of them broke away from its position and swung toward the southwest. The helicopters were the most potent sign I could imagine that this was a place the government still controlled, a place that was protected, safe. Caxton didn't seem to find them as encouraging. She ducked her head and chewed on her lip as if she was worried they were spying on her. I chalked it up to first-generation paranoia. In New York, my parents had always talked about the government as if they couldn't trust it, as if it were some nefarious regime with no interest in their well-being, despite what they heard on the radio. It had always seemed to me that the government was the only force in the world actually trying to fix things. Green road signs appeared on either side of the highway, warning us that we were entering a blue zone, whatever that meant. Up ahead, I saw a chain-link fence stretched around acres of ground and thought it must be the camp, but then I realized there was nothing inside the fence but a few old construction machines, their paint giving way to rust and the probing tendrils of green weeds. A big sign had been posted on the fence, and I made out Heartland Reclamation Project, number 34, but we passed by too quickly for me to see what else it read. A few minutes later, we saw the real camp, or at least its wall.
The wall stood 25 feet high, and its entire length was lined with barbed wire. Lamps on high poles stood up from its top every 100 feet or so. It stretched away as far as I could see on either side of the road. A single gate pierced it, right where the road passed through. On either side of the gate was a small guardhouse. Machine guns were mounted above the gate as well as a number of cameras in armored housings. A soldier stood in the middle of the road, flagging us down. He shouted for Caxton to stop a good 100 feet clear of the gate.
"Looks like this is the place,"
Caxton told me. I swallowed. My throat was thick with emotion, and I nodded.
"Do not exit the vehicle at this time," the soldier shouted. "Display your left hands outside the vehicle windows."
We did as we were told. I held mine up so the soldier could see my tattoo, my ticket to entry.
"There are no scheduled intake times today,"
the soldier said, not shouting as much now. He came closer and studied Caxton's face.
"Ma'am, I don't recognize that uniform."
"I'm law enforcement. From Pennsylvania,"
Caxton told him. He looked confused, but he let it go. Coming around to my side of the truck, he peered in through the window and looked me up and down. "I'm from New York," I said, but he interrupted me.
"The positive will step out of the vehicle," he said. "The positive will move 10 feet clear of the vehicle and stand with hands visible at all times."
He didn't even look at my face. To Caxton, he said,
"Ma'am, if you're dropping off, you have to go back the way you came. If you want to remain in the area for more than 10 minutes, I need to issue you a pass, and that means getting my CO down here."
"No need,"
Caxton told him.
"Just let me say goodbye."
The soldier had nothing to say about that. He ran back toward the guardhouse, as if he was afraid I was going to jump out of the truck and bite him.
"You sure about this? This is where you want to be?"
Caxton asked me. "Yeah, absolutely," I told her. Kylie and the other girls were in there somewhere. My future was in there.
"Good luck, then," she sighed. "Finn, it was nice having some company. Do me a favor and be okay, huh?"
"I will," I said. Then I leaned across and hugged her. I'd never met anyone like her before, and I doubted I ever would again. "You be okay, too." Then I stepped out of the car and hurried to get clear, 10 feet, or as close as I could estimate, and watched as Caxton backed up and turned the truck around. When it was gone, a loud squawk from behind me made me jump in place.
"Enter the gate when it opens. Follow the green line to the processing waiting area. If you do not follow all instructions and announcements, you will be shot."
The words echoed off the wall like the voice of God. Slowly the gate swung open, and I saw a green line painted right down the middle of the road. I headed forward, staying far away from the guardhouses. Ahead, I couldn't see a single human being, just a little courtyard between low buildings. I hurried inside as if the gate would clang shut any second and seal me out forever. Chapter 65. The green line led me across the courtyard and to the door of a building on the far side. Beyond the door lay a cavernous room maybe 100 feet wide and twice that long. Electric lights burned high overhead. There were no windows, though I did see a couple of camera lenses mounted between the lights. Benches were set up against the walls, and the green line on the floor snaked and doubled back on itself over and over again, so that if I followed it, I would end up walking across most of that vast floor. I think the room was meant for processing large numbers of positives at a time, maybe hundreds, and the snaking line was meant to force the processees into single file. The room was empty, cavernous. I walked across it, feeling like a thief moving through a house while the occupants were away, like my every footfall was likely to set off an alarm. At the far side of the room, I found a door, and I stepped through. The next hallway ran for several hundred feet. A recorded voice spoke from the ceiling, a calm, friendly woman's voice, her words backed up by calm and peaceful music. "We promise," she said as I entered the corridor. I got the sense the recording was on a loop, and if I listened long enough, I would hear the whole thing over and over again.
Welcome to the Akron Medical Monitoring Station. Please keep moving forward to avoid congestion in the line.
Oh, okay, I said, even though I knew the woman couldn't hear me. I started walking forward.
When you reach the door ahead, please, men and boys, head to the left. Women and girls, head to the right. If you are here with your family, please understand that for hygiene reasons, we must split up the genders.
There were some girls, I said, in case anyone was listening. They came in a while ago, maybe a week, and... But the woman was still talking.
Please comply with all orders given by station staff and our military guards. Please do not approach or make contact with the guard dogs. Everything we do here is for your safety and well-being. We're going to take care of you. We promise. Welcome to the Akron Medical Monitoring Station.
I headed forward until I came to a door at the far end of the hallway. A regular door with a knob and everything. I opened it, and sunlight poured into the hallway, dazzling me for a second. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw my new home. Chapter 66. A short maze of chain-link fence lay beyond the door, a Y-shaped passage to allow men and women to head to different parts of the camp. I didn't register the fencing at first, though. At first, all I saw were the faces. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of people crammed up against that fence, making it shake and ring. Faces of every race, but they all looked the same. Thin faces, sallow faces, faces covered in stubble and dirt, eyes staring, hungrily devouring me, hungry for anything new. And if those eyes had been red, it wouldn't have surprised me. They looked so much like zombies. Mouths hooting and shouting, begging, screaming, some just making noise, random animal noise, men and women alike, some children, though not very many, their heads all shaved, their hair cut back to black dots on their pale scalps, and then I saw their bodies, dressed in rags, dressed in clothes that had been colorful once, or much patched, or they were half naked, so many people. 100 hands squeezed through the gaps in the chain link, 100 hands, and every one of them had a plus sign tattooed on its back. I couldn't make out a word they were saying. I couldn't understand what was going on. Overhead, something moved, and I looked up and saw a sort of open catwalk above, a runway on top of the fencing. 2 soldiers were up there, hammering on the fencing and shouting something I couldn't make out. The howling noise was everywhere. It bounced off the wall behind me and redoubled in its intensity and its volume. One of the soldiers was shouting for the people to get back, I think. He was warning them to get back, or something bad was going to happen, something they didn't want. And then it happened, because they ignored the soldier. They didn't care, even though they must have known what was coming. Some of them must have seen it before. There was a sharp buzzing sound, like an insect had flown right into my ear, and then all those people, all those positives, shrieked as one and jumped back. I shrank away from the fence because I understood, instantly, that it had been electrified, that the soldiers had cleared it by shocking all those people away because that was the only thing that would work. I smelled cooking meat, and I wanted to vomit. The shock must have been near lethal intensity. But then a door opened in front of me, on my left, and a soldier was shouting something at me, shouting for me to move forward. So I ran through the door, thinking nothing except, Kylie had to go through this. Kylie and the other girls must have seen this same exact thing. But I didn't have long to think about them, because the second I was through the door, it slammed shut behind me, all by remote control, and then the people surged in around me. They crammed up so close they were writhing against me, their hands grabbing at my clothes, my hair, my belt, and they were dragging me into mud and weeds and gravel that scraped the skin off my hands. There were so many of them I couldn't resist as they shoved their hands in my pockets, as they pulled my shirt over my head. Someone took my knife. Someone got my shirt, my pants, my underwear. They took everything. They stole everything they could and shoved my face down in the mud, and I was naked, and still they held me down. I didn't know what they would do next. Would they kill me? I couldn't fight, not with so many bodies on top of me, and I couldn't breathe. My mouth and nose were full of mud, and someone was screaming in my ear, screaming that they owned me now. But then someone else grabbed that person and threw him to the side, kicked him in the face, and then it was over. Not all at once, but there was less weight on me, and even less. They'd gotten what they came for, and they walked away, squabbling over my things, not caring enough to stay and insult me more. Someone spat in my hair, but that was it. In a few seconds, they were all gone, and I lay alone in the mud. Well, not entirely alone. When I was able to lift my face off the ground, when I could look up, I saw someone standing right in front of me. He was between me and the sun, so I could only make out his silhouette, but he was big. Not as big as Adair had been, but maybe taller. His head was shaved, like all the others, but on him it looked intimidating, not pathetic.
"I'm Feder. You want to work for me?"
I struggled up on my elbows, looked at him querulously. "I've got no idea what you—" Feder kicked me in the face. I felt my nose slide over to one side. The pain was huge, a big, bright noise inside my head, an eruption of terrible smells. It hurt so much I couldn't figure out what I was feeling.
"I'm Feder,"
he said again.
"You want to work for me?"
His foot moved back, getting ready to swing again. I thought, if I grab it, twist it around and overbalance him, knock him down in the mud, and it collided with my face before I could even start that line of thought. He was faster than me and stronger than me, and I was down, naked, hurt, and he was none of those things.
"I'm Feder," he said. "You want to work for me?"
What could I do but nod and agree and say yes?
"Second shift. Don't be late," he said.
And then he kicked me a few more times for emphasis, in the neck and the chest, and finally, worst of all, in my ribs, and that was a savage pain. A pain that stole my breath and made me piss myself right there in the mud. He strode away and left me lying there. It took me a long time to get the strength back, the strength I needed to climb to my feet. A long, long time. Chapter 67. I had no idea what to do next. No idea what working for Feder meant. No idea where I was supposed to go for clothes or food or anything else. I tried to approach some of the less wild-looking people around me for help, but they just turned their faces away from me or ran off when I got too close. I was tired, and I hurt. I stayed near the fence, near the entrance to the camp, because at least it meant I could have a wall at my back, so no one could attack me from behind. I crouched down in the mud and tried not to whimper. I covered my face in my hands. I knew this was a terrible idea. I knew I was just signaling to the people around me that I was weak, vulnerable, that they could take advantage of me. So eventually, I worked up the willpower to force myself to stop, to stand up straight, to keep my emotions off my face. And then, naked, shivering, bruised and battered, I started to explore my new world. The camp was maybe a mile square of mud and gray, scrubby vegetation. The mud bred stinging insects that clustered around me in swarms, no matter how many times I brushed them away. After a while, I stopped trying. Every 100 yards or so, a tower of yellow brick rose from the mud, topped with windows and cameras and machine gun nests. The camp was surrounded on every side by a 25-foot-high wall, which was topped with barbed wire. There were parapets along the top of that wall, and towers with searchlights and guardhouses. Catwalks crossed overhead, from the walls to the towers, allowing the soldiers up there to look down into the pit of mud. As far as I could tell, there was no way up to that level. It looked like the soldiers never came down to our level, and we certainly weren't invited up to theirs. The camp was split right down the middle, with a double line of fencing dividing the halves. If I walked right up to the dividing fence and peered through the chain, I could see into the women's camp, which looked exactly like the men's. Shelters had been constructed along the walls and around the base of every tower. They were little more than lean-tos, or roofs of corrugated tin supported by planks of wood. None of them stood more than 6 or 7 feet high, and many looked like you would need to stoop to get inside them. They didn't seem to have any utilities. They might keep off the sun or the rain, but that was about it. No running water, no electricity, no light or heat. I immediately wondered what the camp did in the cold of winter, especially since I knew I was going to spend at least one winter there. No solution presented itself. The only other feature of the camp was its population, all the positives. The camp, when it was originally built, had clearly been meant to hold thousands of us. If you herded us in until we were standing shoulder to shoulder, maybe 10,000 positives would have fit. Now, though, I could see only a few hundred. The vast majority of them were my age or a little younger. There were a few older adults and a scattering of children, but they were rare and they kept mostly out of view. The ones my age sat in groups in the mud or clustered around the shelters, staring at one another, talking, some just sitting hugging their knees. All of them had shaved heads. All of them looked sickly and pale, even if they clearly spent most of their time out in the sun. I didn't see anyone who wasn't thin as a rail. Some of the positives at least had an occupation to keep them busy. Some of the bigger shacks proved to actually be stores where a few shoddy goods could be procured. For a while, I watched this basic economy at work. It was entirely based on the barter system. A customer would come forward and offer a deck of cards or a piece of bread or something less tangible, and the shopkeeper would decide whether it was a fair trade. One store was selling clothes, old t-shirts with holes in them, drawstring pants that looked like they were made of paper instead of cloth, dirty bandanas. I had to get something to put on, so I ducked under the store's corrugated tin sign and stepped up to the counter. "You've got nothing I want," the positive behind the counter told me. He was dressed in a shirt that was almost clean. He didn't even look at me. He was too busy sorting through a cardboard box of rags. "Fuck off." "Please," I said. "I can't run around here naked. I'll find some way to pay you back. He sighed. "Who's your boss?" he asked. He looked up and must have seen the blank expression on my face. "You're new here, I get it. I saw when you came in. Somebody would have drafted you to their work crew. Who was it?" "Fetter," I said, assuming that was what he meant. "Did he say you should come here? I can give you something on credit, but then he has to pay me back. Fetter's a beast. If it turns out you're lying, he's going to break both our heads, so be clear on this." No, it's Fetter," I stammered. He said I worked for him now, and he can't possibly want me running around naked, can he? That'd make him look bad." The shopkeeper looked skeptical. I probably would have walked away empty-handed if, at that moment, another positive hadn't slouched into the store and stared the shopkeeper down. "It's true, what he says," the newcomer told him. "You give him something good, or Fetter is going to come down here and wail on your ass." That seemed enough for the shopkeeper. He handed over a hooded sweatshirt and a pair of thin pants without too many holes in the crotch. He didn't have any underwear or shoes, but at least I wasn't naked anymore. By the time I'd finished pulling on the clothes, my benefactor had already ducked out of the shop and started to walk away. I chased after him, intent on at least thanking him. "I'm Finnegan," I told him. "You really helped me out back there." "Sure." He looked me up and down. "Luke." He was tall and thin, but he looked more wiry than sick. His eyes were very narrow, as if he was squinting all the time against the sunlight. He seemed to think about it for a second. Then he held out his hand and I shook it. "I'm with Fetter, too. Second shift. He told you that, right?" "He did, but I have to admit I have no idea what he was talking about." "That's our work shift. You see that factory over there?" He pointed at a row of shacks that looked slightly bigger than the rest of the shelters I'd seen, but just as ramshackle. "That's our place. When the whistle blows, you'd better be there. You get to eat when work is done," he said. "That's why you want to work for Fetter. If you don't work, you don't eat." "Oh," I said.
Just be glad you've got a job. Plenty of the people here don't. They have to beg for scraps or starve.
The guards let that happen?
The guards only care about one thing. Zombies. They're here to watch us and make sure we don't zombie out. Other than that, they don't give a shit.
Jesus, this place...
Yeah?
It's not exactly what I thought it was going to be. I didn't know what else to say. I had to express what I was feeling somehow, but that was the best I could manage.
Luke smirked. Nobody expected this. Listen, you keep your head down. You do what we tell you to do. Don't ask for anything. Don't look at anybody but me and Feder. And when you look at him, don't try to meet his eye. He'll survive. How long have you got?
What? He waved insects away from his face.
Until you're cleared.
When I still didn't understand, he nodded patiently.
It can take 20 years for the virus to incubate. You do know that, right?
Sure.
So, how long ago were you exposed?
Oh, I said. I did the math in my head. I guess I've got 18 months until I'm, cleared.
That's nothing,
he said. Doesn't feel like it. What about you? It was hard to tell under the dirt and stubble, but I guessed Luke was my age, give or take a year.
You actually want to know? Or are you just trying to suck up?
I frowned. I don't know. I guess I want to know.
I'm in for the full stretch, he told me. I'm from Milwaukee. It's a shit town, but better than this. I spent my whole life being clean. Then one day a whole herd of fucking zombies shows up in our sewer system. Guess who they sent down to take care of it? Second generation, of course. None of the old folks could be bothered. Me and 5 of my best friends went down there. I was the only one who came back. Not a scratch on me, not a drop of blood anywhere near my mouth. They couldn't take the chance, they said. I had to go away. Just until they were sure. That was a little more than 2 years ago.
I could feel my jaw dropping.
You mean 17 years, 9 months, 12 days, Luke said. And then I get to go home.
I could only shake my head in horror and sympathy.
Fuck it. You show up for work when the whistle goes. You do that, we'll make sure you're okay. You got it?
I had the feeling he was just grateful for somebody new to listen to his tale of woe, though he was too guarded to let it show. I do. I'll be there. But there's something I have to do first, I told him. Chapter 68. I wrapped my fingers around the wire of the fence between the two camps, unsure if I was going to get shocked or not. When I didn't, I grabbed the fence and shook it. Hey! Anybody over there, please! I need to talk to you! 2 lengths of fencing and a 5-foot-wide strip of land between the 2 layers of fence separated the men's camp from the women's. My voice had to carry across that patch of weeds and catch somebody on the other side. I shouted for quite a while before anybody even looked up, and only when I kept shouting did anyone come to answer. It was a woman of maybe 30 years, her head shaved like everyone else's. "Go away," she said. "Nobody wants to talk to you. Nobody wants to see your dick." I was shocked. It was such a specific possibility that I thought it must be something that had happened before. "They do that?" "You guys get horny. What else are you going to do through all this fence? You come over here and offer to show us yours if we show you ours, as if that would actually do anything for us." The woman stared at me. I think she was looking at my hair, which was still on my head. "You're the new guy. We saw you come in. I guess maybe you haven't had time to turn into a pervert yet." "My name's Finnegan, and I honestly don't care. Listen, I only came over here because I was tired of listening to you shout. What the hell do you want so badly?" "Some girls came in here a little while ago. Just a couple of days ago. I need to talk to them. They're my family. There's one named Kylie. I really need to talk to her.
Or at least send her a message. Please. We were supposed to come in here together, but it didn't work out."
The woman scratched behind her ear.
I saw them. 2 of them, right?
"There should have been 4, I said, my heart sinking.
Nope, just 2. Maybe it was somebody else. But wait. Yeah, one of them was named Kylie, I think. I haven't seen them, but you hear things, right? Not much to do in here except gossip."
At least Kylie and Heather had made it, I thought. I had no doubt that Heather was the other girl who'd just come in. Addison and Mary weren't positives, or at least they didn't have tattoos on the backs of their left hands. I had no way of knowing what had happened to them, not until I talked to Kylie.
"I have to talk to her. Please. Please find her and tell her that Finnegan is here, and he's looking for her. Please?"
Why should I?
The woman asked. Because I love her, I thought. Like a sister, of course, I told myself. I love her like a sister. How could you love somebody who couldn't even smile at you, who was so closed off she could barely function? It didn't matter. I knew better than to say anything like that out loud.
"Kylie definitely wants to talk to me," I told the woman. "If you pass on the message, I'm sure she'll find some way to repay you."
Yeah, sure. She's probably glad to be rid of you,
the woman suggested, though it sounded more like she was haggling than anything else.
"I promise you, she'll pay you back. Somehow."
I'll think about it,
the woman said, and then she walked away. I shouted after her until I was hoarse, but she didn't turn around or look back. I could only hope the message got through. Chapter 69. Soldiers patrolled the catwalks that arched over the camp, carving the sky into segments. They never seemed to look down, even when I waved my arms at them and shouted for them to look at me. I thought if I could get their attention, I could explain what a mistake I'd made. I'd had no idea what I was getting myself into. For so long, the idea of Ohio, of the safety of the camp, had been everything to me. It had been the only thing that kept me going when I was stranded out in the wilderness, cut off from civilization and its security. I thought if I could just get here, just get the girls here, everything would be all right. It seemed impossible that this could be what I'd fought so hard to obtain. This patch of mud under a gray sky, the sullen faces of the other positives, the total lack of concern on the part of those who were there to guard us. The soldiers had shocked the positives back so I could get inside, but after that, as I was torn and scratched and beaten, they'd done nothing. They'd stood aside and watched. They didn't seem to care if I lived or died. I was soon to find out what they did care about. As I stood there in the mud, feeling sorry for myself, utterly without an idea of what to do next, I started noticing that the positives were drifting over toward the factory shelters, the row of slightly larger shacks over by the wall that Luke had pointed out to me. I had no idea what all this talk of shifts and working meant, but I knew I needed to be there when a whistle blew, so I fell in with those drifting over there, intent on not screwing this up as well. The positives formed a line outside each of the shacks. There weren't any signs or any way of telling one shack from another, so I just picked one line at random. The positives in that line stared at me as if I'd done something wrong, so I said, "Feder? Feder?" until someone lifted his arm and pointed me to a different line. When I got there, I saw Luke standing in the door of the shack, counting the people in his line. When he saw me, he nodded. Feder arrived just as an ear-piercing whistle cut the air. I'd only ever seen Feder before while lying on my back, looking up at his foot as it came streaking toward my face. He'd seemed huge then, but I'd had no idea. He wasn't as broad through the shoulders as Adair, but he had to be 7 feet tall. As he walked up to the line, he slapped some of the positives across the face, though none of them had done anything to provoke the attack. He said nothing as he pushed inside the shack. Once he was inside, Luke gestured for the rest of us to follow. The interior of the shack was lit by a pair of electric bulbs, each of them surrounded by a cloud of suicidal insects.
The shack's floor was taken up by 3 long tables lined with wobbly stools. Heaped on the table, apparently without any scheme or order, was a pile of green, flat objects I'd never seen before. It turned out they were modular circuit boards. There were also boxes of smaller black components. Without a word, the positives filed in and took up positions on the stools. There didn't seem to be assigned spots. Everyone just grabbed a stool at random. Luke pointed me to a stool next to his own. I sat down, and he handed me one of the circuit boards.
"See this?"
he asked, picking one of the black components out of its box.
"It goes in here,"
he said. He showed me a socket on the board. The component fit into the socket with a little click. There were 4 other sockets, each of which had a different shape.
"It only fits in one of the sockets. If you try to push it into a different socket, you'll snap the connectors. That's bad. Broken boards make Feder look bad. He's responsible for your work. He has to turn in all the complete boards, and if his tally's short, he gets in trouble."
Luke didn't need to tell me that if Feder got in trouble because of my faulty work, I'd get a beating. That was pretty self-evident.
"We need to get through all these boxes before 9 o'clock, Luke told me. "Normally, I'd say you could take your time, but we're short 3 people on this shift, and so we all have to work faster to make up for them."
"What happened to them?" I asked. Luke said nothing, but his eyes flicked in Feder's direction. The big positive, who I was told was now my boss, was sitting on a stool at the back of the shack reading a magazine. He didn't look up. I watched Luke insert a few more of the components. His hands moved fast over the boards, deftly inserting a component and then pushing the board back into the pile in seconds. I tried to match his speed but couldn't. It was easy to tell which socket I wanted. They were in fact numbered, but I kept forgetting which direction the component went into it and had to turn it around and around in my hands. When I did get the component seated properly and reached for another board to repeat the process, invariably, I would grab a board that already had its component installed. The other positives on the shift stared at me with open hatred. They all moved as fast as Luke, churning out completed boards at a rapid pace. I was slowing them down. I had no doubt as to what would happen if we hadn't finished all the boards by 9 o'clock. Feder. But I had no way of measuring time and no way of knowing how badly I was screwing up. 9 o'clock came, but the only way to tell was that Feder grunted and got off his stool to check the boxes of components. When he was sure they were empty, he nodded and went back to his magazine. Nobody came to take away the circuit boards. Instead, Luke went over to the far end of the shack and brought back 3 new boxes, all of them holding a slightly different black component that fit into a slightly different socket. And so we started all over again. The work went on for hours and hours. I was used to hard work from my days in New York, of course. Fishing in the subways all morning, then working in the gardens all afternoon and into the twilight every day had taught me how to handle the fatigue and the sore muscles. But this all seemed so pointless. At one point, I asked Luke what the boards were for, but Feder growled and said, "No talking," and I resolved to hold my question for later. I didn't get a chance until the shift was over. By that point, I was dead tired, and my stomach was clenched in a knot of hunger. I knew not to ask questions, but I was really hoping we would get some food soon. A positive came into the shack. He said he'd come to collect all the circuit boards, which we had stacked neatly in the empty boxes. He checked the boxes, then handed Feder a receipt. Luke led us out of the factory shack and along the wall to a big open pavilion with a roof that looked like it was about to collapse. There, Feder turned his receipt in for yet another cardboard box. At least this one contained food. Sandwiches with stale bread and some kind of meat that might have been beef. Luke handed out the sandwiches to everyone on the shift, but when he gave me mine, Feder came over and scowled down at me.
"You did about half a shift's worth of work," he said.
He tore my sandwich in half. I didn't try to fight him, though I wanted to. He stuffed half the sandwich in his own mouth, cramming it in between his teeth. Then he dropped the other half in the mud at my feet. I am not ashamed to say I picked it up, dusted it off the best I could, and ate it anyway. No one should ever be ashamed of being hungry. Chapter 70. I got better at the work. I had no choice. It was that or starve. Each day I moved faster, assembled more components quicker. The other positives in the crew still hated me, but their venomous glares never turned into anything more violent. I got used to mud, more or less. I stopped caring if I was dirty or not. There was no way to get truly clean. My stomach adjusted to the tiny amount of food I got every day, and for the most part, my hunger pangs gave way to a generalized gnawing in my guts that I could mostly ignore. I even got used to the insects that stung and bit me all night. Well, I kind of got used to it. Luke became a kind of friend, though he was always guarded. He showed me the ropes of the place, helping me survive. It was Luke who shaved my head for me after I'd been there a few days. I thought at first that was some kind of punishment, a way of dehumanizing the positives. It turned out it was a great relief. I hadn't realized why my head itched so much until Luke cut off my hair and showed me the lice crawling around on my scalp. Luke knew a lot about getting along in the camp. He taught me the best times to use the latrine, a big open pit in one corner of the camp and a favorite place for robbers to wait for their victims. He showed me how to get water from the camp's well when I got thirsty. He helped me find a safe place to sleep and showed me how to hide valuables, not that I ever had anything of true worth. He taught me how to save a little of my food when I could. The economy in the camp, it turned out, was thriving. Any slight comfort was something to be treasured, saved up for. A pair of shoes, so I didn't have to feel the mud squelching between my toes all the time, was the first thing I purchased. Luke had a deck of cards that was missing only the 3 of diamonds. He put out the word that he would trade generously for just that card. It was something to do, something to think about other than how slowly the time passed, how boring the work was. He eventually told me why the guards wanted all those circuit boards. "They're for the helicopters," he said. "Sometimes we assemble other parts too. Door latches, wheel hubs, anything that wears out or breaks, they constantly need more. Once they had us putting together machine guns, and some of the guys talked about, well, it was just talk. There weren't any bullets for the guns." I filed away the idea that there were some people in the camp who wanted to fight their way out, or maybe just kill some guards or each other for revenge. Facts like that helped me stay paranoid, helped me sleep light. I was interested in something else, though. How many helicopters does the military have? We must have put together thousands of those boards. Luke shrugged. He had his cards in his hands, and he shuffled them back and forth, the red and black pips flickering between his fingers, the cards bridging through the air to land back in his hand again. He'd been practicing for a long time. "Who knows?" he said. That was the answer to the vast majority of my questions. More than they used to have, I think. There used to be a lot less work. He shook his head. I think they're gearing up for something. Some kind of big fight. I thought about the name I'd heard a couple of times now. Anubis. The guy Red Kate was looking to join. He was supposed to be a warlord out west. Caxton had made him sound pretty serious, but the army could take down any warlord, couldn't they? There was no way this Anubis was a real threat. I tried talking to Luke about that, but it quickly became clear he didn't understand anything I said. I would often forget that Luke had never been outside a set of sturdy walls. Unlike me, he'd never seen the wilderness. He'd been brought to the camp straight from Milwaukee, just like I was supposed to be brought from New York. He didn't have any real information about what the army was doing. It doesn't matter why we put the boards together, he said finally. It's work. It's how we get food. That's all that matters. And it's better than it used to be. I met a guy when I first came in. He got cleared and he's gone now. But he must have been 40 years old by then. He was here almost from the crisis. He said originally they didn't have us assembling parts. He said they used to take us out and make us farm,
endless hours out in the sun or the rain or slogging through the snow. He said it was awful, that positives used to just drop dead out in the fields because they froze to death, and the guards didn't care.
Why'd they change to this kind of work? I asked.
Nobody wanted to eat food grown by positives. We're infected, right? Or we might be. The food could be infected too.
That was why the guards stayed up in their catwalks, I realized. Why they made sure they never had to touch us or so much as breathe in our air. As far as they were concerned, we were little better than zombies. Another reason the wilderness had been better than the camp, at least for me. Out on the road, it had been rare that anyone thought twice about the tattoo on my hand. Nobody had treated me like I was less than human. Luke was done talking then. He wanted to play cards. We didn't know any of the same games, but that was fine. We had plenty of time to learn. He taught me to play gin and poker and go fish. I taught him hearts, which we used to play back in New York. I was a little fuzzy on the rules, but we had plenty of time to figure it out. When I got tired of cards and tired of thinking about what I could trade and tired of just talking, I would head over to the double layer of fence between the male and female camps. I would stand there, looking through the chain link, looking for Kylie. I had no idea if the woman I'd spoken to had ever bothered to pass on my message. As days passed, it seemed likely she hadn't. It was unlikely I would ever see Kylie just by chance. The women stayed well clear of the fence on their side, and for good reason. Male positives pressed up against our side all the time, hoping for just a look at a girl. Some of them were more insistent about it than others, calling out to the women, whistling at them, shouting boasts or threats, or just calling out their fantasies of what they would do if they got inside the female camp, even for just a few minutes. Still, I had no better idea than to just stand there, hoping Kylie would walk by. Sometimes I would stand by the fence until it was time to go back to work. Sometimes I could bear it for only a few minutes. The guilt was sometimes too much to bear. I'd convinced Kylie to come here. I'd told her it was going to be paradise. I spent many nights half awake, thinking of it, turning it over and over in my head, what I owed her, what I would say if I ever saw her again. Sometimes, I hoped I never had to. Chapter 71. Day after day of the same thing. Long hours of work with no breaks, followed by just enough food to keep from starving to death. The occasional slap or punch from Feder, just to remind me I worked for him. Long hours of downtime with nothing to do but watch Luke practice with his cards. Heat and flies and mud, with absolutely nothing to show for it but time passed. Days were boredom and casual brutality and work that made my hands ache and swell. Days were bad. Nights in the camp were much worse. There were lights up on the wall, thousands of them, big fluorescent floodlights and banks of LED bulbs that glowed a violent blue. Searchlights that could turn a patch of mud white with their glare, that prowled the camp at night, blinding anyone caught in their beams. But the lights rarely penetrated more than a few hundred yards from the walls. They covered the factory sheds and the columns nearest the wall, and nothing more. The center of the camp, where we slept, was pitch black on moonless nights, and anything could move around out there, anyone bent on mischief or harm. In the tiny lean-to that Luke and I shared, huddled in too thin blankets, I would listen for the sound of feet squelching through the mud. I would hear whispered voices sometimes, or maybe it was just the noise of hungry rats. Twice, men came to the entrance to the lean-to and stuck their heads inside. Maybe they were just looking for their own place, but I didn't think so. I think they were looking to rob us, but when they realized there were two of us, they lost their nerve. You heard stories, just gossip, about positives who were murdered in their shelters in the night. About people who just went to bed one night and never woke up because they had an extra pair of socks or a crust of bread that they were saving. The camp had plenty of desperate people. People who probably thought they had no other choice. If you were too sick to work, or if you were kicked out of your boss's crew, they called it being fired, which made me think of being shot out of the barrel of a gun. There was no way to get food. Not unless you had something to trade. I thought of the obsequious mechanics and car washers and hangers-on in the looter camps, the ones Adair had sneeringly called retailers. Even after the crisis, even after 99% of the human race was wiped out, it seemed there would always be surplus people. Luke had a knife, just a short-bladed pocket knife, but it meant he could defend us in the night if it came to that. My own knife was long gone, of course, but I saved up for a replacement. It was clear right from the beginning that the guards would never stoop to protecting us. They had other things to worry about, as I discovered the night the dogs came. I was half asleep when I first heard them barking. It wasn't a sound I was familiar with at the time, though I would hear it again many times later. We'd never had dogs in New York. They would just be more mouths to feed, and the looters I'd met didn't keep animals, so I could only lie there puzzled by what that throaty growling noise was and what it meant. I thought it was some positive, driven crazy by boredom or stress, making strange noises just to hear himself. The barking got closer, and suddenly Luke was awake, bolting upright in his blanket.
"Oh, man," he said.
"What is it?" I asked.
"Dogs. They sent in the dogs. It's been a week already. Come on, Finnegan. Come on."
He grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the lean-to. I could just make out his silhouette against the starlit sky. He lifted his arms over his head and told me to do the same. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and I saw that we weren't alone. All around us, positives were emerging from their shelters and taking up the same posture.
"If you don't present yourself for inspection, the dogs will come in after you," Luke told me. "If you resist them, they'll tear you up."
"What's going on?" I asked. But then I saw a light off in the darkness, a searchlight beam drifting across the ground. It picked out every detail of a corrugated tin shelter, blowing out the colors and sending long shadows stabbing outward into the dark. At the center of the light was a pack of maybe a dozen dogs, big brown animals with black faces. They trotted through the mud, running up to one positive after another. As each of us was examined, they would be pinned by the searchlight for a few seconds. Their thin bodies turned skeletal by the powerful light. The dogs would run up and thrust their noses into the positive's armpits and groins, rearing up with their paws on chests and hips to get a closer sniff. I'd seen pictures of dogs before, but I'd never understood how terrifying they could be. The dogs had mouths full of white, triangular teeth and claws that looked like they could shred the flesh off your back. They barked and growled and snapped as they ran around the camp, studying every positive they could find.
"What are they looking for?"
I asked Luke.
"They're trained to smell the virus," he told me. "They can tell if you're going to zombie out."
"But that's supposed to be impossible. That's the whole reason we're here, because there's no test."
"Not until right up at the end," Luke said. "Not until maybe 2 or 3 days before it happens, when you start getting the headaches. Then the dogs can smell it. Once a week, the guards send them in to search like this. They almost always find something."
I stared in horror as the dogs pawed and sniffed a positive not 200 yards from where I stood. They knocked him backward out of the light and then moved on, heading for the next standing figure. The barking got louder and more strident as they came closer, until the whole pack was roaring, their ears twitching back and forth, their tails dancing behind them.
"Crap," Luke said. "They've got the scent. There's somebody here who's close. This is horrible," I said. "I know," he told me. "What if the asshole went zombie on us last night? He could have infected half the camp before we found out. Thank God for the dogs."
I stared at him. A human being was being hunted right before us, and he seemed to think that was a good thing. On one level, I could kind of understand. The biggest danger any of us faced was that one of the positives was in fact infected, and that he would go zombie without warning, but...
No!
Someone shouted.
No, I'm clean! I swear I'm clean! I was...
And then he started screaming. Luke ran forward into the dark, toward the sounds of agony. I didn't want to be alone, so I ran after him. Soon enough, I saw what had drawn him. The circle of light had focused on a positive 50 yards from us, a guy I'd seen 100 times since I'd come to the camp, though I'd never learned his name. The dogs had smelled the virus on him, and now they were eating him alive. They tore the skin off his arm. One dog fastened its jaws around his leg and wouldn't let go. It shook its whole body until it dragged him down. He tried to fight back, but it was hopeless. The dogs were singing in their bloodlust, yowling like wolves as they tore and rent his flesh. Still, he screamed. All around me, positives had crammed up close together to see, to watch. Some of them were cheering. Even in the dark, I could see how bright their eyes were. "The blood," I said to whoever was standing next to me. "The blood's infected. This is a terrible way to..."
Dogs can't get it, I was told. They're immune.
Over our heads, a guard shouted out a command.
Back!
I think it was.
Back!
And the dogs instantly stopped what they were doing and scampered away from the bleeding thing, the victim they'd so efficiently savaged. I couldn't see the wounded positive's eyes. I was glad for that. I couldn't have borne it if he had looked up at me, if he had begged me for help. Once the dogs were clear, the guard opened fire with an assault rifle. It sounded like a machine was driving nails into a bowl of wet plaster. Blood and chips of bone leaped out of the dying positive's body, and then he dropped to the mud, his arms curling across his chest. Another salvo tore open his skull, and then he was dead. Definitely dead. More merciful, I suppose, than letting the dogs have their way. The light moved on, and the dogs ran to follow it, moving farther into the camp, barking in glee. I could see how wet and red their muzzles were. I could see how excited they were to look for another kill. I dropped to my knees and vomited in the mud. Thank God it was so dark and no one could see me. Eventually, I found my way back to the shelter I shared with Luke. He was inside already, fast asleep in his blanket. Chapter 72.
"We're positives,"
Luke said the next morning by way of explanation. I had spent all morning ranting at him. People shouldn't have to live like this, I'd said. The government has a responsibility to us.
"Their responsibility is to make sure we don't hurt anyone else," he told me. "They're doing all they can. Things are never going to be like they were before the crisis. It just isn't possible now. The world ended, and we're living in the ruins."
I'd heard it before. If Luke started telling me we were all maggots, I knew I was going to scream.
"Just hang in there, Finnegan. You don't have so very long to go. You'll be cleared. I know you aren't infected. I can just tell. You'll be cleared, and you'll get to go home."
Back to New York City, where everyone spent their days working in their gardens, producing just enough to survive, fishing in the subway system that used to be a wonder of the world. It just wasn't enough. It wasn't acceptable. It wasn't what I wanted for my life. It had taken the medical camp, that pit of horror, to teach me this, that sometimes good enough isn't good enough, that you can't just accept things as they are. Which was great as far as it went, as I had no idea how to change things or even really in what way they should change. It just made me depressed. And then I did something stupid, and I lashed out at the one friend I had there. "That's fine for me," I pointed out. "You're going to be here for 20 years. If you survive, you'll walk out of here an old man." His eyes flashed with anger, but he said nothing. He just laid down a fan of cards on his blanket and stared down at the pips and the face cards as if they could tell the future. You've accepted this because you're afraid to try for anything more, I told him. My anger had to go somewhere. Because you, all of you, are too chicken shit to stand up to the guards and demand your human rights. They've got guns, and dogs, and electrified fences, not to mention helicopters. I've seen what they can do. In Trenton, I saw what their guns and bombs could do. I'd told him my whole story by that point, though I don't think he actually believed most of it. Guns and bombs and electrified fences, they don't ever make anything better. They can only make things worse. He sighed and gathered up his cards into a solid deck again, a deck missing the 3 of diamonds. Nothing in this world was ever complete. Nothing worked. Nothing was ever right. So fix it, he said. What? You don't like things? You fix them. If you really feel like you can't live like this, like you're too good for this place, then make it better. Come on. I'm just one guy. Fix it, he said, or shut the hell up. If you talk to me like this again, you can find someplace else to sleep. I don't need this shit. I stormed out of the lean-to, intending to, I don't know, go over to the fence between the male and female camps and shout for Kylie, like I had the day before. What else was there to do? I didn't get as far as the fence between the 2 camps. On the way there, I heard someone call my name. No, everyone in the camp knew me as Finnegan. I definitely heard someone call out, "Finn!" I whirled around, my lips curling back in rage, intending to tell whoever had come chasing after me that he couldn't use that name, that only people I truly cared about could call me that, and whoever he wasn't even close to that. But there was nobody there. I turned around in a full circle and couldn't see anybody nearby, not close enough to have called me like that. And then a light hit me, a light shining down from above. It was tiny, like the light of a match, but steady like an electric light. It shed more shadows than illumination. It hit my face and made me scowl and squint while leaving its owner completely silhouetted in the dark. "Finn! Damn it, it's me!" That made my frown deepen. I lifted one hand to cover my eyes and looked up toward the source of the light. "Finn! It's me! It's Ike!" he said, and he turned the light around so I could see his face. The face of the boy who killed my mother. Chapter 73. Ike put a finger to his lips, then gestured for me to head out into the darkness off to my left. He started moving as well, up on the catwalks. I saw he was headed toward one of the yellow brick columns. As I got closer, a hidden door opened in the side of the column, swinging open to let me in. It had never occurred to me before that the columns might be hollow. They had always seemed as solid and unyielding as the walls. Inside the column, a narrow steel staircase wound around a central girder. I headed up those stairs, listening to my footfalls clang on the metal risers. I couldn't understand what was happening, but I headed up anyway, climbing to the level of the catwalks. I had never thought I would see the view from up there. I hadn't even entertained the notion. The mud was for positives. The upper air was for soldiers. It was one of the most basic facts of existence. It was too dark to get a good view of the camp from up on the catwalks, but I could see the rude shelters below me, clustered here and there in the shadows. They looked tiny and insignificant, even though I was only about 10 feet above their corrugated tin roofs. I didn't have much chance to look at my pathetic little world from that vantage. Ike came up to me, looming out of the darkness. He plucked my sleeve and led me across a catwalk toward the nearest wall. The catwalk ended in a door there, and beyond lay a spacious bunkhouse, a room walled with windows and full of television screens. I'd never seen a working television before. These were glowing blue, shedding a low light across the room. On their screens, shapes of green and flickering orange huddled together or moved slowly back and forth. "Infrared," Ike whispered. I looked up from the screens and saw him grinning in the blue light. "We keep an eye on you when you're sleeping. Nothing gets past us." Underneath the television screens were banks of controls, switches, dials, gauges. Nothing I understood. Ike showed me a few of them. The ones that controlled the lights. The ones that activated the electric fences at the 2 entrances to the camp. I was so bewildered by it all that when a door opened at the far end of the room and a soldier walked in, I didn't even duck or cower. Surely if Ike and I were discovered here, we would be shot on sight. Or worse. The soldier, though, just glanced at me and then shook his head.
"Whatever, man. Way stupid," he said to Ike.
"Nobody has to know," Ike replied. "I just wanted to get him something to eat."
"You could have dropped sandwiches on his head or something," the soldier said.
He sighed in disgust and then slipped back out the door.
"Ike,"
I began, but then I actually took a good look at my childhood friend. He'd cut his hair very short. He was wearing a uniform, an army uniform. In my confusion, I had just assumed that he was a positive like me, a patient of the medical camp. I was wrong. He was one of the guards. Chapter 74. A hot plate sat in one corner of the guardhouse. Ike peeled foil off the top of a metal box, and then he sat it on the plate to warm up.
"Just MREs, but it's better than the stuff you usually get. We've even got a fork around here somewhere. We have to share it because it's the only one."
"Ike," I said again. I knew I had to ask a question, but I had no idea where to start. The last time I'd seen Ike, he'd been covered in my mother's blood. That was just before I was hauled away to be examined, to be judged and found positive. I'd had no time to think of what might have happened to him. I'd assumed it wouldn't be good. If any of that blood had gotten in his mouth or nose, he would be as positive as I was. He could be infected. I think I'd assumed, though never out loud or even consciously, that he'd been quietly killed, just in case.
"It wasn't easy," he said.
"What?" He shook his head.
"If my CO knew I was fraternizing with a patient, well, I'd be in trouble."
"In trouble?" I said. "Ike, you're a soldier."
Yeah, well," he shrugged, and then he laughed. "We've still got rules we have to follow. I mean, it's pretty serious. If you get caught bringing a positive up here, you get thrown downstairs, in with the general population. Which would suck. I don't have to tell you that."
"I must be the first positive ever to come up here," I said.
"Well, no. Some of the guys bring girls from the female camp up for, fooling around."
I stared at Ike. It was hard to remember sometimes just how young he was. Younger than Heather.
"You mean sex?"
"Mostly just with their hands," he stammered. "Sometimes the mouth. It's harder to get infected that way, and nobody wants to get infected. But some of the guys get lonely. The girls don't mind. They get a decent meal out of it."
I stared at him in horror. It had been one thing for Adair to keep his harem of girls to work out his needs. That had been bad enough. But this was whoredom on an institutional level. What if the girls said no? What if they didn't? What if Kylie had been up here, in this very room, on her knees? "You never did that, did you?" I demanded.
"God, no! You're the first I brought up here, and I mean, I didn't bring you up here for that."
"Ike," I said, trying to stay calm. "I have a million questions. But first, I think you should tell me how you ended up here. Tell me why you're not in New York right now." The food on the hot plate was steaming. Ike found the fork for me, and I tucked in. It was bland fare, but he was right. It was better than the stale sandwiches I'd been living on. While I ate, he told me his whole story. Chapter 75.
"I guess you know some of it. Right at the beginning. How they took us to the hospital and split us up. They were pretty freaked out. Nobody wanted to touch me. I needed to clean up, but nobody offered me any water or anything. They were polite, sort of. But like you'd be polite talking to a wild dog or something." He shrugged. "They had me in this room with your dad. Look, Finn, maybe some of this you don't want to hear."
"No, please. What happened to my dad?"
"They kept telling him it was fine. Everything was fine.
Then one of the doctors gave him a shot. Just something to help him sleep, they said. Nobody sleeps that deep. I clenched my eyes shut and tried to ride through the wave of emotion that swept through me, the pounding of blood in my head. Eventually it receded enough that I could nod and say, "Okay, go on." I knew I was next, and I didn't want to go out like that. I jumped up, found my way out of the hospital, and started running. They chased me, but nobody wanted to catch me. Not really. Not when I was covered in infected blood. He shook his head. They chased me all the way to the river. They told me I was cornered, that I had no place to go. I looked down at the poison water. I figured, hell, it would just be nice to get that blood off me, to wash it off. So I jumped in and tried to swim across. "You swam across the Hudson?" I asked, amazed. "Not exactly successfully," Ike said with a sheepish grin. "As it turned out, I'm not as hot shit at swimming as I thought. There was this current, and it was pretty strong, and it kept dragging me downriver, down toward the harbor and out to sea. I thought I was going to drown, but then something bumped into me, and I realized it was a big piece of wood. It must have floated down all the way from upstate somewhere. I climbed up on top of it, and suddenly I had a raft." He laughed, like he'd come to the funny part of the story. I never did understand why he thought it was so hilarious. "I don't know how long I was out there," Ike went on. His face was taut with emotion as he remembered that day on his makeshift raft in New York Harbor. "I was ready to die, and time just, I didn't know. I had no idea what that was like. Or did I? I remembered when I'd been up on the road sign in Fort Lee. He and I had both faced that moment when death was the only possibility, when life was just a question of duration. I could see in his eyes we'd taken different lessons from our respective experiences. He shrugged as if he were wrestling with something he couldn't understand and knew he couldn't control. "I guess I got lucky," he said. His usual cockeyed grin slowly crept back across his face. "The Army had been watching me for hours," they said. "They've got cameras on their helicopters, cameras that can see things miles away. They'd been flying over New Jersey and they saw me out there floating away. They seemed to think it was bizarre, some kid on a raft floating by the Statue of Liberty. The helicopter was huge and so loud, and the wind it made nearly flipped my raft over and me with it. I barely held on. They dropped the rope almost right on top of me and shouted down for me to climb up. I saw one of those helicopters up close too," I told him. "The soldiers inside nearly shot me for daring to touch it. I got the sense they thought I wasn't worthy." Ike tilted his head to one side. "No offense, Finn, but, He held up his left hand and showed me the back of it. No tattoo there. Right. Sometimes I could forget that I wasn't as human as somebody who didn't have one of those tattoos. "I made up some story," Ike said. "I told him I was from upstate, from a place where it was just me and my family had all been eaten by zombies. I jumped in the river to get away before any of them could touch me." "Why'd you tell them that?" "Because the last thing I wanted was for them to take me back to New York. I knew what I wanted, and it wasn't long before they suggested it themselves. They flew me to a place down in Maryland. That's way, way south of New York. There's a fort there, a place with a huge-ass wall to keep the zombies out, and all around it for like a mile the ground has just been scorched clean. Nothing but dirt and rocks. They gave me a medical examination there and then asked me some questions. I think to figure out if I was crazy. Not too crazy for them, it turns out." He laughed. "Then they gave me a uniform and a gun and made me go through basic training. And then they said, 'Congratulations, you're an American soldier.' They made me swear some oath about holding up my Constitution or something, which made no sense at all, but who cared? I was a soldier. I was going to go fight zombies. It was going to be awesome." I frowned. "And then they sent you here?" "Yeah," he deflated just thinking about it. "It's a seniority thing. You have to work in a camp for a year before you get put on active duty. This place sucks in so many different ways.
His face brightened.
But sometimes we get to play with the dogs.
I couldn't repress a shudder. Clearly, he had a different relationship with the dogs than I did.
When they sent me here, I looked for you,
Ike said.
I really did. I couldn't find you, and I wondered what had happened. You were supposed to be here a month ago. I guess I assumed you were dead after all that time. When you did show up, it was a real surprise. I've been trying to find ways to help you ever since. It's tough because we're strictly forbidden from talking to you or even looking at you if we don't have to.
I guess the soldiers are afraid of catching the virus, I said. It made sense. For the first time, I understood things from their side. Not that it excused the way they treated us, but it made sense. To the Army, we weren't people. We were a logistics problem.
At least you're safe from zombies in here,
Ike said. It wasn't so bad out in the wilderness, I told him. Maybe better than in here. I gave him an abbreviated version of my own story, of my travels.
It sounds like you didn't have a chance to get bored,
Ike suggested. No, not very often. I've heard people say that running for your life all the time can get old, but I didn't really have a chance to experience that. It wasn't zombies that were the big problem, though. It was other people. Looters and road pirates and people who've just given up on their humanity. But there were others. There were some people I met, people who taught me things, and people I started caring about. That was when it hit me. There was a chance for something here. Ike, I need your help, I said.
There's only so much I can do, he told me. Maybe you come up here sometimes for a meal, and if I can find that knife for you, I'll get it back to you somehow. I can make your time here a little more comfortable, but that's it.
There's one more thing you can do for me, I told him. Chapter 76.